This video continues with Chapter 70 Yuno, physically and mentally damaged. Black Clover, add points to become king, Night Kai kicks out the Magic Emperor. Chapter 70 Yuno, physically and mentally damaged. It had to be said that the members of the Vermilion royal family truly possessed some real skill. Their ability to comprehend was actually this strong. Karl gave an appreciative thumbs up from the side, earning a continuous stream of favorability notifications from Mimosa. However, at this moment, whether it was Noel or Mimosa, their progress still seemed a bit too slow for Karl's own improvement. But there was no helping it. After all, if a bucket could only hold 100 pounds of water, then even if you used a spoon to scoop it, as long as one spoonful held a pound, you could fill the bucket in a short time. But if that bucket became 1,000 pounds, 10,000 pounds, or even over 100 tons, the time required would be infinitely extended. And right now, that was exactly the problem. Among everyone, Mimosa's favorability multiplier was already nearly the highest. But because her own strength was still relatively low, the magnitude of the favorability increases she generated could barely keep pace with the likes of Charlotte and the others. At the current speed of farming favorability, to quickly complete the stage of the 5th gate, Gate of Pain, the time required would have to be extended by at least 10 times. Having grown accustomed to rapid promotion, how could Karl stand this? So, he couldn't help but start thinking about how to speed up his progress. His gaze swept across the surroundings, finally landing on the location of the volcanic crater. Atop the volcano, magma continuously erupted, yet Mereoleona's presence was as conspicuous as a lighthouse above. Karl's gaze narrowed. If he could earn Mereoleona's appreciation, wouldn't the favorability bonus speed become even faster? After all, she was the #1 person below the Magic Emperor. However, getting this tough woman with an explosive figure and an equally explosive temper to develop a favorable impression of him. The difficulty level was clearly not low. But combined with the system's mission to subdue the Crimson Lioness, Mereoleona, Karl finally made up his mind. Isn't it just grinding favorability? Who's afraid of whom? Could it be any harder than the pain of mediocrity? Having made up his mind, Karl finally stopped obsessing over the issue of the magic skin barrier. To him, that thing was optional. After all, unlike others, the power Karl possessed was the power of the 8 inner gates. The magic skin barrier required squeezing out the magic power within the body and attaching it to the outside of the skin, forming a dense magical film to withstand external damage. But for Karl, starting from the 2nd gate, the 8 inner gates already possessed a similar effect. And now, his 4th gate was already completely finished. Karl did not hesitate in the slightest. In an instant, he directly activated the 8 inner gates. Bangs, bangs, bang. The aura on his body soared in a straight line at an eerie speed, instantly breaking through a certain critical point. Karl's hair rose slightly, and the green life force bursting around him was a power resulting from the fusion of vitality and blood steam. This momentum alone kicked up a gale in the surroundings. Noel's eyes instantly filled with a dazed look. Karl was still as powerful as ever. Beside them, Asta was jumping up and down, incredibly envious. When would he be able to possess such terrifying power? And at this moment, Karl finally began to truly exert his strength. He was seen landing on one foot. A huge crater was stomped into the magma beneath his feet. He lunged forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. And that wasn't all. Behind him, a pair of giant hollowed-out wings unfurled. The blessing of the wind spirit appeared exceptionally dazzling at this moment. The magic power driven by Karl's vitality and blood was frantically poured into the wings as if it cost nothing. Every time he pushed his power, it was accompanied by a sonic boom. And the wind-driven force summoned by the wind spirit caused his speed to soar to the extreme. Whoosh, whoosh. Karl appeared for only an instant. In the next moment, his figure had vanished. The fire and magma falling from the sky couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. The wind attribute aura bloomed wildly in the air. Yuno was still carefully experiencing the structure of the magic skin barrier. He felt he had figured out about 70 or 80% of it, yet he was still missing a bit of the structural key. Sylph floated out from the side, her gaze appearing somewhat complicated. She turned her head to look behind her. Yuno was a bit confused and looked back as well. There was no one behind him, but rather, in the distance, there were several clusters of exploding magma. Yuno instantly showed a look of horror. He hadn't expected that such terrifying magic power fluctuations were erupting behind him as well. If he were to be hit head-on, he would probably be covered in bruises by now. However, before he could think further, Karl's figure had already quietly appeared behind him, about 4 or 5 meters away. Karl even gave him a smile and greeted him softly. Stomping on the ground with one foot, the wind wings suddenly trembled. In an instant, Karl turned into a completely uncatchable stream of light, as if breaking through space, and charged straight up. Yuno immediately lost track of Karl. Sylph puffed out her cheeks from the side and snorted coldly. "What are you showing off for? Didn't you just use my wings?" Before her words had even finished falling, the spot where Karl had just stepped on the ground exploded with a roar. Countless magma geysers shot into the sky, the scale of the eruption even more terrifying than those Yuno had seen before. The magma was connected to the volcanic ley lines, and under Karl's kick, it seemed to be completely enraged. Huge black smoke billowed up, but due to the influence of the large-scale domain, this black smoke turned directly into intense flames before it could even rise. The strong shockwave from the flame explosion almost sucked Yuno in when he wasn't careful. It was Sylph who desperately flapped her only remaining pair of wings, carrying him forward a short distance. Having survived the disaster, Yuno gasped for breath. Then, with a grim expression, he looked back. That place was already like hell. But Karl's figure had long since vanished without a trace. Sylph curled her lip and snorted. "Yuno, are you capable or not? It's just a crappy magic barrier, isn't it? You've been trying to comprehend it for so long, what are you dawdling here for? By the time you learn it, Karl will be nearly at the summit. How did I choose such a stupid fellow like you?" It had to be said that after losing 2 pairs of wings, Sylph had actually become increasingly sharp-tongued. At this moment, Yuno was suffering a double blow to both body and soul. He looked up toward the mountain peak. Over 100 meters away, Karl's figure appeared once again. Then, trailing thick flames, he vanished again like a cannonball. At Karl's current speed, it would only take a few breaths to catch up with the 3 captains. Compared to him, there was a world of difference between the 2 of them. Previously, he had thought that Karl might not necessarily have the advantage in this kind of terrain. But until this moment, he truly understood what kind of chasm existed between himself and Karl. Memories in his mind attacked him at this moment. Various scenes of dealing with enemy magic knights in the elven dungeon ruins surfaced again. Karl had unknowingly become strong to this extent. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corners of Yuno's mouth. But he still gritted his teeth and walked forward step by step. Even as Sylph kept muttering beside him, Yuno frowned, his gaze firm. Just then, from behind Yuno, a violent roar suddenly came. "Yuno, you wait for me. I'm about to catch up to you." Chapter 71, Plant Creation Magic. Thousand-Armed King. Good grief, that shout almost completely derailed all of Yuno's thoughts. Not only was Karl Locke getting further away, but now even Asta and the others were catching up to him from behind. Seeing that Asta's 3-man group was moving even faster than him, Yuno felt a mountain of pressure for a moment. Karl Locke, flying low to the ground, naturally caught everyone's attention. At the crater, Mereoleona took everything in. It could be said that Karl Locke's performance completely captured Mereoleona's gaze, especially the green light erupting from around Karl Locke like a hedgehog. It made Mereoleona feel a surge of abundant vitality and vigorous life force. Compared to her own years of tempering, Karl Locke clearly had a unique rhythm to his aura. Of course, this also piqued Mereoleona's curiosity. She wanted to see exactly where Karl Locke's limit was. Besides, if she let Karl Locke charge up all the way without any obstacles, wouldn't her title as Big Sister be just for show? Mereoleona didn't even hesitate. A dense firelight bloomed on her right hand. Her iron fist smashed hard against the volcanic lava, which looked like a crimson mirror, instantly whipping up a tide of flames. The volcanic lava eruptions had been somewhat regular. Even the eruptions had a bit of a rhythmic interval, but under Mereoleona's stirring, the volcano became instantly violent, as if completely enraged. Huge crimson lava bubbles constantly split apart. Driven by Mereoleona's domain aura, the most concentrated flames transformed into fire beasts, charging down the mountain. And Mereoleona seemingly didn't think it was enough. Her palms kept striking, and head-sized chunks of lava transformed into one fire bird after another. Fire beasts covered the mountains and plains, sweeping in from all directions. Yami, who was charging at the very front, practically slammed on the brakes and came to a dead stop. "Are you kidding me? Is Big Sister going crazy?" After all, he had the strength of a Magic Knight squad captain and was at the very front, so he received the most care from Mereoleona. He had already revealed 60 to 70% of his strength. If things continued like this, it was hard to say if he could reach the summit quickly. However, Karl behind him was somewhat ridiculous, seeing that Karl was about to catch up to them. A hint of giving up appeared in Yami's eyes, and he then deliberately slowed down. He also wanted to see where Karl limit was. If Karl really could be the first to reach the top of this volcano, it would surely be a spectacular sight. Countless terrifying beasts continued to fall. There were lava beasts and giant fire eagles with wingspans reaching 3 or 4 meters. As they pounced, the fire magic aura they carried was so dense it was heart palpitating. The 3 Magic Knight squad captains each displayed their specialty techniques to slay the surrounding fire creatures. Those fire creatures were annihilated one after another, like dumplings being dropped into water. But as for the numbers, the more they killed, the more appeared. The fire aura was thick, and sometimes they had to face several giant fire beasts from the same direction simultaneously. Charlotte Roseley's situation was particularly bad. There were no birds around her, but the land beasts seemed to have caught her scent and completely surrounded her. Charlotte's brow furrowed slightly, a cold light flashing in her eyes. She wasn't fast, but she maintained a steady advance. However, the number of giant fire beasts right now was simply too many, and the density was beyond imagination. Perhaps it was bad luck, or perhaps these fire beasts took her for a soft target. In short, she currently had to endure nearly half of the pressure from the land beasts alone. Charlotte clenched her teeth. The thorns of her thorn magic constantly coiled around her, transforming into massive branches as thick as withered logs. The thorns expanded wildly. Whenever a fire beast dared to charge, the giant thorn spikes would seemingly come to life and pounce to shred them. But this was, after all, the home field of the fire attribute. Charlotte Roseley's plant magic was significantly weakened in power. Against these fire beasts, even if she could rely on her power to strangle them, her plants would turn to ash along with them. This was undoubtedly a fierce war of attrition. There were more and more fire beasts. The battlefield environment also began to become extremely unfavorable for Charlotte. Furthermore, due to the curse, she had rarely used her full power throughout the entire trial. But facing such danger, Charlotte couldn't help but consider whether to go all out. If she fell here, wouldn't she, the Magic Knight squad captain of the Rose Knights, lose all face? She had had enough of the days restricted by the curse. Invisible shackles were draining her energy and spirit every single minute. In that single thought, the thorn magic around Charlotte suddenly surged, and blue flowers faintly began to bloom. It looked as though she was about to unleash a life-risking move. And at that very moment, Karl's figure suddenly appeared. The wings behind him abruptly vanished, and he slammed down from high above like a cannonball. Green steam expanded wildly in all directions. The accompanying shockwave directly blew away 3 or 4 layers of the pouncing land beasts. Karl turned and showed a row of white teeth to Charlotte, smiling as he said, "What's wrong? It's just a trial. Is your luck really this bad? Let me give you a hand." Before Charlotte could even respond, Karl gave a furious roar. Divine Dragon Tail Sweep. A sweeping kick landed directly on the rapidly enlarging 4-leaf grimoire. A divine dragon's tail composed entirely of the fire attribute suddenly took shape and swept fiercely toward the surroundings. As the dragon tail swept across, nearly half of the land beasts were completely annihilated in an instant. Of course, this wasn't to say that Karl Lock's strength was already so great that it was unprecedented and would never be surpassed. It was entirely because he was a total bug in this trial. Extreme strength attributes brought about explosive destruction. And the strongest weapon of these giant fire beasts was their incomparable high temperature. This naturally suppressed others who used magic, and was even extremely troublesome for a guy like Asta. But for Karl Lock, that was non-existent. He had strength when he needed strength, and mana when he needed mana. Plus, he had already gained fire attribute immunity, so facing the raging flames now naturally felt exceptionally easy. If those fire beasts were stripped of that layer of blazing fire aura, they were essentially just a few small fry made of lava. If Karl Lock couldn't even handle this, then he might as well stop using his cheats. Compared to Charlotte, and even compared to the other two squad captains, Karl Lock's advantage was fully revealed at this moment. With one strike, the immediate crisis was resolved. A system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining Charlotte favorability plus 666. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering mission 11, Scorn for the Cursed Fate. Help Charlotte completely eliminate the curse. Reward, plant creation magic 1,000-armed Myowo, 10,000 golden vitality points. A sharp glint appeared in Karl Lock's eyes. It seemed the thorn curse on Charlotte was even more troublesome than he had imagined. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a generous reward. But the most important thing right now was to finish what was in front of him. He gave Charlotte a smile. The wings behind him unfolded once more. With the speed of a rampaging cannonball, he overtook Fugolian in an instant and even came alongside Yami. Yami was shouldering his long sword. Dark magic coiled around the blade like smoke. For the first time in a long while, Yami showed a hint of battle intent. Karl, you've really surprised me. It's only been such a short time, and your strength has already reached this level. It's hard to imagine what level you would grow to if you learned my dark magic. Karl Lock grinned, baring his white teeth, and waved his arm at Yami. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating Mission 9. Yami, this isn't scientific. Mission objective, swing your arm 10,000 times to learn dark magic. Handblade dark entangling nameless slash. Chapter 72 Night View, you want to learn my ultimate technique? Karl was slightly stunned. He then remembered that he could obtain a terrifying ultimate move from Yami here. At this moment, he suddenly wasn't so impulsive. Instead, he kept pacing back and forth beside Yami. He continuously performed radio gymnastics, waving his arms to warm up. Yami looked bewildered. No, just charge already. Let me see your limit. What's the meaning of you circling around me? What are you hinting at? Yami had a bit of a headache and expressed his dissatisfaction to Karl. What's wrong with you? If you're going to go, go. Stop being so indecisive like a woman. Karl immediately winked at Yami. Captain, what's the rush? Think again, did you forget something? You said when I came back you'd teach me a big move. Captain, you won't go back on your word, right? Karl feigned shock, leaving Yami speechless for a moment. Good grief. This guy was still thinking about his trump card ultimate move. No wonder he was dilly-dallying. But it wasn't like he couldn't teach it. After all, in the entire Clover Kingdom, he had only found Karl to have dark magic so far. Yami chuckled. He spat out the foxtail grass he was chewing and shouted. Kid, watch closely. To learn this move of mine, dark magic, dark entanglement, nameless slash, 3 elements are required. First, naturally, you must be able to command dark magic like your own limbs. Second, you must be able to feel the existence of Kai on the opponent. Every living being, even plants, emits its own unique aura. Only by sensing the opponent's aura can you completely lock onto the enemy. As for the third, the final slash, it requires you to have a high level of comprehension. In short, it's just a Shua and it's out. You understand? Of course, I can also demonstrate it for you. Yami then swung his takai. His blade turned completely black, and the dark aura entwined around it made the surrounding space feel a bit oppressive. Looking at the overwhelming number of fire birds and beasts flying in from the distance, Yami just made a cross slash. In the next moment, the space in front seemed to be torn apart, and the birds and beasts instantly turned into raindrops of lava, completely disappearing. On the hillside, two terrifyingly deep ravines intersected. Yami pouted and then said to Karl, "See that? I've taught you with all my heart. As for whether you can actually learn it, that depends on yourself." To be honest, the smile on Yami's lips at this moment mostly contained the intention of watching a joke. After all, he was a foreigner. Only after coming to the Clover Kingdom and awakening magic did he realize he had awakened a type of dark mana even rarer than a four-leaf grimoire. And the moves he comprehended were also due to his own talent. It wasn't that he hadn't taught these abilities to others, but others' comprehension was either incorrect or superficial. Although Karl had dark magic and might be able to use it like his own limbs, sensing Kai was an insurmountable hurdle. To feel that aura on an opponent, unless one undergoes thousands of battles or is exceptionally gifted, it's hard to touch that aura. Thinking of this, Yami couldn't help but look at the figure standing on the volcanic crater. If it were Mereoleona. Yami curled his lip. That person's perception of Kai must be extremely sharp. And the last one was the most difficult stage. How could something like the dark entanglement nameless slash be taught clearly? Although Yami's gestures were extremely clear, and the power he revealed that could split space was expressed without reservation, if he were asked to say how he slashed it out, even he couldn't say very clearly. It could only be said to be a kind of indomitable conviction and courage. And these three abilities combined are what created Yami's ultimate move. For Karl to want to learn it, the difficulty could be said to be more than just a little bit. Yami's teaching had ended. Karl, listening to the first like this, then like that explanation, also seemed a bit speechless. But the things Yami taught were indeed substantial, especially regarding the sensing of Kai. It wasn't until Yami broke it down completely for him that Karl realized that when the 8 inner gates bloomed, the aura of the people around him he felt was a crude application of Kai. Yami's guidance made Karl react almost instantly. He punched his grimoire, and the huge aura formed by the dragon fist mixed with fire vibrated incessantly. A fire beast appeared behind him, and Karl's fist actually shattered the fire beast's head instantly, without any visual aid. Yami was suddenly a bit dazed. "Huh? No, you learned it just like that. You can feel Kai." Karl grinned and said, "I had a little feeling before. Thanks for your guidance just now, Captain. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend it so quickly." Yami exclaimed that he had seen a ghost. He spat. Karl found Yami's unhappy expression a bit funny. "Captain, didn't you teach me to comprehend it? Why do you seem unhappy now that I've learned it?" Yami curled his lip. "I didn't expect you to actually learn it. Are you some kind of freak?" Right now, Karl already had dark magic and the ability to predict via Kai. Only the last comprehension remained to completely master this move. But this last step could be said to stump 100% of people. Although Yami was verbally displeased, in his heart, there was a trace of excitement hoping Karl could learn it. But even if he were to be seriously injured once, he absolutely wouldn't be able to create the same move. However, Karl at this moment seemed exceptionally excited. To him, as long as he could complete 10,000 arm swings in front of Yami, he would have completely learned Yami's dark magic. Dark entanglement, nameless slash. With this extra trump card skill, his survival ability would increase by more than just a few points. Action is better than thought. Karl waved his arm at Yami. He formed a blade with one hand and slammed it onto the grimoire in a hand blade posture, in an instant, radiating brilliance. A streak of crimson fire light slashed toward the surroundings, and the fire beast was torn apart before it could even cry out. Karl grinned. Just an accumulation of 10,000 times. He had already stacked up to 8 times. This was like a clearing mission. Every time he swung his arm, he was one step closer to increasing his strength. Karl turned his head and gave Yami a very bright smile, pointing 2 fingers at his own eyes. "Captain, I think I understand what you meant by slash like this, then slash like that. Keep your eyes on me, keep them fixed. I'm sure I can perform the dark magic. Dark entanglement, nameless slash you mentioned." Yami's mouth suddenly hung open. What on earth? You can even comprehend this. He felt that he couldn't even repeat what he had said, yet Karl said he understood. How on earth did this guy understand? Yami was somewhat skeptical at this moment. But seeing Karl's confident expression, Yami didn't know what to say for a moment. Oi 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 tilde tilde tilde. This guy, he couldn't really learn it, could he? Yami's eyes were wide and round. The taka in his hand continuously slashed at the surrounding birds and beasts. But most of his gaze fell on Karl, who had already charged out. Hand blade after hand blade, Karl's arm was like a sharp blade, continuously slashing at the surrounding beasts. He even deliberately slowed down his movements so Yami could see clearly. Even when Yami got a bit distracted, he would instantly speed up and speak out to remind him. In almost a moment, Karl had swung his arm for nearly 100 attacks. Chapter 73, Battle against Mereoleona. At this moment, Karl had only one thought in his heart. Get stronger. How difficult would it be to subdue Mereoleona, the lioness of the Crimson Lotus? His current strength was still somewhat inadequate, and he didn't have enough trump cards either. Might as well upgrade his skills first. If he could learn Captain Yami's ultimate move, he would have more confidence when facing Mereoleona. So he moved in a serpentine pattern, continuously slaying the surrounding birds and beasts. As he kept attacking, the number of birds and beasts around him rapidly dwindled. Mereoleona, standing atop the peak, watched Karl's movements, her eyes growing even brighter. This guy really had something unique about him. Her gaze shifted back and forth between Karl and Asta. That kid with the greatsword was indeed a bit interesting. That demon-slaying sword, as wide as a door plank, could even extinguish the magma on the ground. And his other, narrower demon-dwelling sword was finally being used with some flair, under Asta's gradually improving control. The demon-dwelling sword slashed through the birds and beasts in the air, absorbing their magical power. Once the energy gauge on it filled up completely, Asta would unleash a powerful slash. Crimson flames that could almost tear the air apart, the 2 long swords in his hands thrusting left and right, his speed growing faster and faster. As for Mimosa and Noel behind him, a faint, glowing membrane of magic skin had formed over their bodies. Truly worthy descendants of the Silva family and the Vermilion family. As members of the royal families, both possessed extraordinary sensitivity in terms of mana reserves and magical talent. The 3 of them, supporting each other, increased their speed in a short time, almost matching Yuno's pace. Mereoleona nodded in satisfaction. That guy Julius, though usually as fickle and passionate about new magic as he is about beautiful women, really has an impeccable eye for talent. Everyone who came here was a promising seedling. Given time, they would undoubtedly become pillars of the Clover Kingdom. However, this was not her ultimate goal. What she wanted was to prove to Fugolian. Only through constant tempering in genuine life-and-death situations could one push their strength to its peak. Seeing Karl's outstanding performance, Mereoleona burst into loud laughter. More magma came rushing forth, making everyone frown deeply at the sight. But moments later, they realized the pressure had decreased by almost 60%. The reason was simple. Karl was slaughtering far too ferociously, and his methods WERE Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. In such a short time, Yami had already seen Karl use water magic, wind magic, fire magic, earth magic, and even gluttony magic and dark magic. Karl's exaggerated performance made Yami click his tongue. This guy, could he really comprehend that move? Yet Karl's speed grew faster and faster, even seeming to get addicted to the slaughter. A full hour later, behind Karl, crimson-white magma had solidified like amber, and he was about to reach the summit. Looking at Yami, still halfway up the mountain in the distance, Karl couldn't help but reveal an extremely bright smile. "Captain Yami, watch my ultimate move." He swung his arm, casually slaying 2 more birds. Yami's eyes felt somewhat dry and gritty. Damn, could Karl be some kind of magic pill incarnate? So tormenting, he'd watched Karl swing his arm no less than 8,000 times, if not 10,000. Every time, Karl would force him to watch under some different pretext. Yami was even starting to have a stress response. After watching for so long, his eyes were genuinely dry. And Karl stared at the count in his mind for task 9. Only 2 more swings to reach 10,000. Karl was almost unable to contain his excitement. 2 strikes. Just 2 more. Once he completed the final 2, he would fully learn Yami's famous technique, dark magic. Dark entanglement, nameless slash, under Yami's very gaze. Thinking of this, Karl instantly felt a surge of enthusiasm. Slash, another slash. His arms swung, tearing apart another fierce bird in the sky, sending splatters of magma flying. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing task 9. Skill acquired, dark magic, dark entanglement, nameless slash. As the system notification sounded in Karl's mind, Yami, on the mountainside, suddenly felt a chill run through his body, as if something had just been forcefully ripped away from him. And at that moment, Mereoleona, standing at the magma vent, smiled and said to Karl, "So you're the one who cultivates both body and magic." Before her words fully settled, Mereoleona excitedly roared. "But this hand blade of yours still lacks something. It's too soft, slaying 1 firebird isn't your limit. A real man should use his fists." Karl was both amused and exasperated. This big sister was way too intense. The magical aura erupting from Mereoleona was utterly terrifying, like a humanoid tyrannosaurus or a living volcano. Facing her scorching gaze, Karl still took a deep breath and then smiled. "So, did I pass the test?" Hearing Karl's question, Mereoleona immediately bared her canine teeth. To be honest, her expression was somewhat cute at the moment, but her methods were the kind that could twist someone's head off and kick it like a ball in minutes. In the Crimson Lion Nights, one saying was extremely widespread. When Big Sister smiles, life and death are unpredictable. At this moment, Big Sister Mereoleona had developed a complete interest in Karl. Seeing the dense green steam erupting from Karl's body, Mereoleona merely flashed and already had her hand on Karl's shoulder. "Your physical training has something to it. It seems systematic too. Where did you learn it?" Her own strength was entirely honed through beast-like intuition, tempered in the forest for over a decade to reach this level. Her hand merely rested lightly on Karl's shoulder. But the ground beneath Karl's feet suddenly exploded into a deep crater. Startled, Karl quickly retreated to create distance. And Mereoleona looked at him with full appreciation. "Good kid, few in the Crimson Lions can withstand my shoulder pat. Fugolian is 1, you're the 2nd. But that just makes me more interested. The tempering journey has only just begun. Since you've already surpassed 3 Magic Knight squad captains, that proves you truly have something unique. Come, fight me. If you can withstand my scorching wrist, I'll invite you to bathe in the magma with me. How about it?" Bathe in the magma. Karl was slightly taken aback. He instinctively looked towards the volcano's crater. Amidst the churning magma, Mereoleona had already jumped straight in, her body half floating in the lava. She extended an arm, scooped up a handful of magma, and felt its temperature as if bathing in it, even looking UTTERLY Chinese letter. The temperature of the magma in this crater is just right. Perfect for bathing, very comfortable. If anyone else heard this, they'd probably be scared out of their wits. Bathing in volcanic magma. What kind of outrageous genius would even think of that? But Karl fell into thought. Could it be? This was also a special training method. In fact, he wasn't afraid of bathing in magma. During his frantic battle up the mountain, his body hadn't even suffered much damage, all thanks to the fire immunity he had acquired. Facing Mereoleona's invitation, Karl had already made a decision in his heart. To complete the task of subduing the lioness of the Crimson Lotus, he had to accept all challenges. After all, the task reward was simply too enticing to refuse. And with all his current methods fully deployed, it wasn't like he stood no chance in a fight. Thinking this, Karl finally made up his mind. He looked at Mereoleona and smiled. Wind's blessing unfolded, Angel's wings spread behind him. Karl slowly rose into the air, looking down from above at Mereoleona soaking in the magma. One hand behind his back, the other extended forward. He made an inviting gesture towards Mereoleona. Then let's fight. Chapter 74, Karl's trump card. Then let's fight. As Karl's words fell, a brilliant light instantly erupted in Mereoleona's eyes. Good, you really are interesting. Now that's more like a man. Far better than my younger brother Fugolian in that regard. In terms of manly spirit, I acknowledge you. As Mereoleona finished speaking, she, like a cannonball, shot up from the flames the next instant, reaching Karl's level in a flash. Her wild physique radiated terrifying power. Flames continuously burned around her body, making her appear like a fire deity descended to the mortal realm. Her voluptuous figure and pronounced curves, every single detail perfectly conforming to the golden ratio, were now displayed without the slightest concealment. The clearly defined, knife-cut-like abdominal muscles on her lower belly made it obvious at a glance just how intense her usual training was. She casually wrapped the already charred and tattered bandages on her arm. Then she laughed heartily. Take this move, scorching wrist. Boom! With a single punch, the fiery aura of the entire volcanic crater seemed to be completely stirred. Karl's eyes suddenly narrowed. Even disregarding this flame energy, the combat power Big Sister Mereoleona was unleashing was already terrifying to an extreme degree. The fire elemental energy between heaven and earth madly merged into her magic, exploding continuously around her. As her grimoire flipped, the explosive flame fist closed in on Karl's body in an instant. His wind wings trembled violently. Karl instantly teleported to create distance, his grimoire transforming into a curtain of light immediately after. Karl didn't dare hesitate in the slightest. Dragon Fist, Dragon Claw, and Divine Dragon Tail Sweep, all three moves unleashed simultaneously. Boom, booms, boom. The flames raged violently. The dragon-shaped giant claw and the divine dragon tail sweep arrived one after another, colliding head-on with the punch's momentum. The resulting force was even more deafening than thunder. Mereoleona, on the opposite side, immediately revealed a hint of delight. Good kid, that's more like it. However, if you want to block this punch, this still isn't enough. Karl couldn't help but grimace. Mereoleona could be said to be the most troublesome opponent he had encountered so far. Compared to previous opponents, the difference was like heaven and earth. He was also clear in his heart. With his current strength, he could at most barely touch the threshold of the vice-captain level. If facing a captain-level knight's all-out assault, he would already be hard-pressed. Let alone this Mereoleona, the #1 person beneath the Magic Emperor. But even so, Karl still felt not the slightest fear at this moment. Since ordinary skills were ineffective, he would unleash a stronger trump card. With Karl's furious roar, endless flame meteors surged forth violently. The surrounding mana and the scorching aura from the magma were drawn upon and guided by him. Countless meteors collided head-on with the punch's momentum, creating terrifying shockwaves. Magma exploded. The volcanic crater seemed completely activated, continuously churning, bubbling, and even spewing thick, crimson-white molten fluid. 8 inner gates, Morning Peacock. Truly worthy of being a real ultimate move. With this single strike, it actually managed to roughly match Mereoleona's scorching wrist on the surface. But only Karl himself knew clearly. He didn't know how many punches he had thrown. And Mereoleona had only thrown one punch, superficially evenly matched, but in reality, the gap between them was still immense. Fortunately, he possessed fire attribute immunity. The damage from this strike wasn't fatal to him. But precisely, this punch completely ignited Mereoleona's competitive spirit. I wasn't wrong about you. Being able to take one of my scorching wrists means you're qualified to bathe in magma with me. Mereoleona Vermilion, now revealed an extremely excited smile. It seemed Karl's performance just now had thoroughly ignited her fighting spirit. She clashed her fists together, sparks flying, bandages fluttering. As she exerted force abruptly, the bandages shot out and wrapped around like chains, while she herself leaped and vanished from the air. A speed akin to teleportation, completely beyond visual reaction. Karl's brow instantly furrowed tightly. Good grief, this woman's movement speed was a whole notch faster than his. Usually, his burst speed from the 8 inner gates was already terrifying. Combined with his wind wings, it increased exponentially. He didn't even fear the movement speed of people like Yami. But facing Mereoleona, he felt a sense of being hard-pressed to keep up for the first time. Before he could fully react, he only had time to forcibly tear apart the bandage defense in front of him before Mereoleona appeared behind him. A powerful slam dunk. Although Karl barely reacted and forcibly turned to block, the amount of force he could negate was extremely limited. Accompanied by a huge explosive sound tearing through the air, Karl was smashed directly into the volcano by the double-fisted blow. The scorching magma was forcefully smashed open into a huge hole, then slowly closed back up like congealing rice porridge. Mereoleona frowned slightly. With that level of firepower, that kid shouldn't be melted directly, right? Her tone held a trace of concern. But Karl, who had fallen into the magma, discovered a completely different scene. That blow just now was indeed terrifying, but the fire attribute itself caused him extremely limited damage. Instead, that pure, immense force made his blood and energy churn, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Inside the magma, Karl was surprised to find the surroundings a crimson-white, occasionally shimmering with orange-red light. To him, it felt as warm as being an amniotic fluid. Even his body's recovery ability seemed to be subtly enhanced. So that's how it is. Fire attribute magic immunity actually had such an effect. While sensing the surrounding fiery aura, Karl rapidly considered his next course of action. Mereoleona's strength was simply too overwhelming. Even without using fire magic, her physical power alone was almost too much for him to bear. That punch just now had already broken several of his bones. If he hadn't forcibly held back, he would have almost summoned the 11th Magic Emperor Principa just now. Fortunately, he still maintained enough clarity. After all, this was just a trial. And if he truly summoned Principa to face Mereoleona head-on, whether that would count as subduing this big sister was really hard to say. Moreover, expending a life-saving trump card here seemed utterly unwise, no matter how you looked at it. Thus, Karl could only forcibly push the 8 inner gates to its limit. He frowned. In his current state, opening the 5th gate wouldn't be easy. But if he didn't open the 5th gate, he simply had no capital to confront Mereoleona head-on. Of course, even with the 5th gate, it would at most allow him to possess the ability to briefly contend with her. As for defeating her, that wasn't even worth thinking about. So, how to make Mereoleona yield, or at least gain her favor? This woman's temperament was too fierce. To gain her acknowledgement, he would have to display absolute, formidable combat power, or some advantage she couldn't ignore. Karl quickly took stock of his remaining trump cards. Principa cannot be used. Morning Peacock had already been used, and the consumption was significant. Although he had mastered Day Tiger, executing it fully was still difficult. However, within this crimson magma contained the purest fire power, even inexhaustible. It might not be without opportunity. Perhaps by borrowing the magma's power, he could barely execute half a move of Day Tiger. Besides that, the body doubling and devouring talent brought by gluttony magic was another path. Such vast magma energy, if used appropriately, might temporarily enhance his physical strength by several %. Plus the Imperial Armor component, Song of Ice and Fire, and the chestplate, Armor of Shared Origin. Once attached, its defensive power could increase by another 200 percentage points on top of the Imperial Armor Gauntlet's foundation. Finally, there was the dark magic. Hand-blade dark entangling nameless slash he had just learned from Yami. If these trump cards could be chained together seamlessly, it might not be impossible to make Mereoleona suffer a major setback, thereby winning her genuine acknowledgement. Chapter 75, Karl sinks into the lava. Thinking of this, Karl's fighting spirit immediately began to stir. This was his first real, full-scale battle since arriving in the Black Clover world. And it was the kind of fight where he held no advantage and had no chance of winning. But this also ignited Karl's fighting blood. No matter what, if he could subdue this lioness of the Crimson Lotus, the combat prowess and awareness it would bring him was a benefit that couldn't be measured by any ordinary reward. The most important step to becoming a true powerhouse was to possess that kind of overwhelming momentum that could crush everything and sweep through the ages. If one lacked the heart of a true powerhouse, what use was possessing powerful magical power? Thinking this far, Karl's eyes were now filled with clarity. At this moment, he sank deeper and deeper into the magma, and his body was continuously changing. In just a short moment, it had swollen 3 or 4 times its original size, like a small giant. He continuously gulped down the blazing white magma. Inside his entire body, the fire magic energy contained within the volcano was stimulating every single one of his cells. Feeling his body gradually reaching its limit state, Karl swiftly retracted his aura. From Yami's guidance earlier, he already knew that a true powerhouse could definitely sense the aura around their opponent. If he kept blatantly displaying his 8 inner gates power within the magma, then to Mereoleona, he would be like a burning torch. Even hidden in the magma, he'd be a huge target with 0 concealment. He continuously sank downward, continuously drinking magma, yet his eyes shone with a terrifying intensity. On the outside, he probably couldn't withstand Mereoleona's next attack, but within this magma, he might just have a fighting chance. At this moment, he was coiled and ready to strike. Meanwhile, Mereoleona, standing at the volcano's mouth, had a look of suspicion in her eyes. This kid Karl was really a bit strange. The blow earlier made her realize Karl's combat prowess was quite outstanding. Although not equal to the several squad captains, he had quite a few peculiar aspects about him. It was rare to see a young man who had just entered the night squads possess such ability. Mereoleona was extremely excited, as if she had found an excellent toy. She cast a somewhat disdainful glance at Yami and the others in the distance. The earlier fight had slowed Yami's group down a bit, but now she retracted her gaze, firmly fixing it on the churning, scorching magma. She was waiting for Karl to emerge and trade another punch with her. It was rare to encounter a rookie who could exchange a few moves with her. It felt quite good. Mereoleona even thought to herself, how should she temper Karl to forge him into a weapon refined 100 times into steel? How to make her younger brother Fugolian, in the distance, realize that only strong will and solid training could achieve outstanding magic. However, as she waited and waited, Karl did not appear. Instead, she sensed the aura around Karl slowly dissipating, sinking down. Mereoleona immediately showed a trace of doubt. That's not right. When that kid clashed with her earlier, he didn't even have many injuries. How could he be completely crippled by her casual, powerful slam? Moreover, sensing this aura, it seemed he was about to be done for. Mereoleona couldn't believe it. Her intuition, honed from years of training magic power like a beast, told her there was definitely a trick here. But Karl's aura right now was almost completely undetectable, which added a touch of anxiety to her. If she had directly beaten Karl to death, then what was the point of tempering him? Yet she still felt something was off. Mereoleona, with a hint of caution, jumped into the magma. Her strength completely overwhelmed Karl, and with her countless years of experience training and battling in the forest, even when hunting a rabbit, a lion would use its full strength, so she absolutely would not underestimate Karl in the slightest. This eliminated any possibility of her failure. Mereoleona slowly sank into the magma, only to find the crimson-white surroundings completely devoid of any figure. She strained to sense the place where Karl's aura had vanished, continuously sinking downward in silence, only to find Karl seemed to have disappeared. Something strange. Could this family's secret realm have some peculiar feature? At this moment, a trace of conflict appeared in Mereoleona's eyes. No matter what, she had to investigate thoroughly. After all, if Karl was truly in danger, that was an unacceptable outcome for her. Thinking this, she shot downward like an arrow from a bow. The deeper she went, the tighter her frown became. Karl, come out. Could he have been completely devoured by this magma? How is that possible? Was that kid all show and no substance? The deeper she went, the more complex Mereoleona's emotions became. To think Karl really died from just one punch, she felt completely unsatisfied. However, as she looked around, aside from the crimson white, there was only more crimson white. Just as she was about to give up. Not far away in a corner, the magma suddenly churned. Mereoleona turned to observe. Yet at this very moment, Karl emerged like a surprise attack force, his giant-like body bursting out from a fissure in the magma in an instant. Mixed within the blazing white flames like a beast. Mereoleona's entire body stiffened instantly. Because Karl's figure at this time was nearly 4 or 5 meters tall, like a small giant. All the clothes on his body had long been burned away by the flames. After all, Karl needed to conceal his aura. Things like clothes naturally couldn't be preserved in the slightest. And Mereoleona caught a glimpse of Karl's exceedingly impressive assets. Even with her personality as the lioness of the Crimson Lotus, she couldn't help but feel a moment of hesitation and a blush. However, Karl's gaze had already sharpened. He simply swung his right arm. Immediately, the surrounding magma seemed to be drawn along, slashing out in an instant. Karl roared. The giant magic book before him transformed into a thin layer of light screen, and this screen draped over Karl's body completely like silken clothing. Then, as Karl launched his slash, dense dark magic instantly erupted. The sharp dark magic power actually directly condensed into a Takai identical to Yami's. As Karl swung his arm to unleash the slash, the attack shot straight out in an instant. Karl shouted lowly, "Dark magic, hand blade dark entangling nameless slash." An intense aura of dark magic slashing power surged forth. Only then did Mereoleona on the opposite side react. Well. This kid actually used his impressive physique as bait, employing a seduction technique to distract her. Then, relying on his own special method, he displayed dark magic similar to Yami's. And she, Mereoleona, had actually fallen for it. After all, the earlier sight was indeed quite impactful. Even now she was a bit dazed. Karl actually had this many tricks up his sleeve. The black blade edge condensed from dark magic was extremely terrifying. Even Mereoleona at this moment had to take it seriously. After all, she truly hadn't expected Karl to suddenly launch such an offensive. It completely exploited her psychological state. Even more frightening was that in this psychological battle, she had already completely lost to Karl. It was also at this moment that a system prompt tone suddenly rang in Karl's mind. Ding, congratulations host for eliciting Mereoleona's genuine exclamation of "so big, favorability plus 666. Karl immediately grinned. Good grief, just as expected. Even the simplest favorability from this woman could blow his stats sky high. If he were to gain a bond with her, wouldn't he be over the moon? Chapter 76, The 8 Gates Formation, do you want to learn it? The arrow was on the string, and it had to be fired. Even with all his confidence, Karl knew that a single dark magic, dark entanglement nameless slash, posed absolutely no threat to Mereoleona. At most, it could only make Big Sister slightly flustered. But at this moment, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. Magical power once again surged in his hand. The originally incandescent white magma suddenly stirred as if summoned. In an instant, it actually formed a gigantic golden tree, its roots completely entangling towards Mereoleona. Mereoleona's expression finally turned serious. World Tree. A fire attribute world tree magic. Karl's sneak attack indeed had some substance to it. He could even mimic the abilities of that masked weirdo. Standing within this colossal golden tree, Mereoleona, feeling the binding force, immediately frowned. Her eyes also took on a trace of seriousness and gravity. However, this lasted only for an instant. After accomplishing this, Karl became even more resolute. In a split second, he assumed the morning peacock form. Having consumed so much magma, his body had nearly reached its limit. Gluttony magic granted him this attribute, but he hadn't undergone any special cultivation for it. Reaching this stage relied entirely on his monstrously terrifying physical constitution and fire attribute immunity. If it were anyone else, they would have long been reduced to ashes here. As he threw a punch, terrifying flames, several times stronger than before, descended from the sky. Across from him, Mereoleona watched as the magma completely transformed into a golden peacock. The peacock bloomed, countless light fists arriving in an instant. At this moment, Mereoleona instantly cried out excitedly. "Ara ara. Well done, Karl. This is getting more and more interesting. Ha 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 ha." As her favorability towards Karl kept rising, her fists instantly turned gold-white, the terrifying heat seemingly capable of forcing back the surrounding magma. Her fists began to move without any warning. Each strike was stronger than the last. As she kept swinging, the force of her punches seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 jun, crushing forward like waves, each stronger than the one before. Karl felt the aura around him being suppressed. He couldn't let this continue. He had to unleash his full power completely. At this moment, Karl didn't dare hesitate even slightly. Being a beat slow could mean losing control of his body. He slapped his chest, and the homologous armor instantly blossomed. Within the gem on his chest, even larger than a fist, something seemed to slosh like liquid. A dense layer of silvery white armor rapidly covered his entire body, the chest plate fully forming. Karl's defensive capabilities increased severalfold. And on his right hand, the armguard belonging to Song of Ice and Fire also fully manifested. His right armguard and chest armor resonated and connected simultaneously. Both defense and attack power were elevated in sync. "Who?" Karl's armguard erupted with boundless radiance at this moment. Two ethereal voices murmured softly, as if singing. Song of Ice and Fire. At the instant he was about to release Song of Ice and Fire, he would directly unleash his strongest strike, Day Tiger. Now he had amplified his own power to its peak. He had also elevated his fist to its most terrifying level. If this strike couldn't produce Day Tiger, then next, he would have to endure a one-sided beatdown from Mereoleona. Karl absolutely refused to accept such a situation. His massive frame continuously shrank. The energy around him was frantically compressed. With a roar, Karl's hair instantly stood on end, floating. Amidst the green aura, it even showed a faint tendency to turn blue. This was the power of Day Tiger. This was the energy of the Azure Beast. Although he hadn't fully reached that realm yet, at this moment, Karl was infinitely close to performing 8 inner gates. Day Tiger. As Karl formed hand seals, the next instant, with another roar, the magma instantly transformed into a colossal tiger. Mereoleona on the other side was even startled. "Good grief, you're actually this strong." Mereoleona let out a fierce shout. She too stopped suppressing her power. A lion-like roar instantly echoed around her. The bandages and clothing preserved by her magical barrier instantly exploded, turning to dust. The phantom of a massive lion's head materialized. Mereoleona's scorching wrist struck with the force of 10,000 jun, colliding head-on with Karl's not yet fully formed giant tiger. The stripes on the tiger's body were as dazzling as the solar corona. The incandescent white magma around them was almost punched into a vacuum zone. And now, Karl also collided head-on with Mereoleona. Boom! An unparalleled brilliance erupted in the air. Magma splashed wildly at this moment. Inside the mountain, the magma was almost blasted open, creating a huge cavity with excess magma forcibly expelled. High above, endless incandescent white magma surged upwards. Yami and the others, having just climbed to the mountaintop, witnessed this terrifying scene. Thanks to Big Sister being drawn into the magma by Karl, Yami and his group finally climbed to the summit quickly. However, the moment they arrived, they saw a spectacular scene akin to a volcanic eruption. Different from the crimson flames and toxic smoke of an ordinary volcanic eruption, the magma here erupted directly without any time to cool down, startling the 3 squad captains, their faces changing color in unison. The 3 desperately erected defensive barriers to the side, only then barely letting out a sigh of relief. But the blazing red magma crashing towards them still gave them quite a scare. Fugolian, as the captain of the Crimson Lion Knights and a user of fire attribute magic, let out a roar, his body transforming into a vast sea of flames, forming a dense layer of protection around them. Yami and Charlotte also frantically channeled their magic nearby, resisting the impact. All 3 were drenched in sweat. Yami wiped the sweat from his forehead, the shock in his eyes impossible to conceal. No way has Big Sister gone mad. Is she trying to tear apart this entire volcano? The current situation is almost surpassing the scale of a volcanic eruption. No, it's even more terrifying than tearing apart a volcano. The other 2 felt the same. Fugolian revealed a bitter smile and apologized to them. Sorry, Big Sister's personality is indeed a bit eccentric. I apologize to you on her behalf. Yami hurriedly waved his hand. Then remember to treat me to drinks. I heard your Vermilion family has plenty of strong liquor. With alcohol, everything's negotiable. To be honest, your Big Sister here, if we're talking ferocious, she's truly ferocious. I used to think her strength was only a bit higher than ours, but now it seems she might really have the ability to kill me with one punch. Yami watched the flames raining down from the sky, not daring to stop his slashes for a moment. And beneath the magma, Karl and Mereoleona were staring at each other wide-eyed. Karl's expression was somewhat strange, while Mereoleona's expression was even stranger. In the magma, the 2 stared at each other. Both of them were completely naked, except for their hair. Mereoleona immediately burst into hearty laughter. Good lad, I never expected you to possess such outstanding skills. Karl spat out a mouthful of magma, looked at Mereoleona, and said helplessly, Big Sister, you're too terrifying. I've already used all my trump cards, yet you're completely unscathed. Mereoleona instantly darted in front of Karl. She startled Karl. He instinctively tried to dodge, but she grabbed his shoulder as easily as picking up a chick. Excellent, very impressive. I've never seen a powerhouse who, in such a short training period, could develop both body and magic to this level simultaneously. She reached out and pinched Karl's rock-hard abs, peering through them at the tangled green energy within his body. That energy moved with extreme order, almost as if operating autonomously. Mereoleona's gaze was blazing, as if she could see through the energy pathways within Karl's body. What is this technique called? This definitely isn't magic, but a physical cultivation method, right? I've turned the royal collection upside down and never found anything like this. Seeing her so perceptive, Karl nodded. It's called the 8 inner gates formation. Right now, I'm probably utilizing less than 1,000th of its true power. Karl wasn't exactly lying, as fully opening all 8 gates was already akin to stepping into the threshold of divinity. 1,000th was definitely not an exaggeration. Mereoleona's eyes lit up. Karl felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze, yet also thought he was being prudish. So he boldly let his eyes roam over her body as well. He felt his nose itching a bit. Sometimes staying in magma really builds up some internal heat. Big Sister, do you want to learn it? Chapter 77, The Bond Between Mereoleona. You want to learn it. Karl ultimately shattered Mereoleona's psychological defenses in an instant. You are willing to teach me. A flicker of astonishment passed over Mereoleona's face. After all, something like this, no one would specifically teach to others. For a specialist in body cultivation, body refining techniques are even rarer than magic awakening. They are truly scarce to an unparalleled degree. And Karl was actually willing to teach her something like this. At this moment, Mereoleona looked Karl up and down as if he were a rare treasure. It made Karl feel a bit of a scalp-tingling sensation. Imperial arms. And 2 of them. You actually possess such terrifying weapons. These 2 Imperial arms seem to share the same origin as you. Your luck is a bit too heaven-defying. Mereoleona clicked her tongue in amazement. The absurd things on you. I estimate only that imperial arm beneath the royal capital could compare to this set of equipment of yours. But that kind of thing is the ultimate weapon forged by ancient mages. With the current level of magic, it's simply impossible to reach that degree. Yet you, Karl, possess two all by yourself. Sometimes I really want to grab your weakness and interrogate you for secrets. His unique body technique, cultivation method. His unconventional magic system. And the dazzlingly complex structure of his magic attributes. Even Mereoleona beside him couldn't help but have an absurd thought. This guy is practically like the world's favorite illegitimate child. At this moment, Mereoleona's eyes held nothing but pure admiration. She looked at Karl and laughed. Are you really willing to teach me? Karl nodded without hesitation. Why wouldn't I? However, big sis, your scorching wrist and your domain ability are simply too strong. If you don't mind, how about teaching them to me too? Mereoleona immediately burst into hearty laughter. What's the harm in teaching you, as long as you can learn it? As soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly paused, her expression turning peculiar. Something's off. You even managed to learn Yami's nameless slash. Then you probably can learn the scorching wrist too. What a monster. Mereoleona patted her ample bosom. Her tone heroic. Don't worry, from now on, Big Sis will have your back. That pat directly caused an earth-shattering tremor. Karl's face changed on the spot, an inexplicable fire rushing straight to his head. Big Sis, at a critical juncture like this, could you not make such exaggerated movements? I really can't handle it. Mereoleona was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Karl. Her gaze drifted downward, revealing an extremely peculiar expression. You really are a bit exceptionally gifted, young man. Sister is very optimistic about you. How about you become Sister's boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Karl instantly froze completely. However, sensing Mereoleona's rapidly skyrocketing favorability, he couldn't help but hesitate. What? You look down on me. Where do I fall short compared to those women outside? What do I lack? And with my strength, if you don't agree, I'll twist your head off. Mereoleona's tone was extremely overbearing. Karl revealed a wry smile. Good grief, is this thing even allowed to be forced? At this moment, he couldn't help but size up the Mereoleona before him. It must be said, the tempering from constantly walking the line between life and death gave her intuition even sharper than a beast's, and a pressure comparable to the Magic Emperor. How could such a woman not inspire a desire to conquer? Moreover, her figure could be called a golden ratio, with perfect lines. If one could truly have such a beloved person, it doesn't seem impossible. In Karl's mind, the figures of Vanessa and others flashed by. In the end, he still looked at Mereoleona and spoke. Big Sis, could you give me some time to think about it? After all, Fugolian had Noel and the others call him uncle before. I feel a bit awkward about it. Mereoleona's eyebrows immediately shot up. You're talking nonsense. He has his relationships, I have mine. What does that have to do with me? I want you to be my little boyfriend. Just say whether you agree or not. If you don't agree. She clenched her fist, her tone ferocious beyond compare. I don't care how bitter the taste of love is, nor do I care if a forcibly plucked melon is sweet. I only know that even if it's not sweet, it quenches thirst. Karl was completely dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen such a formidable woman. But Mereoleona had already pounced on him. Karl resisted with all his might. Big Sis, calm down. In broad daylight, under the clear sky. However, Mereoleona was not the least bit afraid. Instead, she said righteously, What do I want to do? Don't you understand? Besides, what the hell kind of sun is there in this lava? And you have fire attribute immunity. I've finally figured it out, you're just a freak. But only a freak like you is worthy of me. Kid, let me test your true strength. Don't you have a move called Morning Peacock? And that fierce tiger from earlier looked pretty good too. First, show me your Morning Peacock. Then, follow up with Fierce Tiger climbs the mountain. By the way, don't use that transformation magic. I can't handle it. I want to properly test exactly how much substance you have. Let's see whether my methods are tougher, or your mouth is tougher. The lava began to churn violently. Every move and stance was powerful and heavy. Standing at the volcano's rim, Fugolian, Yami, and Charlotte stared intently at the churning lava, their eyes filled with admiration. Yami couldn't help but sigh. Karl really exceeded my expectations. Was he playing the fool and eating the tiger earlier? Otherwise, how could he spar with Big Sis for so long? Hey Charlotte, Karl is from your squad too. Say something. Fugolian nodded. It must be said, Noel and the others' judgment is indeed good. Karl has immense potential, worthy of the title of elite among elites. It's just that Mimosa Vermilion, that child, is still too immature in temperament. A good man like Karl must by all means be kept in the Vermilion family. Even if he is from the Silva family, it won't do. Fugolian wore an expression of exasperation, his gaze sweeping towards Noel and Mimosa in the distance, secretly comparing them. Only Charlotte beside him had eyes full of worry. Big Sis is really, her strength is already so great, how can she bully Karl? Karl has only been cultivating for a few days. What if she really hurts him? But as soon as this thought appeared, Charlotte herself snuffed it out. Charlotte gave a bitter smile, only able to silently pray in her heart for Karl's safety. At this moment, Charlotte's favorability was constantly spamming in Karl's mind. And looking at the Mereoleona before him, whose eyes seemed a bit hazy, he felt somewhat even more excited. How is it my skills aren't bad, right? Mereoleona approvingly punched Karl's chest. Indeed not bad. Worthy of being my boyfriend. Mereoleona laughed heartily. But Karl, clutching his chest, frowned. To be honest, Mereoleona was indeed intense, even far exceeding his imagination. It's just that their relationship had suddenly become somewhat inexplicable at this moment. What's worse, that punch of hers just now, although playful, nearly disrupted Karl's breathing. Karl couldn't help but grab Mereoleona's hand and said with a bitter smile, "Sis, although we are close now, your strength when hitting people is just too great. Sometimes I can't help but want to fight back." Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining Mereoleona's bond. Favorability doubled by 150 times. Chapter 78 Boss, I have something to announce. Karl didn't even have time to be happy. His mind was instantly flooded with messages. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing Mission 10, subduing the Lioness of the Crimson Lotus. Reward, Phoenix's Rebirth from Ashes 1, repeatable, 5,000 points of golden vitality. Facing this reward, Karl could only say it was truly wonderful. Congratulations, host, for gaining Mereoleona's favorability of 10,086. Karl couldn't help but take a deep breath. Good heavens, a 5-digit favorability. He was indeed ecstatic. However, at this moment, as he refocused his consciousness on the system panel, he was astonished to discover the progress of the 8 inner gates, 5th gate, Gate of Limit, was only about 4% before. But after this exhilarating battle, coupled with Mereoleona's astounding 150-fold feedback, he was now almost on the verge of completely opening the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates. At this moment, Karl looked at the panel. On the panel, Mission 10, subduing the Lioness of the Crimson Lotus was fully illuminated, and the Phoenix's Rebirth from Ashes emblem fluttered its wings, looking incredibly captivating. As for the full 5,000 points of golden vitality, there was no need to mention it. It could be said that Karl had now completely become a winner in life. He glanced at Mereoleona in front of him, then unleashed his homologous Imperial armor. The homologous Imperial armor split into two. Gem-like imprints appeared on both their chests, and the green light on Karl's body, with the activation of the homologous Imperial armor, began to transfer towards Mereoleona. Mereoleona was still thinking about whether it was time for some intimacy, but she didn't expect Karl to bring her such a pleasant surprise again. Feeling the operation state of the 8 inner gates within Karl's body, guiding her like a heartbeat, Mereoleona's eyes instantly lit up terrifyingly. So, the true operation of physical techniques was such a subtle method. Before, she was completely like a savage, wielding a big club to hit enemies. But with Karl, it had thoroughly evolved into an extremely precise instrument. The difference between the two was simply immense. The more Mereoleona looked, the more astonished and enlightened she became, and then, relying on her beast-like keen sense of smell, she quickly began to cultivate. As Mereoleona gained insights, Karl finally let out a breath. But at the same time, Mereoleona's fire attribute, domain, completely retracted. Crimson flame light shimmered continuously, and the air became incredibly dense, almost completely solidified. Karl even felt a little breathless. At this moment, he was astonished to discover that, when he had clashed with Mereoleona earlier, she had actually kept her domain fully expanded. Perhaps it was still suppressing those undergoing trials outside. This was a bit terrifying. That crimson flame aura, under the reflection of the homologous imperial armor, subtly sparked an understanding of the scorching domain deep within Karl's heart. The two looked at each other until the red and green lights completely dissipated. Mereoleona then let out a wild laugh. Then she grabbed Karl and was about to rush out. Karl quickly stopped her, pointing to their current state. Mereoleona, however, didn't care, and casually pointed to her iron ring, which looked as ordinary as could be. The next moment, a flash of light came from the ring, and 2 training suits appeared in her hand. It was unclear whether she bought these clothes too early, or for some other reason. In short, after Mereoleona put it on, it was very tight, with her prominent features nearly bursting out. Karl's heart pounded as he quickly put on his clothes too. "Big sister, why are you in such a hurry? What do you want to do?" Mereoleona snorted coldly. "That 8 inner gates formation you just instilled in me is truly amazing. I'm confident that once I fully master it, I'll be able to fight Julius. I've disliked that old man for a long time, but I was troubled by his sinister time magic. However, with your body cultivation technique, I believe my strength will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, the cultivation threshold for this thing is definitely not low either. At my current level, I can only barely train. I really don't know how you cultivated to this extent." Karl was momentarily speechless. He couldn't possibly reveal the system, could he? But seeing Mereoleona's decisive actions, Karl said no more. The two shot out directly from the lava. Yami and the others stared intently at Karl and Mereoleona as they emerged. However, among them, Charlotte's gaze instantly froze the next moment. She stared at their clothes again and again. If she remembered correctly, Karl wasn't wearing these clothes when he went in. And it was the same for Mereoleona beside him. Even more suspiciously, the training suits they were wearing now were identical, like couples' outfits. This made it hard for Charlotte not to overthink. Yami looked at Karl from the side, a smile of appreciation on his face. "Kid, you truly live up to being a member of my Black Bulls. Your performance just now brought great honor to us 2 captains. When you master my ultimate move, how about I introduce you to some beauties?" The flame aura continuously retracted. Mereoleona glanced at Yami with some displeasure. She snorted coldly. "The trial is probably like this. After this tempering, you all have made some progress, more or less." She changed the subject, her gaze falling on Fugolian. Fugolian, the Lion King of the Crimson Lotus, involuntarily trembled. Although subtle, it was exceptionally obvious to everyone present. "Big sister, what do you want to do now? Honestly, you've already taken care of me enough on this journey. If we fight again, even if there were 2 of me, I still couldn't beat you." Mereoleona snorted coldly. "You good for nothing. And you call yourself an elegant noble. Can't you have a little more ambition? What do you think about what I said before?" Seeing Mereoleona's fists already clenched, Fugolian finally put aside his pride. "Big sister, you are right. Adding more training indeed boosts everyone's morale, willpower, and magic power." In the distance, Yuno, Asta, Noel, and Mimosa were also limping their way towards the summit. Seeing everyone assembled, Mereoleona immediately broke into a wide smile. "Since everyone has reached the summit, I will first announce something." At this moment, Mimosa and Noel, who had struggled to climb up, were panting heavily. But when they saw Karl and Mereoleona wearing identical training suits, Their expressions were still as if they had seen a ghost. The few women present, except for Mereoleona, very keenly sensed that. There was definitely something going on between Karl and Mereoleona. Asta, meanwhile, waved his greatsword and loudly declared, "Big sister, how was it? I didn't disgrace you, did I? I barely managed to control a trace of black magic just now. It was awesome. Tell us, what big news do you have for us? Is there even harsher training to come? As long as you say it, Asta won't even bat an eyelid." Chapter 79, The Unbelievable Fagraine. Yuno, standing to the side, was immediately rendered speechless. However, his confidence had already been shattered. As the possessor of a four-leaf grimoire, the one who should, by all accounts, have the greatest talent present. He was not only exceptionally gifted, but also had the assistance of Sylph, the wind spirit. Yet, even under these circumstances, he had not only failed to surpass Karl, but he hadn't even managed to completely leave Asta, Noel, and Mimosa behind. Instead, he had been spurred on by them, stumbling and staggering his way along. Although his strength had increased somewhat now, Yuno's expression grew even more complicated. Was the distance between him and Karl really this vast? Could even the wind spirit not bridge the enormous chasm between them? And when he saw Karl and Mereoleona together, his expression became utterly inscrutable. These two were wearing identical outfits. Although Karl's clothing seemed normal at a glance, Yuno's sharp eyes instantly spotted something suspicious. Could it be that Karl and big sister Mereoleona, could they have gotten together? Yuno's pupils practically quaked. Thinking this, he shot a horrified glance at Karl and big sister, then shook his head frantically in his mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. What kind of person was big sister? How could she possibly be with Karl? There was a whole generation gap. However, his expression completely betrayed his inner thoughts. If someone said there was nothing going on between those two, he wouldn't believe it even if beaten to death. The terrifying volcanic eruption earlier had completely proven the fierce battle between them. But deep down, a voice kept telling him, that guy Karl's charm seemed abnormal. Every one of these women seemed to develop an inexplicable fondness for Karl. Yuno stared intently at the two, as if trying to glean some clue from them. Meanwhile, Fugolian, his red lion-like hair swaying, adopted a gentle expression. Mimosa, Noel, you both have truly done well. He observed the magical fluctuations around them, their skin barriers, their increasingly stable and dense auras, even their manas slowly growing. Fugolian immediately assumed the authority of the head and elder of the Vermilion family. Noel, Mimosa, you two have performed admirably, as expected of those who carry the blood of the Vermilion family. Now you have not disgraced the family name. After speaking, he finally turned his gaze to Mimosa. Seeing her still looking so frail and delicate, Fugolian felt a pang of frustration. Looking at Noel again, her eyes growing sharper, her strength more resolute. But this Mimosa, although her strength was steadily increasing, remained in this weak state. How could she secure Karl, this bug, for the Vermilion family? Karl's potential had long since caught Fugolian's eye. He had even begun to feel some regret during the mountain climb. Perhaps if he had been bolder back then, if he had let the Crimson Lion King Squad take Karl in, the Crimson Lion King Squad might have already ascended to a whole new level. Fugolian glanced at Karl, still pondering how to play matchmaker for Mimosa. After all, Mimosa's feelings for Karl were obvious even to a blind man. But he couldn't say it outright, so he had to approach it differently. Karl, that Mimosa received your guidance is a kind of fate between us. Young man, have you considered taking things a step further with the Vermilion family? Hearing Fugolian's words, Mimosa's face flushed crimson instantly. She looked at Fugolian beside her, her eyes first filled with disbelief, then quickly replaced by overwhelming joy. This family head, Fugolian, really got things done when needed. She had already expressed her feelings to Karl before. And now, with Fugolian himself bringing it up, it was almost equivalent to receiving the support of the entire Vermilion family. This feeling was incredibly profound for Mimosa. With someone standing behind her in support, a brilliant light shone in Mimosa's eyes. Meanwhile, Noel puffed out her cheeks like a steamed bun. Hold on, Uncle Fugolian, isn't that a bit too biased? Karl is everyone's Karl. Who he chooses is his own business. How can you just play matchmaker like that? Noel showed no fear of Fugolian. After all, her brother, Nozel Silva, was the captain of the Silver Eagle squad. The two were like mentor and friend, even lifelong rivals. In terms of seniority, she was indeed below Fugolian. But in terms of their usual relationship, Nozel and Fugolian interacted as peers. So naturally, she wasn't that far off either. For her own happiness, Noel rarely stood up firmly to the Crimson Lion King squad captain. Seeing Noel react so fiercely, Fugolian's expression momentarily faltered. But he couldn't say much more. He just sighed inwardly. For the sake of the Vermilion family, couldn't this child Mimosa be a bit more proactive? He had gone this far, and now he was the one left hanging out to dry. Fugolian glanced at Karl with some regret. Could it be that Karl would ultimately not enter the Vermilion family's doors? Just then, Mereoleona, standing nearby, suddenly burst into hearty laughter, her gaze turning to Fugolian. Speaking of such matters, there are actually two things I need to tell you all. She held up a finger. The first. During my battle with Karl just now, I gained some insights. I declare that I will be going into seclusion here in this volcanic region for 1 month. Her gaze fell on Fugolian, and Fugolian's eyes were now completely filled with wild joy. He knew his elder sister Mereoleona's strength all too well. She was already at the half-step magic emperor level. Once Mereoleona broke through, the Vermilion family's resurgence would be practically guaranteed. Even if she herself had no interest in power, just having such a presence overseeing things. The Vermilion family, as a royal family, could prosper for at least another few centuries. Thinking this, Fugolian became extremely excited. He then spoke in an extremely solemn tone. Big sister, I understand. I will seal off this space. No one may open it casually. I will keep the key on my person at all times. There will be no mistakes. As he spoke, he patted the necklace holding a magic stone on his chest, his expression grave. And Mereoleona continued. As for the second thing, she reached out and clapped a hand on Karl's shoulder. I have an announcement regarding Karl. Noel, Mimosa, and the others' expressions changed drastically in an instant. Although they didn't know what she was going to say, a woman's intuition told them. Mereoleona was probably about to drop a bombshell. Fugolian, however, looked utterly bewildered. Karl is indeed outstanding, but sister, what do you need to tell him? Your matter is the most important. Breaking through is urgent. If you need it, I can take over his training. After all, he's of the same generation as Noel and the others. Teaching 1 is teaching, teaching 3 is also teaching. Chapter 80, The Sky Has Fallen, My Eldest Sister is in Love. Fugolian's eyes blazed with fervor, his face at this moment wholly consumed by the obsession to restore the Vermilion family to greatness. Big sister, you truly are big sister. So what if he gets beaten up a little on the regular? Which powerhouse doesn't have a few eccentricities? Which powerhouse isn't incredibly willful? Although Big Sister normally doesn't concern herself with family or night squad matters, as long as a powerhouse like her is present, holding down the fort, what does it matter if Fugolian suffers a little, works a little harder? At this moment, he took everything upon himself, shouldering all responsibilities. Even when looking at Karl, his eyes were filled with eagerness. If, during the teaching process, he could make Karl genuinely grow fond of the Vermilion family, then he would truly hit the jackpot, 100%. As for losing a bit of face, the dignity of an old noble family, how could that be called losing face? It's clearly an exchange of interests. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on Fugolian's lips as he looked up intently at Mereoleona. He figured Big Sister would surely praise him. After all, before this, he had been chasing after Big Sister every day, urging her to take on this burden. And now, having seen the light, he had proactively shouldered everything. Big Sister would definitely be overjoyed. However, just as he looked on with hopeful anticipation, Mereoleona flashed and instantly appeared right in front of him. Fugolian's expression jolted. Big Sister had never been the gentle type. For her to personally walk up to him, now because of what he said, this was proof enough of Big Sister's being moved. Big Sister, there's no need for this. This is all what I should do. Fuegoleon spoke with sincere emotion. Who would have thought Mereoleona, who had already raised her arm, slapped her palm directly onto Fuegoleon's shoulder. Caught completely off guard, Fuegoleon staggered from the blow, nearly falling over. What nonsense are you spouting here? What wild ideas are you having? Does what I'm talking about have even the slightest connection to what you're thinking? I'm here to tell you all something major. I, Mereoleona, am in a relationship. Fuegoleon froze instantly. His neck creaked as if wounded by a spring, turning stiffly. Finally, he looked at Mereoleona with utter shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Big Sister, you're in a relationship. This isn't a joke, is it? Fuegoleon's expression completely betrayed his inner thoughts. Mereoleona was practically a godlike existence. From childhood to adulthood, she had never taken a liking to anyone. Any man who had ever expressed goodwill towards her had almost invariably been educated by her iron fists. There were even several renowned magic knights, whose legs would turn to jelly just hearing Mereoleona's name. But now Big Sister was personally telling him she was in love. How could Fuegoleon possibly accept this? His mind wrestled and pondered repeatedly until, in the end, he managed to squeeze out a faint smile. Big Sister, congratulations. I never thought you'd have this day. Hearing this, Mereoleona immediately frowned. You brat, what are you saying? What? You think I can't be in a relationship? Intimidated by her aura, Fuegoleon took a stumbling step back and quickly said in a low voice, But Big Sister, didn't you say you'd only consider a man who could defeat you? In the entire kingdom, besides Magic Emperor Julius, probably no one can beat you, right? As he said this, his eyes suddenly widened, nearly popping out of their sockets. Big Sister, you're not going to tell me you and Julius. Before he could finish, Mereoleona shot him a fierce glare. A slap nearly embedded Fuegoleon into the ground. What nonsense are you talking? Am I that kind of person? Even if I were to fancy someone, your Big Sister would only fancy a handsome existence. As she spoke, she turned and glanced at Karl beside her. Meanwhile, Mimosa and Noel had completely grasped the situation. As for Charlotte, her expression was extremely complicated. Even at this moment, the few of them were still quite unwilling to accept this fact. No matter how you thought about it, this whole thing seemed too fantastical. But Fuegoleon, still unwilling to give up, pressed on. Big Sister, just who is it you fancy? Let's get this straight. If his background is ordinary, then he must possess extremely formidable strength. Otherwise, how could he possibly become my brother-in-law? To be honest, the news Mereoleona had announced today had completely shattered his worldview. It even made him feel a chill run through his body. Just what kind of person could possibly tame an existence like Big Sister? It couldn't be some pretty boy, could it? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. But he didn't dare question a decision Big Sister had made. Fuegoleon gulped and turned to look at Karl and Mimosa. After a long silence, he finally managed to force out some words. Big Sister, someone outstanding like Karl, is worthy of becoming a member of our Vermilion family. As for others, if they can't even measure up to Karl, then what right do they have to be the one you fancy? Big Sister, no matter who you choose, please think it over carefully. Fuegoleon's thoughts raced, practically running through every possibility. But the more he thought, the more tangled he became. Hearing Fuegoleon's words, Mereoleona immediately broke into a smile. She looked at Fuegoleon with an appreciative expression, raising her arm as if to give him another pat. Fuegoleon instantly slid back a step. No, Big Sister, let's talk this out properly. Please, no hitting. But when he saw the approving look in Mereoleona's eyes, he was stunned. Could it be Big Sister agreed with him? This time, Mereoleona only lightly patted his shoulder, not hitting him like before. Fuegoleon finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as Big Sister hadn't lost her senses and was willing to listen to him, there was still room for maneuver. At this moment, Fugolian felt as if a cat were scratching at his heart. He looked at Mereoleona and cautiously asked, "Big sister, just who is the person you fancy? Someone who can catch your eye must surely be outstanding among men." Mereoleona nodded and said with a smile, "I like it when you're this sweet-talking. Compared to your previous rigid self, this is more like my good little brother. As for that person..." She suddenly laughed heartily and yanked Karl over from beside her. Fugolian grew anxious. "Big sister, stop keeping us in suspense. I'll seriously try to bring Karl and Mimosa together. Your matter is the most important thing for our Vermilion family. How about you just bring the person out and let us meet him?" Fugolian had used the most tactful way he could to express his urgency. However, Mereoleona simply threw an arm around Karl's neck. Her eyes held a trace of shyness. Chapter 81, Charlotte's Complex Emotions. My boyfriend is naturally Karl. Her boyfriend is Karl. It's Karl tilde tilde. The surrounding area was like a stone cast into a still pond, creating 1,000 ripples. Mereoleona turned her gaze toward Karl. Though she looked quite fierce at the moment, it complemented her wild physique. Karl still couldn't help but gulp. After all, just a moment ago, he had truly learned what this big sister was capable of. Not only in terms of combat power, but in other aspects as well, she could reach the pinnacle. Seeing Karl and Mereoleona standing together, Fugolian, standing to the side, suddenly froze. He asked tentatively, somewhat incredulously, "Big sister, are you trying to say that person is with Karl? And they look a bit similar, right?" Mereoleona said irritably, "Karl is standing right here. What nonsense are you talking? This is your brother-in-law." Fugolian's expression instantly stiffened, looking even worse than if he had swallowed filth. His face was filled with unparalleled disbelief. He then turned to glance at Mimosa, who also had a complex expression, before looking back at Karl. His throat bobbed several times, but he couldn't find the words. "Big sister, you must be joking, right? Karl, he..." Fugolian struggled to organize his words for a long time. Karl, although he is exceptionally talented and his strength is remarkable, he might even become the brightest star in the Clover Kingdom in the future. But Fugolian was silent for a long time before finally speaking. "But isn't Karl of the same generation as Noel and the others? How can this be allowed?" Mereoleona snorted coldly. "Why wouldn't it be allowed? Karl became my boyfriend fair and square. What's not allowed? You're related to Noel, but are you related to Karl?" Fugolian was instantly left speechless. But a moment later, he still stubbornly said, "But Karl is still a bit too young." He glanced at Karl. Then he glanced at Mereoleona. Mereoleona's eyes widened, revealing a hint of murderous intent as she asked Fugolian, "Are you suggesting I'm an old cow eating tender grass?" Fugolian felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Seeing the murderous aura on Mereoleona's face, he immediately became as quiet as a cicada in winter. "No, big sister, that's not what I meant, it's just..." Before he could finish, Mereoleona burst into laughter and said to everyone, "I am Karl's boyfriend. We only just made it official, and the reason we're together is simply because Karl is strong enough. Fighting alongside him gave me a long-awaited sense of joy. It was truly exhilarating. You all better take good care of my little boyfriend from now on." After speaking, she waved her hand at the group. "Everyone out. I'll have a few words with Karl, and then I'm going into secluded cultivation." Fugolian stood to the side, his expression looking quite complex. But Mereoleona added, "Hey you, leave the magic stone necklace behind. I think it's better to give the key to this barrier to Karl." Hearing this, Karl finally broke into a smile. Good grief, this soft rice came out of nowhere. If he got that magic stone necklace, he'd be mostly certain about his third exclusive skill option. What kind of ability was it? Peacock in the morning, tiger at noon. After the evening elephant, the night guy dances. Evening elephant. This ability could almost be considered the threshold to becoming a top-tier powerhouse. How could this not make Karl look excited? However, he heard that the magic stone necklace was the key to this space. If he absorbed it, would Mereoleona be unable to get out? Karl hesitated. Should he ask Mereoleona to find another place for her secluded cultivation? While he was still thinking, Fugolian frowned. Big sister, no matter what, I can't give this magic stone necklace for now. Unless you two actually tie the knot, I will absolutely not hand it over. This cultivation space is the Vermilion family's trump card. It absolutely cannot be handed over so casually. Seeing her brother finally act tough for once, Mereoleona felt a bit of admiration. Well done, that's more like a man of my Vermilion family. Fine, if you won't give it, then don't. Mereoleona turned to look at Karl. Listen to me, we don't care about this magic stone. I'll go out and snatch some other magic stones specifically for you later. Every single one will be bigger than this. If I remember correctly, the Silva family seems to be hiding a decent magic stone. I'll go demand it from them when the time comes. If they don't give it up, I'll tear their gardens apart. Hearing Mereoleona's domineering words, Karl immediately smiled. All right, as long as you're happy. The worry on Fugolian's face was almost overflowing. He turned to look at Mereoleona, but seeing that she didn't even acknowledge him, he could only use the magic stone to open the space again and fly out as if he were escaping. The others looked at one another. Only Asta was still shouting. Holy crap, Karl is awesome. You're seriously incredible. A powerhouse like Big Sister, and you actually got her to be your girlfriend? You're practically my god. You have to teach me a few more moves when you have time. By the way, Karl, now that you and Big Sister are boyfriend and girlfriend, you won't try to take Sister Lily from me anymore, right? Yuno was completely speechless. He firmly grabbed the jumping Asta and used wind magic to toss him out of the space. Mimosa and Noel kept glancing at each other. But under Mereoleona's gaze, they both shrank back like quails and reluctantly withdrew. Only Charlotte looked at Mereoleona with an expression that was terrifyingly complex. She seemed to want to say something to Karl, making him feel slightly awkward. But in the next moment, Mereoleona stared at Charlotte with burning eyes and said, You're one of the few women I actually respect. What? Are you going to tell me you like Karl too? Charlotte fell silent. Mereoleona's gaze never left her. After a long while, Charlotte seemed to summon all her courage. She stood up straight, looked at Mereoleona and said, Even if you two are dating now, Karl is still not your private property. I like Karl. What are you going to do about it? Charlotte's defiant remark immediately made Mereoleona burst into laughter. She patted Karl's shoulder with a playful look. I didn't realize you were so popular. It's incredibly difficult to get a woman like Charlotte to speak her mind. She then turned her gaze back to Charlotte. Since you've made up your mind, then welcome aboard. Charlotte's brain almost completely short-circuited. What did you say? Mereoleona rolled her eyes and said nonchalantly, In short, unless you can beat me, Karl will remain my boyfriend. As for the rest, that's up to Karl. All right, your matter is settled as far as I'm concerned. If you think you can take me on, I'm ready whenever you are. Mereoleona then grabbed Karl and walked off to the side. Charlotte's expression was complex, with a hint of bashful anger on her face. She stole a distant glance at Karl, feeling that she had been excessively bold today, actually blurting out such a thing. If the sisters of the Rose Knights found out about this, how could she face them as their captain? With a whirlwind of emotions, Charlotte walked out of this volcanic sea of fire. Meanwhile, the system's notification sounded in Karl's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. Charlotte Roseley's bond value has increased. Current multiplier, 50x. Chapter 82, The 8 Gates Formation. The 5th gate opens. Listening to the notifications in his mind, Karl couldn't help but admire Charlotte's kindness. Mereoleona had just sent another flurry of favorability notifications, finally maxing out the favorability for the 8 inner gate's 5th gate, the Gate of Pain. The favorability required for this 5th gate was almost entirely provided by Mereoleona alone. Karl couldn't help but marvel at how wonderful it was to have a top-tier powerhouse as a girlfriend. At this moment, he felt incredibly lucky. Seeing Karl staring at her abs in a daze, Mereoleona's face unexpectedly heated up slightly. She then gave Karl an unnatural glare. Yet she saw that Karl's gaze didn't shift in the slightest. He even seemed somewhat excited. Mereoleona snorted coldly and said, almost coquettishly, "What are you looking at? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Also, don't keep staring at me. I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from punching you in the chest. Besides, I've already forced it all out with magic just now, so you don't need to worry." As Mereoleona said this, her face turned a deep crimson. Karl suddenly snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing these bold words. When he heard what Mereoleona said, he burst into laughter, doubling over. He hadn't expected Mereoleona to be so fierce. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. However, Mereoleona said, "Avert your eyes. I, Mereoleona, only admire the strong. If you can't go toe-to-toe with me next time, then don't even think about earning my favor again, understand? Don't go out and embarrass me." Mereoleona's words made Karl laugh heartily. Karl no longer hesitated, and directly issued the command in his mind. 8 inner gates, 5th gate open. As the favorability points were frantically assigned, a thick green steam suddenly erupted from Karl's body. Seeing this, Mereoleona was momentarily stunned, then said with a stern face, "What, you want to take me by force? Let me tell you, I won't yield that easily." Although Mereoleona spoke toughly, her eyes betrayed her true feelings. However, Karl didn't respond. Instead, his aura grew stronger and stronger. The green steam continued to expand, eventually turning completely light blue amidst the surging power. Blue steam suddenly appeared. The surge of power around Karl was more than twice as strong as before. Surprise flashed in Mereoleona's eyes. Good heavens, the current Karl was actually emitting an aura that posed a slight threat to her. Mereoleona immediately became excited. "Ho, brat, how did you realize this? Your cultivation speed is actually this fast." Karl came to his senses, looked at Mereoleona and smiled. "It's all thanks to you." Hearing Karl's praise, Mereoleona showed a rare trace of shyness. "You rogue, are you looking for a fight?" The two clashed, blow for blow, causing the ground to shake and the mountains to tremble. Inside Karl's mind, the system panel fully manifested. Panel open. Host Karl Luck. Luck level, SSS, top tier child of fortune. Charm level, SS, Yanzu plus Yuyan. Vitality level, A+. Magic level, S, Tegu bonus. Magic attributes. Purple all attributes max, gold dark magic, world tree magic, gluttony magic. 8 inner gates progress. 6th gate, gate of view completion, 0.33%. Current skills. Purple common dragon fist, dragon claw, divine dragon tail sweep. Gold legendary morning peacock, day tiger, dark entanglement nameless slash, scorching wrist. Lion's roar. Bonded friends. Charlotte 50x, Vanessa 15x, Noel 10x, Saul Marin 22x, Mimosa 30x, Mereoleona 150x. Becoming a bonded friend multiplies favorability gains. Special, 15,000 points of golden vitality, fire attribute damage immunity, Phoenix badge 1. Equipment, Song of Ice and Fire gauntlets, homologous treasure body, chest armor, angel wings, wind release. Active long-term tasks. Task 1, 100 Victory Magic Emperor. Use my strengths to attack your weaknesses. Defeat opponents with special magic talents in any field to obtain gold legendary magic attributes. Repeated victories can improve quality. Task 2, Redemption of Good and Evil. Purify the souls of elves or demons to obtain Tegu armor. Peerless pieces, 2/7. Binding a single piece of Tegu armor can specifically boost abilities by 200%, with no upper limit on stacking. Task 3, Master of Nero. Absorb energy from magic stone fragments to obtain special skills, purple, or 8 inner gates exclusive skills, gold. Complete the absorption of magic from all attribute magic stones to become the Master of Nero. Task 4, Time-Space Summoning of the Magic Emperor. Consume 8 inner gates vitality to summon the 11th generation Magic Emperor, Principa, from a time-space node to fight. Condition for second summoning, 80,000 points of golden vitality. Task 7, Noel's 3-stage Valkyrie form. Defense, attack, ultimate transformation. Help Noel complete her transformation to receive the reward, Loyal Water Spirit. Progress 1-3. Task 11, Scorn for Cursed Fate. Help Charlotte completely eliminate her curse to receive the rewards. Plant Creation Magic. 1,000-armed Wisdom King, 10,000 golden vitality points. Rumble. The moment the gate to the Vermilion family's volcano secret realm opened. In the royal capital, the red thread cat on the back of Vanessa's hand, who was drinking in a tavern, suddenly leaped out nimbly. Vanessa's originally bored expression suddenly became somewhat solemn. Immediately after, the red thread cat seemed to be stimulated by something, as the interwoven red threads continuously flashed with mysterious light. Then, a puff of light blue steam erupted from the red thread cat's mouth. An incredibly vigorous life force instantly enveloped Vanessa. Vanessa felt her entire body become exceptionally comfortable, and even her magic power increased slightly in an instant. Feeling the fleeting connection from the red thread cat, she felt a surge of joy in her heart. It was actually Karl. She didn't know what Karl had done to cause her own strength to improve as well. Various fragments of images constantly flashed around the red thread cat. The light and shadows were engulfed in a sea of fire, filled with terrified figures and agonizing screams. Vanessa broke into a cold sweat, her expression becoming complex. As the wielder of fate magic, the red thread cat's warning ability was naturally outstanding. This had been demonstrated before with her and Karl, and now the red thread cat was giving an early warning once again. Vanessa was extremely nervous. However, when she walked onto the street, the surrounding laughter and joy gave her a strange sense of displacement. And right at that moment, rumble! An explosion suddenly occurred in the distance, with a massive firework shooting straight into the sky. Within the royal capital, explosions blossomed everywhere in an instant, and countless painful wails rang out. Vanessa's eyes widened. High in the sky, a vertical eye emerged, containing terrifying magic power. Chapter 83, Fire in the Capital. This sudden change caused Vanessa's drunkenness to instantly dissipate by more than half. The evil eye high in the sky seemed to contain a certain magical power that made one's whole body go cold. The red thread of fate was jumping wildly. At this moment, Vanessa felt as if the entire royal capital was being obscured by an extremely thick dark cloud, as if a storm was imminent. Vanessa threw out her magic broom. She wanted to break through the obstacles at high speed to reach the center of the royal capital. After all, a large number of Magic Knight squad members were stationed there, which would be much stronger than her fighting alone. As for the Black Bull's Magic Knight squad, as long as everyone hadn't completely passed out, with such a large commotion, they would naturally be able to sense the turmoil in the royal capital. With Finral there, everyone would surely arrive at the fastest possible speed. However, things did not go as planned. Jayahaha. With a strange laugh, a fellow emitting a mysterious corpse aura and wearing clothes like a tattered burlap sack blocked Vanessa's path. Looking closely, one could see that his limbs were all sewn together with thick hemp twine. His appearance brought with it an extremely intense sense of eeriness. Vanessa immediately took a sharp breath. As a witch, her magic perception was naturally outstanding. The feeling this guy across from her gave off was entirely that of being between the living and the dead. Sensing the extremely disgusting aura on him, the witch Vanessa blurted out, "A branch of wraith magic. Soul corpse magic." The weirdo opposite her suddenly looked at the exceptionally beautiful Vanessa with surprise. Then he let out a spine-chilling cackle and gave a thumbs up. "Not bad, your insight is unexpectedly excellent. That's something I didn't anticipate. Soul corpse magic, I didn't expect anyone to actually recognize it." And when his gaze fell upon Vanessa's cloak, his eyes instantly became even more playful. "Oh, a member of the Black Bull's Magic Knight squad. I didn't expect that among those scoundrels there would be a great beauty like you." Hearing that the other party seemed so knowledgeable about the 9 Magic Knight squads, the vigilance in Vanessa's heart grew even stronger. "Who exactly are you? Why are you causing chaos in the royal capital? Aren't you afraid the 9 Magic Knight squad captains will turn you to ash and bring disaster upon your kin?" Hearing Vanessa's words, Radis, who manipulated soul corpse magic, suddenly doubled over with laughter. You are just at the bottom-tier trash level of the 9 Magic Knight squads, not even as good as that trash Jack the Ripper from the Green Mantis Magic Knight squad. What right do you have to speak so boldly here? Regardless, tonight belongs to the carnival of the Clover Kingdom's royal capital. Since you are fortunate enough to run into me, then become a member of my undead army. As he spoke, he stuck out his long tongue and licked his cheek, looking as twisted as could be. Ink-colored magic was vibrating along with his grimoire. A giant zombie draped in chains emerged. The heavy sense of oppression made even Vanessa unable to help but feel alarmed. Haha, come and experience my soul corpse magic. Then embrace it. Among my collection, I don't have a great beauty like you yet. As his voice fell, the giant zombie, dripping with pus, pounced down. The terrifying fluctuations upon it made Vanessa frown involuntarily, and the resulting pressure also made her body sway. Radis on the opposite side laughed maniacally. It's useless. Looking at you, you probably don't have any offensive skills, right? But this skin of yours is indeed pleasing to the eye. It's truly touching. Radis continued to show a look of covetousness from the side. But as the giant stitched monster's fist descended, the red threads around Vanessa's body suddenly became like the sharpest blades in the world. They floated up with a rustling sound. In just an instant, they sliced the giant monster, which was stitched together from corpses, into pieces. Rad's voice in the distance stopped abruptly, and a hint of disbelief showed in his eyes. How is that possible? You be **H, you actually have some skill. Radis let out an angry shout, and 6 or 7 figures instantly appeared around him. These figures were each even more bizarre, and every one of them was radiating magic power. The magic they used was also extremely strange. At this moment, Vanessa's expression finally changed drastically. Dealing with one corpse monster was already her limit. Facing so many monsters, she absolutely would not be able to cope. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The red threads intertwined, constantly vibrating at a peculiar frequency. An invisible barrier suddenly formed around Vanessa, barely managing to repel the attacks of those figures. Rad's expression suddenly became even more excited. I didn't expect you to be hiding your true strength. I, Radis, will take this unique ability for myself. As his voice fell, the space in the distance suddenly tore open, and a lightning blade instantly slashed out, cutting a nearby zombie in half. A voice of extreme excitement immediately brought a hint of pressure to Radis. He could clearly hear from it that this was the excited sound of a battle maniac for the sake of combat. But his expression became increasingly frenzied. Have you shown yourselves? Hit one and a whole group comes. It really is your usual tradition. But so what if you're protective of your own? When it comes to numbers, I've never been afraid of anyone. Radis went completely mad, and monsters began to pour out as if covering the sky and earth. Vanessa froze for a moment, then revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Luck, how did you get here? The members of the Black Bull's Magic Knight squad, who appeared from the spatial gate, almost all had their eyes wide open. What kind of joke was this? The number of zombies this guy had summoned was a bit too terrifying. Rumble. Radis retreated while releasing various magical creatures and weirdos he had collected. The magic aura blooming from them was each more powerful than the last. The lightning blade in Luck's hand dissipated, and then he shouted to the people behind him. What are you all still looking at? If this continues, the royal capital will be completely destroyed. As members of the Black Bulls, since the captain isn't here, we must take up the corresponding responsibility. Now kill them all. The blue lightning blooming from Luck suddenly surged, forming into shoulder pauldrons and claws. He licked his lips and looked at Radis opposite him. I hope you can let me fight to my heart's content. Hee. Then he turned into a streak of light and charged out. However, the magical creatures Radis threw out became more and more numerous. Even powerful magical creatures that completely mismatched his rank were being thrown out. Radis looked at the chaos he had caused with satisfaction, as if he were admiring his own masterpiece. Vanessa's brow was tightly furrowed. She could almost foresee that tonight's events in the royal capital would likely not be settled so easily. I wonder how Karl is doing. If Karl were here. Behind the Vermilion family estate, outside the volcanic space. Fugolian didn't even have time to sigh over the decision made by his elder sister, Mereoleona, before he felt the chaotic mess within the royal capital. The alarm sounded, and the entire Crimson Lion Knights were mobilized. The three captains didn't even have time to greet each other before turning into 3 streaks of light, racing toward the royal capital in the distance where flames were soaring into the sky. Fugolian's words still rang in their ears. Noel and Mimosa's expressions became solemn. Karl, who came out afterward, naturally felt this aura as well. Asta and the others looked at each other, then all turned their gaze toward Karl. Chapter 84, Saving the Brother-in-Law's Dignity. Karl, having just boosted his combat power, looked back at the secret realm that had already vanished. He could no longer feel the presence of big sister Mereoleona. However, even without Mereoleona, facing such a situation, he naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Everything was built upon the foundation of the Clover Kingdom's survival. But since the enemy dared to attack the royal capital, they definitely had some skill. He absolutely couldn't let his guard down. At this moment, Karl had completely become the backbone of the group. Anxiety was visible in Asta's eyes as he roared. "Karl, say something. The 3 captains have already rushed over. What are we still waiting here for?" Karl nodded, then spoke to Yuno beside him. "We'll head to the royal capital at maximum speed." Yuno nodded with a somewhat complex expression. Even though he had realized in the secret realm that he was far inferior to Karl. Right now, as a member of the Golden Dawn, his teammates were fighting in the royal capital. How could he wait for even a second? "Sylph." Yuno took the initiative to call out, and Sylph instantly flew out, circling Yuno twice. Immense wind force howled around them. Mimosa's expression also looked quite anxious now. However, Karl directly summoned his grimoire. Under the infusion of his mana, the grimoire suddenly burst with intense wind attribute light. Even more exaggeratedly, the angel wings behind him abruptly unfurled, and a wild wind roared. Karl picked up Noel with one hand. Under Noel's astonished gaze, he placed Mimosa directly on his shoulder. Asta was shouting and making a fuss on the side. His 2 magic swords were of no help to him at all right now. Karl grabbed Asta directly by the waistband of his pants. Just like that, Karl alone picked up all 3 of them. Then, the wings on his back vibrated wildly, and the wind attribute aura erupting from Karl's grimoire extended frantically into the distance like a straight track. Boom! With a flap of his wings, a violent sonic boom suddenly erupted behind Karl, a manifestation of speed pushed to the extreme. Sylph, flapping her tiny wings, instantly covered her ears. She frowned and looked at Yuno, who was still almost in a daze, stamping her feet in frustration. "What are you still waiting for? Any slower, and you won't even be able to see Karl's tail lights." Yuno's expression became even more complex. As a wind attribute 4-leaf magic knight, if he was completely outstripped in speed by Karl, how could he have the face to continue possessing wind attribute power? However, even with Sylph's help, despite his best efforts, he was still being left further and further behind by Karl. Yuno's eyes suddenly turned a bit red. He looked at Sylph and said through gritted teeth, "Help me increase the output. I must catch up to him." This time, Sylph rarely didn't talk back. A more violent gale suddenly appeared, and Yuno's figure became like a streak of light, frantically chasing after him. As the distance gradually closed, Yuno's expression finally softened a bit. However, just as he was about to get close to Karl, he saw Karl's feet stomp heavily on the ground like cannonballs. Boom! A terrifying vibration came through, and a giant crater was instantly stomped into the ground. And the pale blue air waves spewing from Karl's body gave Yuno an instinctive sense of pressure, as if facing a wild beast. The next moment, amidst the shouting of Asta and the other 2, Karl once again dashed off like an arrow from a bow. Coupled with the pair of wings on his back, his speed almost reached the level of teleportation. Whoosh! A distance of hundreds of meters opened up between them in an instant, and it was still expanding. Yuno's expression completely froze. He frantically channeled his wind attribute mana, pushing forward as if it cost nothing. The two turned into two streaks of light, constantly moving forward. And when Karl, Yuno, and the others rushed into the royal capital, everyone's expressions instantly became incredibly complex. There were seas of fire everywhere, battles everywhere, and countless people were letting out shrill screams. Seeing this scene, Yuno's face turned cold, and he turned to join the fight against those strange people. Karl, on the other hand, looked up at the eye of the midnight sun symbol in the sky, showing a hint of surprise. At the same time, the system notification sounded frantically in his mind. Ding, Destiny chapter opened. Congratulations to the host for triggering the Eye of the Midnight Sun event. Congratulations to the host for activating Quest 12. Save the brother-in-law's dignity, retrieve the magic stone. Reward, 10,000 golden vitality, primal blood. Primal blood can transform special bloodlines, choose to possess angel-demon abilities. Karl paused slightly. The system's rewards were still impressive. However, the meaning behind this system quest was somewhat worrying. Retrieve the magic stone. Doesn't this mean Fugolian has encountered danger? With that guy's personality, unless he really couldn't resist the opponent, how could he just lose the key to the family's secret realm? Moreover, that key was also related to Mereoleona's safety. Karl's expression suddenly became serious. Meanwhile, Asta had already jumped down noisily and rushed toward the chaos in the distance. Noel looked at Karl and met his eyes. Karl then nodded. Go help everyone. Your water creation magic, Sea Dragon's Nest, is enough to provide protection for everyone. If you can develop your own offensive magic, only then will you truly be able to stand on your own. Noel's expression was a bit complex, but she still nodded and caught up with Asta's footsteps. Beside him, Mimosa's expression was filled with hesitation. To her, Karl had a special meaning. But she was still a member of the Golden Dawn after all. After a moment of silence, Mimosa said to Karl, Mr. Karl, I'm going to help my teammates. I'm sorry. Karl smiled slightly. What is there to be sorry for? Teammates are the most important. Mimosa's eyes instantly lit up, and then favorability notifications flooded Karl's mind. After watching Mimosa leave, Karl looked around, a look of contemplation in his eyes. If Fugolian really encountered a crisis, then the opponent's strength was probably unimaginably high. Fortunately, he had quite a few trump cards now. Whether for personal or moral reasons, he had to save Fugolian. After all, he could be considered his brother-in-law. If he didn't help, it would be hard to explain the next time he saw Mereoleona. Moreover, that magic stone wasn't just Fugolian's. It was also the key to the volcanic secret realm in the back mountains and an important part of his future acquisition of the evening elephant skill. No matter what, he couldn't let the opponent take it away. At this moment, pale blue steam gushed frantically from Karl. 8 inner gates, 5th gate, gate of closing fully opened. A terrifying aura instantly surged. The scattered chaos around him even began to dissipate automatically under the pressure of his aura. Karl closed his eyes and felt the flow of aura throughout the royal capital. Thanks to Yami's teaching, he could now clearly capture the direction of every strand of mana. And Fugolian's overbearing fire attribute aura was almost identical to Mereoleona's. Although there was a slight difference in intensity, for a captain-level existence, it was still as conspicuous as a torch in the night sky. Soon, Karl locked onto his target. Right now, there was only one thought in his mind. He hoped Fugolian could hold on until he arrived to help. Happy Lunar New Year to everyone. May you have success in the new year, and may all your wishes come true. Chapter 85, Zombie Magic Radis. He fought his way toward Fagraine. Everywhere he went, Karl swept the peripheral small fry into the corners. However, the more he fought, the heavier Karl's heart became. These guys seemed to be intentionally creating some kind of chaos, blooming all over the city. As a result, the Magic Knight squad captains were exhausted from running around, forced to scatter throughout the royal capital. But just then, as if to confirm his suspicions, Karl's expression suddenly changed drastically, because the presences of several Magic Knight squad captains were suddenly snuffed out. The presences that had been like giant torches throughout the royal capital had all vanished at this moment. This caused a deep sense of unease to rise in Karl's heart. What on earth happened? His angel wings vibrated frantically as Karl's speed increased once more, racing directly toward Fagraine's location. The presences of the other 8 Magic Knight squad captains had all disappeared, leaving only Fagraine's presence still blooming there. This only increased the worry in Karl's heart. Fagraine was likely in trouble now. At full speed, Karl finally arrived at the clearing where Fagraine had been fighting. "Let go of Captain Fagraine, you animals!" Asta, arriving from another direction, roared anxiously with all his might. But the only response he received was silence. Karl's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Just a moment before he appeared, Fagraine's presence had also completely vanished. Seeing Asta, Karl immediately asked, "What just happened?" Asta's expression was incredibly solemn. "I saw it clearly from a distance just now. A guy calling himself Voltos used a strange spatial magic and swept Captain Fagraine away. Even my demon-slaying sword couldn't cut through his magic in time." Asta scratched his white spiky hair in frustration, his expression full of self-reproach and resentment. Karl knew that since the enemy was dividing the battlefield, they must have complete confidence in their current plan. In other words, no matter how they searched, there would likely be no results. The only way was to wait and trust in the strength of the captains. Of course, that didn't mean they would just sit and wait for death. Karl scanned the enemies still active in various places, constantly causing chaos, his gaze burning. Kill them all and force the enemy to show themselves. Hearing Karl's incredibly confident words, Asta's eyes instantly lit up. Exactly. Since the enemy was hiding their heads, they would kill until the enemy was terrified. With Karl here, what was there to worry about? Karl's words seemed to give Asta endless courage. He held the demon-slaying sword in one hand and pulled the demon-dwelling sword from his 5-leaf grimoire with the other. With both swords in hand, Asta looked fanatical. "Karl, tell me, how do we kill them? Let's do this." Karl nodded, looking at the enemies still causing chaos around them, as the pale blue aura on his body burst forth. Flaming meteors descended from the sky. At this moment, Karl's attack power was even greater than before. With just one round of Morning Peacock, he cleared out all the rebels in the vicinity. Asta was beyond excited, flames seemingly burning in his eyes. Watch this demon-slaying slash. Along with the swinging of that greatsword, as large as a door panel. Asta laughed wildly. And the demon-dwelling sword in his hand, after continuously slashing and devouring the enemy's magic, finally had its energy slot completely filled. Asta cast a reluctant glance at the demon-dwelling sword before unhesitatingly tossing it into the air. "Karl, use this sword of mine to deliver the strongest blow." Karl's eyes heated up slightly. When he saw Asta actively throwing the demon-dwelling sword to him, a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. Anti-magic power. To what extent could this demon-dwelling sword hold? In the center of the demon-dwelling sword, the energy slot shimmered with a faint white light. Karl smiled and gave Asta an appreciative look. Boom! As Karl tapped his grimoire, a dense surge of fire attribute mana poured frantically into the demon-dwelling sword. Flames rolled, compressing mana into the blade like a vortex. The energy slot, already filled with white mana, let out a hum, as if trembling with excitement. Crimson flames pressed in frantically. The white light was pushed back bit by bit, finally leaving only a short section near the hilt, while the rest turned entirely into crimson flames. As Karl pushed forward, he looked down at the demon-dwelling sword in his hand and sighed inwardly. This weapon summoned by Asta was truly extraordinary. However, Karl did not stop. Water attribute mana gushed out once more. The demon-dwelling sword seemed to receive a new summons, as the water attribute mana began to compress and stack frantically. The originally excited hum gradually became heavy, even carrying a slight tremor of being overwhelmed. Asta in the distance was completely stunned. The energy slot that originally only held white mana was now glowing with a full 7 colors. And at the very end of that 7-colored light, there was even a trail of terrifying black light. Karl nodded slightly to Asta. Asta let out a strange cry. That's dark magic. That presence, it's so much like Captain Yami. Karl, how on earth did you do that? Karl didn't explain. As the two of them pushed forward, every enemy in their path was cut down. And the demon-dwelling sword finally reached its limit of endurance. Feeling the continuous trembling from the blade, Asta's face changed drastically. Through the Clover grimoire, he could even sense the fear of the demon-dwelling sword. Karl, stop outputting mana. If this keeps up, that sword is really going to break. At this moment, while Asta fought, his heart was full of shock and worship. Karl was Karl. He could actually infuse the demon-dwelling sword to such an extent with his own mana. Just how terrifying was his mana capacity? And now, Karl, carrying that multicolored and nearly out-of-control demon-dwelling sword, arrived at the central battlefield of the royal capital. Atop the city wall, Radis stood with his hands behind his back. Below the wall, countless zombies surged, each body containing a different magical power. The surrounding area was also filled with enemies dressed in white. On those white robes was clearly drawn the mark of a magic eye. Radis threw his head back and laughed wildly. The eye of the midnight sun shall be reborn tonight in the Clover royal capital. Tremble, you pieces of trash. Without the 9 captains, you're like headless flies, absolutely pathetic. His necromancy magic was incredibly strong, and no one knew where he had obtained so many corpses of powerful individuals. At this moment, even with the various vice captains struggling to hold on, the royal capital had almost fallen into total collapse. Seeing this largest battlefield, Asta let out a cry and charged straight in. In the distance, Sol Marin led a group of female knights, charging left and right, covered in blood. Swinging 2 massive earth and stone warhammers, she was like a violent goddess of war. However, when she saw Karl, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. It was precisely this moment that the enemy seized the opportunity, and magic came crashing down. In her haste, Sol clashed her hammers together and barely managed to pull back. Karl's sharp shout immediately caught the attention of Radis and the others. That guy, it's him. He's the one who's beaten or crippled almost all our brothers who were scattered everywhere. Countless enemies quickly converged toward Radis' side. Radis stared at Karl, his eyes filled with intense resentment. Very well. You have successfully drawn my ire. 2 zombie figures with overwhelming pressure slowly stood up. One zombie deployed absolute defense. As it moved, an archway like a cathedral rose from the ground, its diamond marble-like patterns showcasing terrifying defensive power, while the other figure unleashed incredibly terrifying slashes, forcing numerous vice captains and knight squad members to retreat step by step. Radis licked the tip of his nose, looking at the clearly divided battlefield, and revealed a domineering and crazed smile. Kid, now do you think you can still defeat us? Chapter 86 now, aren't you going to surrender? Whether it was the members of the Golden Dawn or the Knights of the Silver Eagles, all of them showed expressions of horror. By now, the enemy's forces had completely created an overwhelming situation. Radis' zombies seemed as if they were endless. In comparison, the strength on the Knight Squad side appeared somewhat weak. After all, they had lost the 9 Great Knights captains. For them, the pressure could be said to have doubled. Radis' arrogant gaze swept over everyone. I'm not talking about any one of you, but everyone present, you are all trash. Members of the Green Mantis, do you still recognize me? Radis pulled back his white eye patch, revealing a dark, hollow pit beneath his eye socket. His eye was long gone. Everyone was momentarily horrified. And the people from the Green Mantis finally recognized the guy on the castle tower. Isn't that Radis, who was expelled by the captain? Damn it, he's actually still alive. The veterans of the Green Mantis finally recognized this opponent. Having been recognized, Radis also burst into wild laughter. That's right, it's me. You didn't expect it, did you? I'm back. Today, I will make you feel that same heart-piercing pain. I will let you know that zombie magic can also become the most powerful existence. Feel my pain." With his roar, the surrounding zombies moved one after another, terrifying power surging and roaring. Karl took a step forward. It formed a sharp contrast with the others who were retreating. Countless amounts of terrifying magical power converged in the air, and everyone was shocked to feel the powerful magic fluctuations. In the distance, Yuno's expression became even more complex. Such magic fluctuations, they've completely reached the level of a captain, right? His wind spirit combined with his own magic was completely unable to reach a level of resistance. In the previous battle, he had already consumed more than half of his magic. To resist such terrifying power again would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. Seeing this situation, the vice captains of several other night squads stood ready, protecting the others behind them. Only Karl continued to walk forward. Radis was stunned at first, then burst into wild laughter. "Good job, Karl, is it? I've remembered your name." However, Karl smiled. "You don't need to remember my name, since you'll be a dead man soon anyway. Where did you teleport everyone else? Where did the 9 Great Knights captains go?" Radis immediately laughed loudly. "You want to kill me? Are you qualified? As for the other captains, I'm afraid they won't be able to rush back for the time being." Hearing this sentence, the members of the other night squads began to stir. The information Radis revealed was enough to shake their hearts. It was unknown how much strength the night squads could still exert after losing their backbone. But right now, if they couldn't stop the opponent's terrifying might, the 9 Magic Knight squads might end up dying with regret here today. The remaining members all showed expressions of grief at this moment. Karl took another step forward. Those who knew Karl showed looks of astonishment. Karl directly raised Asta's demon-dwelling sword and pointed it forward. The multicolored, glowing demon-dwelling sword emitted a violent hum. Even Radis felt an indescribable, mysterious sense of threat. Radis shouted angrily, "Kill him!" Numerous zombies and other members rushed toward Karl, casting terrifying magic. But Karl swung his sword. The horizontal slash displayed an unrivaled might. Karl roared, "Dark magic, dark entanglement, nameless slash." A black slash suddenly blasted out. On top of this black slash, multicolored lights were interwoven. It was the terrifying magic power accumulated and compressed by the demon-dwelling sword. This magic power, which had been compressed to the extreme, was incredibly overbearing. It was a power so great that even the demon-dwelling sword couldn't withstand it and would let out a wail. And now, this terrifying power was being fully unleashed. Its effect definitely reached a level where 1 + 1 was greater than 3. With one swing, the explosive magical aura tore through the sky. That magical slash, so sharp it made one's scalp tingle and spine feel cold, swept out. Radis' laughter came to an abrupt halt. The members of the 9 Magic Knight squads behind him were even more incredulous, followed by wild joy. Dark entanglement, nameless slash. Captain Yami's famous ultimate move. Isn't this slash a bit too terrifying? Karl's strike has even reached a level above a captain. How did this guy do it? If I remember correctly, Karl is just a newcomer. Everyone was beyond shocked. The power displayed by this slash far exceeded everyone's imagination. Radis shouted angrily, and the hordes of corpses controlled by undead magic moved forward. Endless magic power converged, and some corpse puppets even burned their magic cores to self-destruct. Rumble! The intense slash advanced frantically, and the rising diamond archway-like defense was also completely sliced open, split in two. The smooth cut, a slash mark like a mirror, made everyone fall silent with fear. In the distance, Hades spat out a mouthful of blood, horror appearing in his eyes. When the smoke cleared, there was an uproar at the scene. Karl had actually, by himself, completely annihilated all the zombie monsters controlled by Radis. Every figure was split in two, as smooth as the finest mirror. Karl's strength exceeded everyone's imagination. Radis' eyes were filled with disbelief. How is it possible? How can you be so strong? My babies. Seeing the zombies he had painstakingly accumulated, by mobilizing countless people and resources after joining the Eye of the Midnight Sun being completely annihilated. Radis immediately showed an expression of pain. The other members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun were all scared out of their wits. At this moment, they all felt a hint of relief in their hearts. If Radis' zombies hadn't attacked and blocked at any cost just now, more than half of those present probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Karl must die. The remaining people all displayed incredibly powerful magical abilities. Meanwhile, Radis pointed at the demon-dwelling sword in Karl's hand and shrieked. That strange sword isn't glowing anymore. The magic fluctuations on it have disappeared. Go, brothers, go. Don't be afraid of him, he only has this one strike. Don't let him intimidate you. Hearing Radis' words, the other magic knights finally reacted and pounced like hungry wolves. But Karl showed a look of disdain. Oh, you think I can only pull off one strike? These words immediately made the others slow their pace. Karl then let out a roar. He brought his palms together and thrust them out. The cover of the four-leaf grimoire in his hand suddenly turned into a light screen that covered the sky. A giant tiger pounced out from behind the light screen. The tiger charged forward, its body covered in multicolored magical energy. It was so terrifying that everyone present lost their senses. Day Tiger! The tiger's roar echoed through the royal capital. With just one strike, several magic knights were instantly killed. Radis' eyes were completely horrified, his pupils shaking uncontrollably. How can this be? Wasn't it said that there are only the 9 great knights captains in the royal capital? Where did this guy pop out from? This is clearly captain-level combat power. Radis was filled with regret, his expression extremely painful. Karl was too much of a variable. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. However, Karl's strike had completely ignited their own side's morale. Although the members of the 9 Magic Knight squads didn't understand why Karl could be this strong. At this moment, Karl undoubtedly raised a banner. The Black Bull's Magic Knight squad led by Asta, and the Azure Deer Knights led by Salmarin, stood firmly behind Karl at this moment. Salmarin's eyes shone with a brilliant light. She brandished the 2 huge hammers in her hands, which complemented her own 2 great thunders, and shouted toward the women's army behind her. This is our Knight Squad's Karl. Sisters, stay close to Karl, let's charge through. Asta, standing nearby, was clicking his tongue in wonder. Noel pouted, her sea dragon's cradle magic fully blooming, enveloping everyone behind her, also filled with killing intent. Seeing more and more people gathering together, Karl grinned at the opponents. Now, will you still not surrender? Chapter 87, Karl's Pursuit. Karl's single sword strike not only extinguished the morale of Radis' side, but also brought the remaining members of the 9 Magic Knight squads together. The Black Bull's Magic Knight squad and the Rose Knights became the 2 most steadfast pillars. The numerous members of the Knight squads finally united as one. Across from them, Radis' expression grew increasingly ugly. Damn it! Where on earth did this guy pop up from? Why have I never heard of him all these years? The Eye of the Midnight Sun had prepared for this night raid on the royal capital. They had even simulated the subsequent entire plan countless times. Infiltration, spying, they had spent an immense amount of effort. But now, right at the beginning, things had gone south at the hands of this young brat. If the leader found out that he, Radis, couldn't even solve a tiny problem like the one before his eyes, then what right would he have to continue existing in the Eye of the Midnight Sun? Thinking of this, Radis' expression became one of extreme pain. However, his zombies had almost been completely slaughtered by Karl. Without zombies, can zombie magic still be called zombie magic? A dangerous light flickered in Radis' eyes. He couldn't exactly bury all of his own teammates, could he? Yet, they weren't of much use while alive. What could they possibly do even if converted into the undead? On the surface, Radis seemed as steady as a rock, but in reality, his heart was in a state of utter panic. Beads of sweat, the size of beans, dripped from his forehead. Karl, on the opposite side, had an aura as grand as a rainbow. What did he have to block him? A streak of purplish-black light bloomed in the space. Radis' expression froze. then immediately turned into wild joy. They're finally here. The purplish-black aura corroded the space like a virus. A black-framed, irregularly shaped spatial hole opened completely. Several figures floated out from within, each wearing the robes of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Radis immediately began to mutter. "You're finally here. If you hadn't come, I would have been totally finished." Leading them was a woman who appeared petite and dainty, yet seemed exceptionally lively. She wore glasses, and her pupils actually held a hint of pink, though she looked somewhat strange overall. At the same time, the overwhelming combined strike from the numerous Night Squad members also came rushing in. Seeing that sky-filling, fierce magical power attacking like rapid fire, Radis suddenly shrieked. "Valtos, hurry up and teleport us away." However, the woman in the lead jumped out directly. With a wave of her hand, a gel doll resembling a chameleon rapidly inflated, becoming massive enough to touch the heavens in the next moment. And she wasn't done yet. She pulled out a giant syringe from somewhere and injected a pink potion into it. In an instant, that overwhelming magical attack was completely absorbed by the gel chameleon. The many Night Squad members in the distance nearly all gasped in shock. Just how many powerful people does the Eye of the Midnight Sun have under its command? To think such a freakish individual even exists. This was a collective attack from the 9 Magic Knight squads. Was it really blocked by the opponent just like that? Watching this scene, everyone was shaken to the core. Radis let out a breath of relief. "Lia, well done, as expected of our chief research scientist." However, Lia's eyes glared contemptuously at Radis behind her. "Since you can't even handle such a small matter, just wait for Lord Licht's punishment." As soon as the name, Licht, was mentioned, Radis immediately showed a terrified expression. Lord Lia, please spare me. I really did my best. I definitely wasn't slacking off. My undead have already been slaughtered clean by them." Radis pointed at the mountain-like pile of remains before him, speaking with a mournful face. Lia looked at the mess before her, but giggled instead. "Do you all think that just because you have the advantage in numbers, we of the Eye of the Midnight Sun can't do anything to you?" Beside her, a man whose face was covered in connected diamond patterns, like a matching game, stepped forward. His face was extremely pale, and his hair was even whiter than his face, making him look incredibly bizarre. But at this moment, he simply extended one hand. From that purplish-black spatial hole above their heads, another figure actually fell out. That figure crashed heavily onto the ground. When everyone's gaze shifted over, the 9 Magic Knight squads collectively exploded in an uproar. Captain Fugolian. It was actually the captain of the Crimson Lion Knights, Fugolian Vermilion. "Look, that lord's arm has been severed." Fugolian was now completely unconscious. His shoulder had been brutally torn off, and blood continued to flow. Even more terrifyingly, the magic stone at his neck had completely vanished. Valtos toyed with that magic stone in his hand and looked at the crowd. "Now, do you still want to resist?" Fugolian has become a severely injured cripple. Even if he recovers, how much strength will he have left? Furthermore, do you think we will let him go? Give up your resistance, or else Fugolian's end will be your end. The members of the Crimson Lion Knights looked at each other in disbelief, unable to accept it at all. This was the current head of the Vermilion family, and even more so, the incomparable blazing sun in their hearts, the Fugolian who existed like a lion king. Now, he was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Who could possibly accept this? Many members of the Vermilion family already wanted to rush out and fight to the death, but they were stopped by Karl. Seeing this scene spiral out of control, Valtos suddenly laughed loudly. "Remember, the Eye of the Midnight Sun has descended upon the Clover Kingdom. You damn bastards will eventually lose everything. The hatred Lord Licht bore all those years ago will eventually be repaid in full." Asta was enraged. He brandished his demon-slaying sword and charged forward, his eyes filled with resentment. Fugolian, the captain of the Crimson Lion Knights, had taught him quite a lot. During the trials in the back mountains, Fugolian had also pointed out many things to him. He never expected that a dignified Magic Knight squad captain would be so wantonly humiliated by the enemy. Asta only felt blood rush to his head. The massive demon-slaying sword slashed down. A hint of panic immediately appeared in Radis' eyes. However, Lia flicked her fingers, and the giant chameleon formed from gel magic behind her instantly lunged forward. When the demon-slaying sword made contact with the chameleon during the slash, a large chunk of the chameleon was violently sliced off. Lia was instantly filled with shock. This person's magic is so special. No, it could even be said that his power is the negation of magic. Seeing this, Lia looked as if she had found a beloved toy. But Valtos, who used spatial magic, suddenly had a change in expression. High in the sky far away, complex and dense fluctuations of magic power erupted completely. Those several auras intertwined, making one's skin crawl. Valtos's face changed drastically, and he said urgently, "Not good, those guys are rushing back." Hearing these words, everyone, including Lia and Radis, had their expressions change in unison. It was indeed the 9 Great Knights captains. To be able to break through the limitations of long-distance teleportation in such a short time was completely beyond their imagination. Valtos snorted coldly. The demonstration of power is done. According to Mr. Lick's wishes, it's time for us to retreat. The few of them looked at each other and nodded one after another. The dark void above their heads slowly descended, and their figures began to gradually fade away. However, Lia gave a sharp cry. The chameleon instantly split into 50 or 60 smaller ones. While Asta's old strength was spent, and his new strength had yet to form, the chameleons frantically pressed down toward him. In the next moment, Asta was completely trapped within the gel magic. Seeing this, the several people from the Eye of the Midnight Sun stepped in to help. Several massive magical chains completely bound Asta's movements, preventing him from continuing to attack with that strange, giant demon-slaying sword. The members of the Black Bull's Magic Knight Squad were instantly shocked beyond measure. Finral beside them even wanted to forcibly interrupt the spatial gate. However, Karl waved his hand and said to the people behind him, "Maintain order. Noel, Vanessa, protect everyone." The wings on Karl's back suddenly shuddered. Just as that dark void was about to vanish completely, he actually followed and dove inside. Chapter 88, The Shocked Walters. Karl, watch out. Worried voices came from the crowd behind, with Noel's voice being the most distinct. However, Vanessa and the others nearby also looked extremely grim. Saul Marin looked at the black light that had completely vanished, slamming the 2 giant hammers in her hands hard against the ground. She gave a furious shout and yelled to the all-female army of the Azure Deer Knights behind her. "Kill all the remaining stragglers. We absolutely cannot let them escape so easily. Karl has already set an example for us." The many female soldiers all took on murderous expressions. Quite a few people began asking Saul Marin about Karl. After all, Karl's previous performance had been truly handsome. As everyone moved into action, the auras breaking through from the distance caused everyone's morale to soar once again. Several Magic Knight Squad captains have arrived. There was a thunderous boom. The air exploded, and 8 Magic Knight Squad captains descended from the sky like scattering flower petals. Feeling the incredibly intense auras of the captains, the missing pillar of support in everyone's hearts settled firmly back into place. Someone quickly saved Captain Fagraine. Nozel descended from the air and saw the captain of the Crimson Lion Knights, Fagraine, lying on the ground from afar. His eyes were filled with rage. Mercury magic spread wantonly at this moment, slaying all the surrounding stragglers. That gaze was terrifyingly cold. Just who was it? Just who could so easily take one of Fagraine's shoulders? By now, Fagraine had completely fainted. Nozel could only instruct the others to immediately take Fagraine for medical treatment. The fire in the royal capital gradually died down, but Yami's expression became increasingly strange. "You're saying Asta was captured by the enemy, and Karl followed them directly into their spatial magic." Everyone nodded in unison. Beside them, Vanessa continuously wove the threads of fate, attempting to use her connection with Karl to deduce even a tiny shred of a clue. However, the light and shadow only flickered slightly before snapping completely. Vanessa's face instantly turned somewhat pale. She shook her head and said to Yami, "I don't know where they were teleported. Although I can roughly deduce the path, the enemy's spatial magic isolation ability is too strong. Even if there's a connection between Karl and me, I still can't see the specific situation." Vanessa fell into self-reproach. Even though she had become stronger, she still couldn't help Karl at a time like this. Just then, a light suddenly lit up behind them. A massive grimoire in the shape of a rotating wheel, like a prayer wheel, flew high in the sky. Yami and the others' eyes narrowed, and they immediately turned and bowed their heads in respect. Magic Emperor Julius Novachrono. Julius's expression was not good at this moment. As the Magic Emperor, he bore the responsibility for the royal capital's safety. But just before the decoration ceremony began, he had been lured away. Even though he possessed the most powerful time magic, a lot of time had still been wasted. When he arrived, everything before him caused his anger to surge completely. Julius's expression was serious now, a world away from the usually gentle middle-aged man. Looking at Yami and the others, his tone carried a suspended, unvented rage. "Extinguish the royal capital fires as quickly as possible. Mop up the remaining enemies and capture the enemy's powerhouses. I want to know exactly what they are trying to do." Julius turned to look at Charlotte and continued. "Remember, the 8 Magic Knight squad captains are absolutely not allowed to leave the royal capital. Monitor each other. Among us there is a traitor." Hearing Julius's words, the several Magic Knight squad captains looked at each other in surprise. Charlotte's expression also became somewhat complicated. "Rest assured, Magic Emperor Julius, we will maintain order in the royal capital. Once we discover any suspicious individuals, we will immediately bring them under control. Even a captain-level powerhouse would definitely not be able to withstand our combined assault." Julius nodded. Then Charlotte said to Julius, with a hint of urgency, "Magic Emperor, Asta and Karl have both been taken by the enemy. Karl is an extremely outstanding newcomer." Saul Marin of the Green Rose also stepped forward. "The Green Rose absolutely cannot watch Karl fall into danger. Lord Magic Emperor, please take us with you." Beside them, Yami spat out the foxtail grass he'd been chewing on from goodness knows where, casually lit a cigarette and grinned. "Boss, take me there, let me hack them to death." Julius shook his head and looked at Yami, saying, "Aside from Charlotte, you are the person I trust the most. I want you to stay here and maintain order." Yami frowned. "But Karl and Asta." Julius raised his hand to interrupt him. "Rest assured, any existence that attempts to subvert the Clover Kingdom will be punished." As his voice fell, the power of time flickered. Julius's figure appeared in front of Vanessa. "You said just now that you can feel the approximate path." Vanessa was startled, then nodded. She split off a red thread from her hand and handed it to Julius. "This red thread has a connection with Karl. As long as you follow the direction it points, you will surely find the correct path." Julius nodded. His figure slowly rose into the air. With a shhh sound, it was as if he vanished instantly. Julius completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone looked up at the terrifyingly massive grimoire in the sky, which resembled a prayer wheel as it dissipated, and a sense of shock couldn't help but arise in their hearts. With such a thick grimoire, to what extent must that magic be terrifying? This time, the Magic Emperor was truly enraged. For someone to dare run wild in the royal capital and even deceive the Magic Emperor, someone was likely going to suffer. Yami watched the direction Julius had disappeared in and blew out a smoke ring. The Magic Emperor. As expected of the power that controls time. Even though he left the Golden Dawn many years ago, seeing it now is still mind-blowing. Charlotte glanced at Yami, her tone complex. "What's most important right now is to stabilize the royal capital and reassure the citizens. I'll leave the suppression to you, and I'll handle the reassurance." Inside a deep cave, Asta struggled continuously. Although he had no magical power, his physical strength was extremely outstanding. Inside Samantha's chameleon gel, he was still desperately trying to break free. But no matter how he struggled, the gel wouldn't burst. In fact, the more he struggled, the tighter the gel contracted. In the distance, Lia's eyes held excitement. This Asta guy is indeed quite interesting. It's the first time she's seen an enemy trapped by gel magic struggle to this extent. Fortunately, she had added a strengthening potion. Otherwise, he really might have broken free. Valtos's expression, however, looked somewhat complicated. Lia, be careful. Don't let things get out of hand. We agreed to retreat. Why did you capture this guy too? Lia curled her lip and adjusted her glasses. He's my trophy. Besides, he has extremely special power. I'm going to study him, understand? If I research something earth-shattering, Lord Licht will surely reward me. Hearing Lia's words, everyone looked at each other. But Lia was an attack-type maniac. Once she, who was a sadist, went crazy, even her companions would be somewhat wary. Even Radis, who always considered himself crazy, would definitely not provoke the crazy woman in front of him. Lia looked around and snorted coldly. Why hasn't Lord Licht arrived yet? The goal of this night raid on the royal capital has been completed. Valtos take out the magic stone. Combined with the one we found before, we now have 2 fairly complete magic stones. Valtos snorted coldly. Lia, although you were in charge of the retreat, I'm the one who snatched the magic stone. I hope you don't try to take credit for my work. Lia chuckled. Take credit for your work. With just you, are you even worthy? After saying that, she turned her head away and said no more. Instead, she began to ponder how to completely subdue Asta. However, just as the few of them were still bickering, from within the purple-black space that had already begun to gradually dissipate, a figure suddenly lunged out with a SHHH. Karl's figure appeared right before everyone's eyes. Valtos's face instantly became extremely unsightly, and Radis even retreated a step like a cat with its fur standing on end. How is that possible? You actually dared to travel through with us. Chapter 89, The Pursuit of the Magic Emperor Julius. At this moment, Radis was extremely nervous. He had truly felt Karl's strength before. Finding that Karl had caught up, how could he not be shocked? Radis' expression immediately turned grave. Careful, there's something strange about this guy. He's unleashed attack power on par with a Magic Knight squad captain before. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Although they found it hard to believe, they still stood ready for battle. However, the blue radiance blooming from Karl's body completely erupted at this moment. Pale blue steam, like a surge of energy in the shape of a hedgehog, billowed out from around him, emitting a terrifying life force. This aura was so powerful that for a moment, everyone couldn't even react. Meanwhile, Karl's figure had already arrived in front of the salamander. The demon-dwelling sword slashed down. Gel magic was violently sucked back like a giant bubble gum being blown out, shriveling rapidly like a burst balloon. Mana surged rapidly toward the demon-slaying sword. The pale pink glow filled the energy bar almost in an instant. Seeing this, Asta, who had been completely sealed inside, immediately broke free in perfect coordination. Carrying the massive magic sword that looked like a door panel, he looked at Karl with eyes full of gratitude. Karl, you really came to save me. Asta was incredibly excited right now. In his view, as long as Karl was present, these rabble in front of them were not worth mentioning at all. He stared at the crowd with burning eyes. So, have you thought about how you're going to regret coming into this world? As a terrorist organization, you've caused such massive damage. You all deserve to die. Asta gripped his demon-slaying sword and suddenly charged forward. Seeing this, the others realized the situation was bad and deployed their magic one after another. Their grimoires all glowed with intense light. Attack after attack poured in frantically like arrows from a bow. Asta dodged and parried, swinging his demon-slaying sword to forcibly break through the offensive. Meanwhile, Karl's gaze remained locked onto the magic stone in Valtos's hand. As expected, the system mission would never be wrong. Fagraine's arm being broken was something Karl could absolutely not forgive. Moreover, the magic stone had been taken by the enemy. How could he accept that? Karl's fingertips trembled slightly. and the angel wings behind him vibrated violently. In the next instant, his figure vanished from where he stood. Valtos felt a bone-chilling cold sweep through his entire body. He subconsciously protected the magic stone in his hand. However, his shoulders suddenly felt a chill. An arm instantly flew into the air, accompanied by a piercing scream. Valtos looked at Karl, who had appeared before him, in utter terror. Karl hadn't just severed his arm. He now had one hand shaped like a claw, as if he were about to crush his neck in the next second. At this moment, Valtos finally felt a truly fatal threat. From beginning to end, Karl's goal was only the magic stone. The others had originally been attacking Asta with a cat-and-mouse mentality. But when Valtos's scream rang out, they instantly changed direction and shielded him in the center. Karl let out a furious roar, and his figure soared into the sky. A terrifying attack, like a falling meteor, came crashing down. "Morning, Peacock." Everyone was horrified. With this kind of pressure, are we sure we aren't facing several Magic Knight squad captains at once? However, no matter how terrifying Karl was, the magic stone could absolutely not be lost right now. Once the mission failed, they couldn't even imagine the price they would have to pay. Lia and the others had grave expressions, almost exhausting all their abilities. But Karl grew stronger as he fought. After all, Karl was deep in the enemy's lair right now. Even though he had activated the power of the 8 gates, he still held back a few trump cards. What kind of beings were still hidden within the enemy's nest? He didn't know and didn't dare to rashly go all out. Boom! The cave wall suddenly exploded. A figure appeared before everyone like a phantom. Asta was stunned for a moment, but after clearly seeing the other person's short hair, clothing, and the blue star-shaped mark on the left side of his face, he was overjoyed. "Julius, it's Lord Magic Emperor Julius, he's here." Julius only nodded silently. His gaze fell on Karl, a flicker of admiration and inquiry flashing in his eyes. But soon, that admiration turned into a cold, murderous intent. These guys calling themselves the Eye of the Midnight Sun had completely crossed his line. Julius's gaze darkened as he shouted coldly, "Time creation magic, chronostasis." As his voice fell, several transparent orbs of light suddenly emerged. Upon the orbs, the patterns of time flowed continuously. Just one look was enough to make one dizzy. All the enemies were frozen in place. Like puppets, they had completely lost their ability to move. Asta's mouth hung open. This is too strong, isn't it? These people, in terms of strength alone, were all at the level of a vice captain or higher. But in front of the Magic Emperor, they didn't even have a chance to react. Karl's figure slowly descended from the air. The screen of light formed by the 4-leaf grimoire contracted accordingly, returning to its original form. He nodded slightly toward Julius. Meanwhile, Julius's gaze fell on the magic stone in Valtos's hand, looking thoughtful. Karl took a step forward. His aura suddenly erupted as he directly grabbed Valtos by the neck. Kriok, Kriok. Valtos's face turned beet red, and then as pale as frost. On that face, which was as stiff as a puppet's, true fear finally appeared. What do you want to do?" Karl snorted coldly. "What do I want to do? What did you do to my dear brother-in-law? Who was it that broke Fagraine's arm? You definitely couldn't have done it alone. Speak, who was it?" Karl snatched the magic stone from Valtos's hand. At the same time, he noticed another magic stone hanging around his neck. The 2 magic stones sparkled before his eyes. A surge of wild joy couldn't help but rise in Karl's heart. He hadn't expected such a massive windfall. Previously, for Mereoleona's sake, he had forcibly suppressed his impulse and given up Fagraine's magic stone. And now, the compensation had come so suddenly. Karl cast an apologetic glance toward the Magic Emperor. Then his palms suddenly tightened. Cracked. Valtos's neck was crushed directly. Julius's brow twitched slightly, then relaxed again. Karl tossed the corpse onto the ground like a rag doll. With a kick, it was sent flying, slamming heavily against the wall as stone fragments splattered. "Everything you did to my brother-in-law, I will surely pay back tenfold." Valtos was as dead as could be. Meanwhile, the Magic Emperor Julius looked as if he had just heard some earth-shattering gossip. He looked Karl up and down, his eyes filled with disbelief. Then he pulled Asta over and asked in a low voice, Why does Karl call Fagraine his brother-in-law? Chapter 90 The Angry Richter, that lord. Asta's eyes immediately sparkled beside them. He was truly too excited to be asked questions by the Magic Emperor. Asta promptly propped his greatsword against the ground, sat cross-legged, and smiled at the Magic Emperor. Well, you might not know about this. It all started when big sister Mereoleona began our trials. Asta spoke incessantly, and the sparkle in Magic Emperor Julius's eyes grew more intense. When Asta mentioned that Mereoleona had announced Karl as her boyfriend to everyone, Magic Emperor Julius jumped up in excitement like a child. I see. I was wondering why Karl was so dedicated to this matter. It turns out his reverse scale was touched. Besides his almost obsessive love for magic, the Magic Emperor was even more delighted by gossip concerning hot-tempered individuals like Mereoleona. He hadn't expected that person would actually fall for someone else. Julius's eyes could not suppress his excitement. Immediately, he turned his gaze toward the blue radiance blooming from Karl's body. Impressive, simply divine. Within this aura, although the magic power is surging, it is suppressed and not released. And this aura is entirely a combination of blood vitality and some kind of peculiar power. I have never seen such peculiar magic and physical techniques. I had only heard rumors before, but now I've truly seen it. Feeling the aura on Karl, Magic Emperor Julius even wanted to come up and touch it a few times. Currently, since these enemies were completely under his control, his mood had improved quite a bit. Being able to focus on Karl's gossip was a testament to his state of mind. Julius patted Asta's shoulder and then said to Karl, Let's head back. There are still many things in the Clover royal capital that need to be resolved. As for the person who injured your brother-in-law Fagraine, we will definitely investigate thoroughly. When the time comes, you'll lead the team to take action. How about it? Karl nodded upon hearing this. Looking at the two magic stones before him, one red and one purple, he couldn't help but say to the system, System, add points. The glow of the purple magic stone quickly dimmed in his hand. Within his body, the summons for the new skill Evening Elephant grew stronger and stronger. Karl watched all of this with burning eyes. Until the entire purple magic stone completely shattered, Karl's expression appeared somewhat stiff. What's the situation? An entire magic stone was actually unable to help him completely activate the Evening Elephant skill. Feeling that suspended, unreleased ability, Karl's gaze couldn't help but turn toward the last magic stone. It seemed he could only wait until Mereoleona finished her seclusion before taking action. However, just as he was lost in thought, an incomparably piercing white light flashed from the darkness in the distance. The white light bloomed, and countless points of light seemed to flicker in the surrounding air. Julius let out a sound of surprise and doubt. Immediately, a man with special red markings tattooed on his face appeared before everyone's eyes in the distance. His ears were pointed, and his eyes carried an extremely heavy hatred. And Karl discovered with even more horror that in that instant, an inexplicable light attribute force instantly knocked the magic stone necklace out of his hand. The magic stone belonging to Fagraine was lost just after it had been regained. Karl's expression momentarily became extremely unsightly. Without the stone, how could he make Mereoleona reappear in the Vermilion territory? And having lost the stone, how could he complete the mission and help his brother-in-law Fagraine reclaim his lost dignity? At this moment, the opponent's face appeared particularly loathsome. Julius's expression was incredibly complex. Of the original 6 time imprisonment magic light spheres in his hands, 5 had actually been directly extinguished just now. Only the one controlling Radis was barely protected behind him. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment for a moment, while that female research maniac named Lia was currently extremely excited. Lord Licht, you've finally come. The Magic Emperor's expression appeared incredibly complex. Who exactly was this fellow opposite them? Although the opponent had taken advantage of a sneak attack to directly snatch away more than half of the captives in his hands. The opponent's prowess still left Julius profoundly surprised. This usage of light magic had almost reached the level of a half-step magic emperor. One could even say this ability was close to that of the previous Mereoleona. How could this not leave Julius feeling shocked? He hadn't expected that such a terrifying fellow was hidden within the range of the Clover royal capital. However, the opponent didn't even say any harsh words and seemed about to disappear within the radiance. Julius immediately gave a cold snort. Time imprisonment magic, time rewind. A massive sphere of light completely bloomed, and the space where Licht was located was entirely enveloped by time magic. Half of that light sphere rotated forward, while the other half rotated backward, and the complex magic runes upon it receded frantically. It was precisely because of this that although the blazing white light bloomed, they still had not completely left. The fellow called Licht appeared somewhat surprised, but immediately the light in his hand became increasingly dense. A cross-shaped sword of light bloomed in his hand. By the look of it, its power could even cleave through the magical imprisonment before him with a single strike. Julius's expression appeared somewhat complex, and then he pushed out a light sphere from each hand, as if wanting to test the opponent's strength. However, the opponent's gaze unexpectedly fell upon Asta and Karl at this moment. The broad demon-slaying sword in Asta's hand appeared extremely massive, while the demon-dwelling sword in Karl's hand was even more brilliantly radiant. With a whoosh, Karl slashed out a pink magical attack. Gel magic instantly bloomed. Beside them, Lia's expression immediately became extremely ugly. Lord Licht, that wasn't intentional on my part. The opponent absorbed my magic. However, when the person called Licht saw the swords in Asta and Karl's hands, his expression actually became unexpectedly hideous. Damn it! You damned fellows, you actually stole that lord's weapons. On what basis can you take these two things? You are not worthy. Boom! Around his body, light magic bloomed frantically, like an enraged beast, or like a bucket of oil poured onto a fire, instantly exploding upward. The degree of that tyranny was as if he wanted to devour people. Julius's expression immediately changed greatly. Did this person suddenly go mad? Licht's expression currently appeared extremely complex. When he looked at the two greatswords, he simply couldn't restrain himself from taking action. The light swords bombarded endlessly, forcing Julius to pull back to protect Asta. Meanwhile, Licht himself turned into a streak of light and lunged straight for Asta. Asta let out a strange cry. But at his current strength, he was completely unable to reach the level of resisting such a powerhouse. On the other hand, Karl, standing nearby, immediately took a deep breath. He threw the demon-dwelling sword in his hand back to Asta and let out an angry roar himself. Song of Ice and Fire fully activated. The tattered four-leaf grimoire turned into a light screen that covered the sky and earth. Karl clasped his hands together, instantly manifesting his strongest spear of attack. Day Tiger! The tiger roared, and magic power surged. Within the blazing white magic screen, the stripes on the tiger's body were extremely dazzling, each one containing a type of magical power. At this moment, Karl had used almost over 90% of his power. Aside from his trump cards, he had almost completely brought out his strongest combat strength. Once the day tiger emerged, the heavens and earth changed color. The entire cave rumbled and shook. However, the moment the day tiger's massive body and light unfolded, Karl's figure was actually sent flying back. Karl gave an angry shout, and his entire being merged once again with the power of ice and fire. He collided with the white light once more. The phantom on his body completely shattered, yet Licht on the opposite side actually gained no advantage in this clash either. He retreated 2 steps, one arm slightly damaged. Licht raised his arm, looking at his slightly torn robes, and for the first time showed a solemn and strange expression toward Karl. This is the power of the magic stones. You damned fellow, you actually dare to use magic stones for cultivation. Chapter 91 Karl, I can carry it away, but you'll have to pay extra. Licht seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared intently at Karl. When he looked at the only remaining magic stone in his hand, the one taken from Fagraine, his expression was beyond furious. "I'll remember you. I'll come for you again." Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering Mission 13, Midnight Sun Hunter. Kill combatants with the strength of a vice captain of the Eye of the Midnight Sun or higher. Reward: 5,000 golden vitality, 20% mana boost, repeatable. Having said that, Licht instantly turned into a beam of white light and vanished along with everyone around him, not even leaving behind Valtos, who was under the pile of rocks. Karl knelt on one knee on the ground. He felt the damage his body had sustained from the impact. The blue steam of the 8 gates billowed wildly. While it consumed his physical strength and vitality, the wounds on his body were also rapidly healing. Julius, who was nearby, witnessed the whole thing with a face full of amazement. Even as he prepared to use time magic, he couldn't help but marvel. His gaze then swept across the entire cave, until his eyes landed on a massive stone tablet, standing on a stone platform in the deepest part of the cave. The texture of the stone tablet was extremely peculiar, and it even contained very subtle fluctuations of magical power, appearing indestructible. The Magic Emperor pressed his fingers against it. The power of time bloomed from his 5 fingers, yet it only managed to leave a shallow handprint. A look of surprise and suspicion crossed the Magic Emperor's face. Then he pulled a sparkling magic stone from his pocket. It was a green magic stone, and its dense mana made Karl, who was standing nearby, practically drool. Good grief! The very thing everyone was fighting over. The Magic Emperor had one too. Julius placed the perfectly shaped magic stone into a groove. In the next moment, a thick green light suddenly lit up from the groove, climbing along the lines. But when the light flowed toward the other magic stone grooves, it failed to connect and receded. Magic Emperor Julius immediately began to circle the stone tablet. He stared intently at the massive, dark stone tablet before him. The magical patterns on it were obscure and difficult to decipher. However, the power displayed when the magic stone was set into it gave him an inexplicable sense of unease. It seemed the enemy's ultimate goal was likely to gather ultimate magic stones of every attribute and use this stone tablet to perform some kind of ritual. The Magic Emperor's expression became somewhat complicated. He shot a wary glance at Karl and stuffed the large magic stone back into his pocket. "Karl, this magic stone is my personal property. I absolutely cannot give it to you, so don't even think about it." Julius had seen with his own eyes how Karl, with just a light squeeze, had shattered a magic stone that was indestructible to others into pieces on the ground. He didn't dare let this strange fellow touch his magic stone. Otherwise, if the magic stone was gone, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. But it was truly strange. Could this guy Karl's cultivation actually rely on these peculiar magic stones? Logically, as ancient artifacts, magic stones possessed outstanding and powerful mana. But for wearers and users, they only improved the surrounding mana field, thereby slightly enhancing magical talent. But now, not only did the Eye of the Midnight Sun need these magic stones to complete some mysterious magic ritual, but even Karl could use them for cultivation. That vast, chaotic mana was swallowed directly by Karl, and it didn't even cause a ripple. This made the Magic Emperor look at Karl as if he were looking at a monkey in a zoo. He truly wanted to thoroughly dissect and understand the unique points about Karl. Knowledge is power, and knowledge was the pursuit Magic Emperor Julius had chased his entire life. The mysteries surrounding Karl were even more numerous than those of the terrorist organization known as the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Julius looked at Karl with covetous eyes, but when he saw Karl staring at the magic stone in his hand, he immediately reined in his emotions. Then, the magical power of time began to surge wildly upon his palm. He pushed toward the stone tablet, which emitted a dull, vibrating hum. The Magic Emperor opened his palm, and a massive sphere of time light appeared. Time imprisonment. With a low shout from the Magic Emperor, the entire stone tablet was completely enveloped by time magic. However, just as he reached out to lift the tablet, He was surprised to find that the power of the time mana was slowly flowing toward the gem indentation in the very center. Cracked. The time sphere shattered. The Magic Emperor was instantly stunned. What's going on? He turned his head somewhat stiffly to look at Karl and Asta, who were watching the show. Asta seemed to want to say something, but Karl slapped him into silence. Julius felt a bit embarrassed for a moment. Time imprisonment magic again. Terrifying fluctuations of time swept out, making it feel as if the surrounding time and space had become distorted. However, this time, the time imprisonment magic still proved completely ineffective against the stone tablet. The Magic Emperor stood to the side, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He turned to look at Karl, then at Asta. Then, Julius casually beckoned to Asta. Asta immediately sent the speed demon sword Karl had returned to him back into his Clover grimoire, and, carrying the massive demon-slaying sword on his right shoulder, walked over to Julius's side. Julius said with a smile, pointing at Asta, "Young man, I have high hopes for you. You're full of muscles. I wonder if you could help me pry this stone tablet loose." Hearing Julius's words, the flames of excitement instantly blazed in Asta's eyes. "Magic Emperor Julius has made a request of me. This is simply too wonderful." Asta was beyond excited, his loud voice making the entire cave tremble. He jammed his demon-slaying sword directly into a crevice in the stone tablet and pushed with all his might. He was using the demon-slaying sword as a crowbar. Rumble. The stone tablet finally loosened. With a loud clang, the entire stone tablet fell to the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Asta panted heavily, then withdrew the demon-slaying sword. He clapped his hands, spat twice, and exerted his strength once more. Boom! The stone tablet was only lifted a short distance. Asta's face turned a deep purple red before the entire stone tablet crashed back to the ground. His expression looked somewhat complicated and pained. Magic Emperor, this stone tablet is too heavy. I can't lift it at all." Julius's expression instantly became extremely grim. He turned to look at Karl. However, Karl only gave a slight smile. "Lord Magic Emperor, do you need my help?" Julius instinctively felt a bad premonition. He immediately clutched his pocket and shook his head hurriedly at Karl. "I naturally hope you'll help, but I really can't give you this magic stone." Karl then smiled at the Magic Emperor. "Of course, I can accept other forms of compensation. In short, helping is fine, but it'll cost extra." Chapter 92, Asta. Are there 3 traitors? Magic Emperor Julius, who had been smiling just a moment ago, now had an expression that was terrifyingly stiff. Despite looking like a middle-aged man, he was practically ageless since mastering time imprisonment magic. But at this moment, he truly couldn't force a smile. He had seen countless people treat him with the utmost respect, but he had never seen anyone as outrageous as Karl. To ask for more money just to do him a favor. Even Asta, standing to the side, found it a bit hard to watch. However, the material of this stone tablet was simply too unique. It could converge the power of magic stones, was indestructible, and possessed a terrifying weight. With these 3 traits combined, it was impossible to say the tablet wasn't special. But if he really were to add more money for Karl, what kind of reward should he actually give him? Julius found himself in a bit of a predicament for a moment. Asta was over there grunting and straining with ox-like strength, managing to lift the tablet just enough to create a tiny crack. But his face soon turned bright red, and he had to set it back down. The entire cave echoed with a booming thud. The hesitant Julius gave a tusk, and finally let out a faint smile. He patted Karl on the shoulder. "If you trust me, your reward will be given to you after we return. Of course, a magic stone is out of the question. If you want one, you'll have to find it yourself." Julius didn't forget to add that last part, fearing Karl might try to snatch the magic stone he had on him. Upon hearing this, Karl immediately showed a look of disappointment. However, a smile flickered in his heart. As long as he knew the whereabouts of the magic stones, they definitely wouldn't escape him. The blue steam on Karl's body suddenly surged. With one hand formed into a claw, he actually reached out and hoisted the stone tablet directly. The tablet, which was originally as heavy as 10,000 tons, felt like it was made of paper in Karl's hand. He easily tucked a corner of the tablet under his arm, making Julius's eyelids twitch. Staring at Karl's lean and streamlined muscles, Asta couldn't help but show a look of envy. Julius was also looking at Karl with burning eyes, his tone full of curiosity. "This physical magic of yours feels full of novelty, no matter how many times I see it." Karl gave a smile. Seeing that Magic Emperor Julius was practically drooling with interest and staring straight at his grimoire. Karl wasn't stingy either. He directly took out his grimoire, which consisted only of a cover, and handed it to Julius. The four-leaf mark appeared exceptionally striking. Julius stroked the intricately patterned cover of the grimoire, his eyes showing admiration. "This is the most exquisite four-leaf grimoire I have seen to date, even surpassing anything the first Magic Emperor ever possessed." He couldn't wait to flip open the cover. The next moment, the man completely froze in place. For when he opened the grimoire, there wasn't even a single page inside to record magic. The Magic Emperor was terrifyingly stiff. Then he looked at Karl with a resentful expression. "Are you sure this is called a grimoire?" The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times, feeling somewhat like his feelings had been betrayed. And just then, in Karl's mind, system notification sounds rang out continuously. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Magic Emperor Julius in the weight-bearing field, obtaining time imprisonment magic. Pause gold." "Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Magic Emperor Julius in the fewest grimoire pages field, obtaining time imprisonment magic. Slow down gold." Hearing the system notifications, Karl's expression remained unchanged, but he was feeling incredibly smug inside. This trip was truly a win. Suddenly, Julius's expression changed. He looked at his own grimoire, which resembled a prayer wheel, with a sense of bewilderment, feeling as if something had suddenly gone missing. Afterward, he looked again at Karl's four-leaf grimoire, which still only had a cover. His expression filled with even more doubt. "Strain. It feels like something is lost." Magic Emperor Julius frowned slightly and glanced at Karl and Asta again. His prayer wheel-like grimoire bloomed with light once more. Julius was heard whispering softly, "Time imprisonment magic, time acceleration." Karl and Asta immediately felt their bodies wrapped in a pale gold power. Under the guidance of Julius's magic, their figures sped away at a speed that defied common sense, as if being forcibly accelerated by time. Clover Kingdom, royal capital. Magic Emperor Julius stood at the highest point. The star-shaped mark on his cheek looked somewhat mysterious, but his expression was devoid of joy or sorrow. The air was thick with a sense of impending pressure, like a storm was coming. The 9 Great Knights captains were all gathered here now. Even the still unconscious Crimson Lion Knights captain, Fugolian Vermilion, had been brought into the hall on a backup stretcher. Inside the magnificent hall, there was absolute silence. Yami had a foxtail grass in his mouth, looking somewhat bored, but the gratification in his eyes as he occasionally glanced at Asta and Karl in the distance gave everything away. Clearly, he had already guessed what was about to happen. Everyone waited in this oppressive atmosphere for a full 10 minutes. Finally, Magic Emperor Julius slowly stood up. The moment he stood up, everyone felt their breath hitch. The pressure of the Magic Emperor's aura was simply too strong. He looked at the secretary, who had just hurried over, and gave everyone an inscrutable smile. "I apologize for calling everyone together at this time. After all, we have just experienced an attack by a terrorist organization. But now is not the time to relax our guard. Because a traitor has emerged among us." As his words fell, the faces of the 9 Great Knights captains turned completely grim, and they even subconsciously looked at one another. Although they knew this part was coming, looking at comrades they were all too familiar with, everyone still felt some difficult emotions. Magic Emperor Julius didn't waste any more words and simply waved his arm. A sphere of light formed by time stasis instantly appeared before everyone's eyes. And inside the sphere was none other than Radis, who had previously used zombie magic recklessly in the royal capital. However, at this moment, he looked significantly thinner, and his breathing was clearly labored. Magic Emperor Julius pointed at this man and gave a grim smile. You surely didn't think the people by my side were incapable of things like judgment magic or interrogation magic, did you? Among the 9 Magic Knight squads, someone sold intelligence, someone colluded with the enemy, and someone sold out the interests of the Clover Kingdom. Traitors deserve the most severe punishment. Now, will this person step forward themselves? Or shall I drag you out with my own hands? The Magic Emperor's voice was cold to the extreme. Asta's expression to the side was particularly exaggerated. He and Karl had been waiting for this moment ever since they returned to the Magic Emperor's residence. But when this scene actually happened, Asta still found it hard to believe. The moment the Magic Emperor's words fell, Asta completely lost his composure. He suddenly jumped out, pointing at the 9 captains with a face full of disbelief. He pointed at the captains in grief and indignation. Why you? There's actually a traitor among you. And there are as many as 3 of them. Hearing Asta's angry roar, everyone looked at each other in confusion for a moment. Only Magic Emperor Julius instantly froze. With a wave of his hand, he directly dragged Asta back and held him to the side. Then he scolded in a low voice. Shut up. Who told you there were 3 traitors? Chapter 93 Clear Rewards and Punishments, Traitors and Rising Stars. Huh. Asta was immediately stunned for a moment. Didn't you say someone conspired with the enemy, someone colluded with traitors, and someone did this and that? Doesn't that add up to 3? Magic Emperor Julius was left speechless by this muscle-brained kid in front of him. In his brief silence, he could only use magic to directly seal Asta's mouth shut. He turned his head, sensing the slightly dazed looks of the several captains, feeling that even his own momentum had been completely interrupted. This brat actually made a mess of such a serious atmosphere. However, perhaps it was also a good start. Magic Emperor Julius scanned everyone, looking at the different expressions on their faces, and then asked, Who exactly is it? I believe everyone should already have a sense of the truth in their hearts. The various Magic Knight squad captains looked at one another. Then, several captains actually stepped forward in unison, as if they had prearranged it. They then turned to look at the captain in the far corner, the Magic Knight squad captain of the Purple Orcas, Gelder Poisat. The square-faced man, whose face looked as if a piece of white tin had been pasted onto it with ridiculous holes, immediately took a step back. Although he was obscured by a mask, making it impossible to see if his forehead was sweating. One could tell from his panicked expression that this guy most likely had a guilty conscience. Seeing many Magic Knight squad captains pointing directly at him, Gelder immediately waved his hands and said, You can't talk nonsense. I have always been a kind person. How could I be a traitor? Lord Magic Emperor, you cannot wrongly accuse a good man. The Magic Emperor's expression appeared somewhat angry. Gelder, whether you are a traitor or not, you know best in your heart. Seeing the Magic Emperor's expression, Gelder's heart sank instantly, as if falling into an abyss. Could it be that these people really found evidence against him? Gelder's expression turned bitter, and he then said to Magic Emperor Julius, Lord, you cannot listen to slander. Besides, you just said there were several traitors. Could it be that there really aren't any other fish that slipped through the net? I urge you to investigate thoroughly. I must have been wrongly accused. Gelder's expression was subtle as he took another step back. However, the Magic Emperor gave a cold snort. Gelder, you betrayed the Clover Kingdom and even sold out its interests. You were not only selling intelligence to the Eye of the Midnight Sun, but also to the Diamond Kingdom. What am I supposed to say to you? Gelder suddenly chuckled. Lord Magic Emperor, you must be mistaken. At that moment, he lightly tapped his mask with his finger. Then, his entire body vanished into thin air like a ripple on water. Asta's eyes widened on the side. While tearing at his mouth and gesturing wildly, his 5-leaf clover grimoire even bloomed open, and he drew the demon-slaying sword from it. The giant sword swung through the air. He was extremely anxious. If this traitor escaped, what should they do? However, it was at this moment that the other captains moved one after another. the captain of the Azure Deer Magic Knight Squad, Ril Boas Mortier. He held his paint brush and gave it a light flick toward the exit. In the next instant, the colors on his palette flowed like a rainbow, forming a giant cage in the surroundings. Watching Ril's actions, Asta became quite excited. However, it was also at this moment that the invisible Gelder was instantly forced out. He let out a sigh and pointed at everyone, saying fiercely, "Why are you all so stubborn? I was only making a little bit of money. This Clover kingdom has long been corrupt to the core. Everything I earned is what I deserved. You're making things very difficult for me." He waved his arms, preparing for a full-scale attack in the next moment. However, Magic Emperor Julius's face turned incredibly dark. "Time imprisonment magic, time stop." With a light wave of his hand, a transparent orb of light instantly and completely enveloped Gelder. Gelder didn't even have time to let out a cry of surprise. The Magic Emperor lightly clenched his palm. The orb of light began to shrink rapidly, and Gelder's distorted expression was completely reduced to a speck of light that flew back into Magic Emperor Julius's hand. Cracked, like crushing the most insignificant grain of sand. Just like that, the Magic Emperor completely destroyed the insufferably arrogant Magic Knight Squad Captain Gelder, the process not even carrying a hint of effort. One must remember, this was one of the 9 great knights captains of the kingdom. Even if Gelder's strength was not particularly prominent among the 9 great knights captains, he was still a being capable of becoming a captain. He was actually crushed completely by the Magic Emperor with just a lift of his hand. The other Magic Knight Squad captains had varying expressions, but from their subtle reactions, Karl could definitely see the awe and even wariness in their eyes. Having finished all this, Magic Emperor Julius lightly clapped his hands and looked at everyone. "Everyone, I hope you will conduct a serious investigation within your own knight squads afterward. I don't know how many enemy spies have infiltrated the Clover Kingdom, but the current Clover Kingdom can no longer withstand any more turmoil. Do you understand?" The Magic Knight Squad captains all looked straight ahead and responded with a thunderous acknowledgement. Seeing their expressions, Julius knew that this display of authority had been sufficient. Then he actually smiled again and led Asta and Karl to stand before everyone. With a slight snap of his fingers, the time seal on Asta's mouth completely vanished. Magic Emperor Julius pointed at Asta and Karl and said, "Clear rewards and punishments are of the utmost importance. I'm sure everyone is familiar with these two. Yami, you've raised 2 fine young talents." Hearing Magic Emperor Julius's praise, Yami showed a rare smile. This was his former superior from the Grey Deer. He knew Magic Emperor Julius's level best. To be praised by such a powerful individual was an acknowledgement in itself. Even the extremely lazy Yami showed a slight smile. The Magic Emperor pointed at Asta and said, "Asta, this member of the Black Bulls, performed with extreme tenacity in this battle. His anti-magic also played a pivotal role. As for his 2 swords, Asta, take out your swords." Asta responded with a thunderous shout. In the next moment, a blackish-red light surged around him. From the 5-leaf black grimoire, he drew out 2 long swords. One was as wide as a door, completely disproportionate to Asta's body. The other was extremely slender, and the ink-colored crystalline energy strip within it was also very eye-catching. Asta handed the swords over. The Magic Emperor hesitated for a moment before taking the 2 swords. The giant black magic sword naturally carried some kind of anti-magic fluctuation. As the Magic Emperor, Julius felt the time magic power attached to his left hand quickly decompose and dissipate upon contact, while the one in his right hand was even more bizarre. That long sword was actually absorbing his time power. However, the Magic Emperor was the Magic Emperor after all. Although these 2 swords were incredibly strange, the consumption they produced was entirely within his acceptable range. As a top-tier powerhouse, he had that confidence. Magic Emperor Julius pointed at the 2 giant swords and said, "Asta is someone we need to focus on cultivating. If any of the knight squads have conditions that meet Asta's training needs, you must take the initiative to help him without hesitation." The significance of these 2 magic swords Asta possesses is extremely profound. In the battle with those previous opponents, I seem to perceive that these magic swords might be something extremely important to them. Asta, you must improve your strength as quickly as possible. Asta's eyes were sparkling. Are you kidding? This was praise and cultivation directly from Magic Emperor Julius. Being personally named for cultivation by the boss's boss, what more could be said? Understood, Lord Magic Emperor. You can count on me. Asta's shout echoed through the room, making it vibrate. However, the Magic Emperor's gaze slowly fell upon Karl. Chapter 90 for Mr. Karl, shall we come with you? At this moment, the Magic Emperor rarely showed an expression of great appreciation. Karl, the strength he displayed in this battle has completely exceeded my imagination. Whether it was leading everyone to resist the enemy in the royal capital, or following the enemy and directly breaking into their lair to rescue people. Even in the subsequent confrontation, he fully displayed his personal combat literacy, his own strength, and his outstanding wisdom. The Black Bull's Magic Knight squad has undoubtedly set an example for everyone in this operation. Yami. Hearing the Magic Emperor's call, Yami took a step forward. Charlotte Roseley. Stunned for a moment, a trace of confusion appeared on Charlotte's pretty face, but she also immediately took a light step forward. Then, Magic Emperor Julius suddenly pointed at Karl and said, Karl, as a member of both your knight squads, has completely surpassed the level of ordinary members in terms of effort and achievements. With such outstanding achievements, I believe he should be exceptionally granted the position of honorary vice captain for both knight squads. Do you two have any objections? Yami, who was standing to the side, was momentarily stunned. He then glanced at Karl and broke into a smile. He rested his hands behind his head, putting on an air of indifference. On the other hand, Charlotte Roseley's face suddenly turned red. She glanced at Karl and hurriedly nodded, then said with a bit of a guilty conscience, Since it is the Magic Emperor's wish, our Rose Knights naturally have no objection. Everyone's gaze now fell completely upon Karl, a newcomer who had just joined the knight squads less than a few months ago. He had actually surged ahead like a lightning bolt to directly become a vice captain. Although honorary vice captain sounded somewhat inflated, becoming the vice captain of two knight squads simultaneously was enough to prove how excellent Karl was. Even Nozel of the Silver Eagles was staring at Karl incessantly at this moment. Seeing Magic Emperor Julius push him into the limelight in an instant, and even wink at him as if asking if this reward was satisfying enough, Karl, standing to the side, was momentarily speechless. Good grief, so this was the reward waiting for him. However, although it was just a title, this kind of boost in reputation was something that nothing else could buy. To become the Magic Emperor. At the very, very least, one had to become a Magic Knight squad captain first. And now, even though he was only the nominal vice captain of two knight squads, he was already qualified to be formally mentioned by others. This point naturally held significant meaning for him. What's more, all he did was help Julius move a stone tablet. As for the rest, it was just everyone getting what they needed. He did it to complete the mission and obtain rewards. Any extra compensation was just a byproduct of his efforts. Seeing that Karl remained calm even after hearing he had become the honorary vice captain of two knight squads, the smile on Julius's face became even more radiant. From this, it could be seen that Karl's desire for power was not that strong. This point made him appreciate Karl even more. At this moment, the Magic Emperor scanned the crowd and then spoke. Through investigation, I have confirmed that this terrorist organization named the Eye of the Midnight Sun is extremely brutal. While their ultimate goal is still unknown, their methods are extremely vile. The fact that they can attack civilians and cause chaos in the royal capital is enough to show they stop at no evil. This matter will become the most important and urgent event for the royal capital knight squads. I hope you can increase your vigilance, and each knight squad should strengthen its patrols to prevent similar incidents from happening again. Of course, this exploration was not without harvest. Magic Emperor Julius reached out impartially, took out the sparkling magic stone, and displayed it to everyone. Although the ultimate goal of the Eye of the Midnight Sun is unclear, their most important task at hand should be collecting these magic stones. These magic stones contain extremely terrifying and pure magical energy and are products of the ancient era. Although we don't know how to use the power within them, since the Eye of the Midnight Sun values them so much, it naturally proves their importance. What the enemy needs is our target. Since we don't know the enemy's ultimate goal, we will directly disrupt their rhythm. Karl's eyes lit up on the side. Julius felt Karl's gaze and immediately flipped his hand, putting the magic stone away. Karl curled his lip. This guy was too stingy. When he encountered something good, he wouldn't let go of it at all. Once the Magic Emperor finished explaining everything, Karl left the palace with Yami and the others. After finding an inn, Karl lay on the soft bed. He exhaled a long breath. Recently, he had almost no chance to rest. Although he was constantly getting stronger, he was still somewhat physically and mentally exhausted. Feeling the dense aura of power within his body rising and falling like breathing, Karl's heart felt a rare sense of security. At this moment, he couldn't help but complain a bit about Magic Emperor Julius. Never mind the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Since the other party was truly interested in the magic stones, as long as the stones were given to him, he could guarantee he would absorb them until not even dregs remained. When that time came, let's see how those guys from the Eye of the Midnight Sun would use those magic stones. But then again, that mysterious stone slab had already been moved back to Magic Emperor Julius's residence and was under strict protection. For the people of the Eye of the Midnight Sun to try and sneak in to steal the slab unnoticed would be like pulling chestnuts out of the fire. Moreover, he had already absorbed several magic stones by now. If the other party wanted to completely activate the entire stone monument, it probably wouldn't be that easy. Of course, he hadn't ignored the look the Eye of the Midnight Sun had given him earlier. It was clearly as if they wanted to tear him apart alive. And he naturally wasn't surprised by this reaction. After all, he needed the magic stones to improve his own skills, while the other party needed them to complete some mysterious ritual. The two sides were naturally opposed. In other words, no matter what, he was now completely at odds with the Eye of the Midnight Sun. One could even say that if he fell into their hands, they would likely try to strip away all the magic stone power he had absorbed, as if sucking the marrow from his bones. Although the other party didn't know the system had already completely converted these magic stones into skills, it didn't affect the hatred he had drawn. The Eye of the Midnight Sun must be completely wiped out. And Karl could take the opportunity to gain more power during this turmoil. Furthermore, besides himself, Fagraine was still unconscious and had not woken up. Regarding this brother-in-law, Karl was extremely concerned. Not only because of the mission rewards provided by the system, but also because Fagraine was Mereoleona's younger brother. As her boyfriend, if he couldn't even protect her brother, he probably wouldn't even be able to lift his head in front of Mereoleona. Moreover, that fiery red magic stone had fallen completely into the hands of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. As long as he couldn't get the magic stone back, he wouldn't be able to bring Mereoleona out of the volcanic space. Therefore, the conflict with the Eye of the Midnight Sun was already completely irreconcilable. Karl flipped his arm, looking at the special diamond-shaped mark on the back of his hand. The extremely obscure fluctuation of time magic on it flashed and disappeared. As the Magic Emperor, Julius naturally wouldn't passively wait for the other party to appear again and cause destruction. Whether it was on the stone monument or on Karl and Asta, he had left magic markers to wait for the enemy. Once the other party made a move, Magic Emperor Julius would be able to track them down quickly. Karl had some admiration for Julius regarding this point. Sure enough, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. At this moment, Karl didn't even have time to look over his status panel, because he suddenly felt the tip of his nose was a bit wet. The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. Lying on the bed, he performed a roll almost by instinct. However, the entire space had already been completely enveloped by a purple-black energy. That energy was full of the power of space. Even if Karl wanted to act, it was already a bit too late. because the entire space had formed a complete seal. Karl activated the time marker in his hand without hesitation. The light flashed and disappeared, which finally made him feel slightly relieved. However, within that purple-black light, an enchanting figure slowly stepped out. She wore glasses, her expression like that of a little girl next door, yet she wore a baggy white nurse's uniform. And what was most astonishing was that under that white nurse's uniform, not a single other piece of clothing could be seen. Karl was stunned for a moment, and his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. Within her pink pupils, there was an undisguised allure. Mr. Karl tilde. We meet again. I am truly extremely interested in you. Come with me for a bit. Chapter 95, The Mysterious Pupils. If you don't come with me, I'm going to have to give you an injection. She pulled out a giant syringe from somewhere. The pink liquid inside more or less evoked some strange associations. Karl looked at this crazy woman, his expression turning somewhat serious for a moment. Of course, he hadn't expected the eye of the midnight sun to move against him so quickly in such a public place, under everyone's watchful eyes. He also didn't know what the situation was on Asta and Magic Emperor Julius's side. His aura surged instantly, pale blue steam erupting from around his body, as the unmistakable aura of a powerhouse swept out without restraint. Beside him, Lia's expression became incredibly excited. Yes, just like that, just like that. What a fascinating physique, what a powerful aura. This is what a real man smells like. Lia stuck out her tongue and licked her pink lips, a hint of madness appearing on her face. Don't bother struggling. You can't break through this spatial teleportation. A tall figure suddenly stepped out from behind her. Pale skin, with diamond-shaped marks on his face like a matching game. Karl froze for a moment, looking at the figure. Valtos. For the first time, Karl's expression changed noticeably. Lia clapped her hands, and then excitedly said to Valtos beside her. Well, surprised, interested. Didn't expect him to be alive again, did you? Karl nodded without concealment. Valtos, the guy who used spatial magic. To prevent his opponent from escaping back then, Karl had been the first to take the initiative to kill him, smashing him under a rock until he was pulp. No one probably expected that he would now be standing alive in front of him. Karl scrutinized Valtos, and after a while a hint of doubt appeared. Although this Valtos was standing there alive, it felt like something was missing. Seeing Karl's gaze, Lia clapped her hands, jumping up and down in excitement. Her presence beneath that nurse uniform was almost bursting out. Seeing her like this, Karl became a bit more wary of this crazy woman. Lia said without reservation, What, are you satisfied with my masterpiece? He isn't Valtos, but a clone I created. How about it? Identical, right? After all, even his magic abilities are exactly the same. She then snapped her fingers. 3 identical Valtoses stepped out from space. And the purple-black spatial magic fluctuations they emitted were almost identical. Lia's expression became increasingly excited. Karl, stop struggling and come back to be my test subject. Only a perfect physique like yours can produce the most challenging experiments. I've mass-produced Valtos. With spatial magic, and layered spatial magic at that, even the wielder of time magic, that terrifying Julius, definitely won't be able to find you for a while. Your magic just now was calling out to Julius, wasn't it? Seeing that Lia had directly exposed his previous actions, Karl simply admitted it frankly. Correct, I was indeed summoning the Magic Emperor. But it seems now that Lord Julius might not be able to find me for the time being. Bingo! Lia snapped her fingers. Valtos's figure vanished instantly, but the aura of spatial teleportation around them grew stronger and stronger. Your strength is indeed terrifying. I'm not sure I can completely subdue you in a short time. However, with layered space, even if you slash through one layer, I can guarantee you'll be taken away by me in one piece. Karl, come with me. I'm absolutely craving you. A flash of spatial light passed. Karl seemed to have completely given up resistance. In just a moment, he arrived inside a massive cave. At this moment, through his aura sensing, Karl was fully aware of his surroundings. Thanks to Yami's guidance, he He clearly sensed no fewer than several thousand auras in this place. However, these auras felt extremely eerie. Even though there were so many auras, many of them felt like copies, almost identical. It was like placing two glasses of plain water together. There was no way to tell them apart. Karl was silent for a moment, then looked down at the skipping Lia in front of him. Are these all modified humans here? Lia was taken aback, then turned her head to look at Karl, showing her small canine teeth and flashing a very beautiful smile. Coupled with her devilish figure, anyone with a weak will would likely succumb instantly. Lia said with a smile, I didn't expect your sensing ability to be so outstanding as well. Correct. Welcome to my, Lia's base, the Clone Legion Research Institute. Hearing Lia's words, Karl understood immediately. As expected, this research-obsessed crazy woman didn't play by the rules at all. If she could clone several Voltoses at once, then cloning others was likely just a standard procedure. However, what puzzled Karl was why she was so careless. She couldn't have missed seeing his combat power. Did Lia think she could stop him by herself? Or could that clone legion block his path? In Karl's view, if those clones were all like Voltos, just a bunch of worthless nobodies, then he really had nothing to fear. As if reading Karl's thoughts, Lia suddenly gave a very charming smile. She looked at Karl and laughed. Of course, I wouldn't invite you to my base without any precautions, Karl. Your physical strength is just too covetable. Your skills have also completely piqued my interest. However, to make you behave and cooperate with my research, I have to impose a few minor restrictions on you. Lia then snapped her fingers. A row of little girls walked out from a corner of the cave. They looked incredibly cute and dazed, but their eyes were exceptionally eerie, with almost identical pupils. Seeing that peculiar look, Karl felt as if he were being watched by a snake, and a chill ran down his spine. You see, he had already reached the state of opening the 5th gate of the 8 gates. As long as he didn't encounter someone particularly troublesome, he could hold his own no matter what. Even if he were outmatched, his various methods would be enough to keep the opponent occupied. This was the source of his confidence in venturing into the enemy's lair. But when he saw those inexplicable gazes directed at him, he truly felt a sense of danger. This meant that these little girls, who looked like little angels, were definitely not simple. Sure enough, Lia said to the identical little girls, Marie, do it. Several eerie gazes instantly locked onto him. Karl felt an extremely strange and bizarre magical aura surging toward him from all sides, as if it wanted to completely freeze and petrify his body. Chapter 96, The Perverted Lia, Eye Magic, Power of Medusa. Karl was somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected such a bizarre magical power to appear among the opponent's group of clones. Medusa's gaze, carrying the power of petrification, struck directly at him. As an individual, the magic cast by this little girl named Mary wasn't fatal. But with 3 or 4 Marys casting the same magic together, even Karl felt a sense of danger. Rumble. The aura around him erupted violently, and green steam billowed up at that moment. At this moment, Karl's entire body was glowing with a blue light, much like a Super Saiyan transformation, and he emitted the aura of a wild beast. The attacking magical forces were actually dispersed directly by Karl's violent countersurge. Lia's expression showed no panic at all. In fact, she seemed a little excited. Not bad, it really is the physical strength I took a fancy to. To reach such a level with just your own physical mana, you truly are the precious treasure I've been longing to kidnap, even before I had time to take a bath. Lia was extremely excited, seemingly not worried at all that Karl had crushed the Medusa's power magic of the 3 Marys before her. Of course, the source of this confidence was fully revealed in the next moment. Previously, there were only 3 Marys, but more and more Marys began to appear all around. Upon closer count, there were no fewer than 100 of them. Lia, standing to the side, immediately broke into a smile. How is it, Mr. Karl, are you satisfied with my hospitality? If it were only 3 or 4 people, Karl really wouldn't have had anything to worry about. But when over 100 people capable of using the eye magic, power of Medusa appeared, alarm bells immediately rang in Karl's head. If this crowd of clones used that magic on him all at once, it would create a situation where many ants could kill an elephant. Bang! Karl slapped his palm directly against his chest. Emperor's armor, homologous armor. As the armor manifested around his body, a rich light suddenly flashed from the gems. Karl's defensive power soared crazily, increasing by several magnitudes. Lia's eyes sparkled as she watched him. However, more and more Marys continued to appear in this space. In an instant, their eyes projected petrification power in all directions, but the target wasn't Karl. It was as if all the air in the vicinity had been sucked dry. Karl felt the environment becoming inexplicable. Lia, however, wore a smile. Those Marys actually dissipated like works of art. Lia now wore a sweet smile. How is it, Mr. Karl? Do you feel the surrounding environment has changed? Karl looked around. The entire space was floating with a faint layer of purple-black radiance. That was the spatial power created by Voltos. In other words, this spatial cavern was now completely enveloped by spatial power. And all the mana within the space had been completely exhausted by that collective petrification gaze just now. Which meant that Lia had artificially created a magic forbidden space here. Within it, magical power could not be used in the slightest. Karl curiously pulled out his grimoire. On the grimoire, he could feel the surrounding mana, yet he was completely unable to resonate with it. But the moment Karl's hand brushed the grimoire, he suddenly broke into a smile. As expected of his four-leaf grimoire. Even if only a cover remained, as long as he wanted to use magical power, the energy stored within this metal grimoire cover was still enough for him to perform all his techniques. Lia watched Karl's movements and gave a sweet smile. How is it, Mr. Karl? I didn't lie to you, did I? If you can't use magic, that peculiar grimoire of yours becomes useless. Karl tilted his head, glanced at the captivating Lia, and asked with a smile. You should know that I'm known for my physical strength, right? Does having magic or not really matter to me? On the contrary, it's you. Your gel magic seems to have plenty of defensive power, but in this space, if I can't use it, you can't use it either. By comparison, the one who should be worried and screaming should be you, shouldn't it? Lia suddenly burst out laughing. Scream, Mr. Karl, do you want me to scream for you? She didn't wait for Karl to respond. Lia's nurse uniform seemed to be hit by some strong current of air, disintegrating into fragments and scattering. A hint of excitement appeared in her expression. Mr. Karl, you're not the only one who trains their body. As a fanatical artistic scientist, how could I not modify myself? In terms of physical strength, I'm no worse than anyone else. In fact, I'll far exceed your imagination. Let me feel just how big the gap is between us. At this moment, Lia's expression showed incomparable excitement. Her fists clenched together, creaking, followed by a series of dense popping sounds like roasting beans. Within that small body, there seemed to be infinite power contained. Whoosh! She appeared in front of Karl, as if teleporting and threw a punch. Karl was stunned for a moment. He really hadn't expected this turn of events. The opponent had used so many tricks just to experience this kind of pure physical confrontation. If he had known it would be like this, they might as well have just started fighting directly. What she didn't know was that, while she was interested in Karl, Karl was equally interested in her. He also wanted to see what kind of power this Lia could display. At this moment, Karl's body emitted a faint layer of blue radiance, covering him like a thin film. The homologous armor on his chest glowed with an incomparable, brilliant light. Within the gems, a golden blue liquid like lightning plasma sloshed continuously. Karl simply reached out one hand and blocked the incoming punch. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. Feeling the sensation of pain from his hand, Karl showed a hint of surprise. Not bad, I didn't expect your modifications to be so excellent. This physical strength is almost no worse than Asta's. At this moment, Karl felt a bit of admiration. This crazy woman named Lia had actually used the power of modification to turn an originally ordinary body into something as terrifying as Asta's, which required years of cultivation to achieve. In terms of pure strength, That punch just now had completely reached the explosive level of the 8 gate's 3rd gate. No wonder she was so confident. Looking at the terrifying airwaves kicked up by the collision between the fist and palm, Lia's eyes became even more excited. The violent air currents rolled, tumbling incessantly along with the 2 large white rabbits on her chest. Karl looked at Lia with a hint of appreciation. Decent power, but still a bit lacking. Lia immediately burst into a giggle. It really is exciting. I didn't expect your physical strength to truly be this terrifying. As she spoke, she pulled out a giant syringe from somewhere again. Only this time, the liquid inside had turned into a faint gold color. Lia gave a wicked smile. Mr. Karl, would you like an injection? Of course, if you don't want it, I can just give it to myself. She then plunged the syringe into herself without hesitation. In the next moment, a faint golden light lit up in her pupils. Chapter 97 Battle Charlotte. Boom. An incomparable, terrifying aura suddenly bloomed. Lia, as if she had taken a great strength pill, burst into arrogant laughter in the next moment. Mr. Karl, take another strike from me. I think you'll feel my progress. Before her voice even faded, Lia's figure vanished instantly with a flicker. This extreme control of power made Karl show a reminiscent smile. Once upon a time, he had also felt that unspeakable excitement when he first realized he could reach teleportation-like speeds through pure physical strength. Seeing Lia perform such unconventional movements now, he felt a bit of an itch to fight. He wondered if she could truly withstand his fist. Given her obsession with physical strength, she probably wouldn't be easily reduced to tears by a single punch. Karl was thinking this. Lia's figure appeared directly behind Karl. She jumped and wrapped herself around Karl's body as if she were boneless. Then her legs twisted around Karl's neck, poised to perform a lethal scissor kick. For an equal opponent, this move would be enough to break bones and tendons instantly. But when Lia pounced and her leg-strangling force erupted, Karl didn't budge. Instead, due to her own momentum, Lia ended up hanging on Karl in a strange posture. They were back to back. At this moment, she was a bit dazed. Wait, what? Was the plot really supposed to develop like this? Karl looked at Lia with some amusement. His large, pincer-like hand directly grabbed her ankle. The next moment, bang! Karl grabbed Lia and smashed her hard onto the ground. Rumble! Roars echoed in the cave, and the rock on the ground shattered into concentric circles, radiating outward. Karl showed a smile. How is the physical strength as you wished? Lia spat out a mouthful of blood with a poof. But she seemed indifferent to the slightly embarrassing posture, just now, and didn't care about her injuries at all. On the contrary, she looked at Karl with extreme excitement. Yes, this is that ultimate power. The power I want to possess is exactly what's on you. This is the skill I truly pursue. Lia was almost killed by Karl's strike, but she remained incredibly excited. As the primary attacker, her previous excitement seemed to be on the surface. After being nearly pressed into the rock by Karl, she seemed to have awakened some mysterious new masochistic attribute. Her whole body began to glow with a pinkish hue. Pink mist swirled around her. The bones around her body that Karl had just broken were actually growing and recovering at a visible speed. Beside her, Karl was a bit surprised but didn't act, just quietly observing. He wanted to see where Lia's limit was. Lia seemed to see through Karl's intention and became extremely excited. It's so wonderful. I didn't expect Mr. Karl to be so pleasurable. She fully spread her arms, her broad chest swaying in the air. Meanwhile, an intense glow began to spread around her. She gave a low shout. Gel magic, self-nourishment. With a shout, the magic power around her completely dissipated. In its place was an extremely special power. It was a texture belonging to pure physical strength. Lia's expression began to change, looking excited to the extreme. Mr. Karl, great, I understand your power now. Your power is just too pure. Let's spar first. When I've played enough, I'll copy your power, okay? When I have your skills, you and I will become one. Then, I will be the strongest existence in the eye of the midnight sun, ha 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 ha. Along with her frenzied laughter, the pink-eyed woman became incredibly slippery in Karl's hands. Her shoulders and neck, which were almost crushed, twisted and slipped out like jelly. Her bones also seemed to snap back into place, like steel being reshaped during a strange wriggling. Lia twisted her neck, looked at her slender arms, and laughed. "Mr. Karl, this is my strongest physical power. I hope you don't disappoint me." Seeing her crazed look, Karl's movement slowed down. Not out of caution, but because in the fight with this crazy woman, she seemed to become happier and happier. The favorability system, notification sounds in his mind, were scrolling down like a waterfall. Even more absurdly, after Lia completed her full transformation, she actually established a bond link with him. And it wasn't a normal link. Favorability 300x. Looking at the notifications on the light screen, even Karl wondered if the system was broken. Not everyone gets more excited the more they are hit, or even develops feelings through fighting. But Lia in front of him did it completely. Now, Karl was in no hurry to crush her to death. He wanted to see what else this woman wanted to do. Although Lia was a heavy Yandir enthusiast and seemed quite perverted. But if used well, she might not necessarily not become a trump card for him. The 300x favorability bonus made Karl very excited. The speed at which she gained favorability even surpassed Mereoleona. The favorability she could explode with might truly help him complete the favorability needed for the 6th gate of the 8 gates. In that case, playing with her a bit more wouldn't hurt. Thinking this, Karl completely let go. A faint pink luster appeared on her body, looking quite enticing. Lia, with a frenzied smile, lunged straight for Karl's face like a ghost in the next moment. "Mr. Karl, you must block it." With a shout, she pierced forward like a sharp blade, her sharpness unimaginable. However, the moment she approached Karl simply stomped his foot. Then a whip kick was thrown. His foot kicked directly into Lia's lower abdomen. That terrifying speed seemed to be frozen for an instant. Then, Lia flew backward at an even more terrifying speed. Boom! A huge crater appeared on the cave wall instantly. Lia was embedded in it, almost completely losing her breath. Karl smiled. As expected, this woman has something. The power she erupted with was already close to the level of the 4th gate of the 8 gates. If he hadn't raised his 8 gates to the 5th gate level with Mereoleona earlier, taking her down would have been quite troublesome. He might have had to pull out his life-saving trump cards. But now, with this test, she probably won't be able to cause any more waves, right? Karl walked toward the crater step by step. However, when his gaze fell into the crater, he froze. Lia was coughing up blood. Although her bones were clearly shattered by his kick, her body was recovering rapidly like strange jelly. This gel magic really has something. Karl couldn't help but sigh inwardly. An ordinary magic knight would have died long ago from such a heavy blow. But Lia endured it. However, when Karl noticed the figure she was holding in her arms, he was stunned. "Charlotte, why are you here?" Chapter 98, The Cursed Wolf-Head Totem. Lia licked her rosy lips, looking at Karl with an excited expression. "Mr. Karl, didn't expect this, did you? Besides you, this Magic Knight squad captain named Charlotte is also here with me. Just thinking about it brings such pleasure." She took a light sniff. Beside her, Charlotte, who was still unconscious, emitted an inexplicable fragrance of roses. Lia looked at Karl with extreme excitement and smiled, saying, "I have a great idea. I wonder if you'd like to hear it, Mr. Karl." Karl immediately frowned. Lia, meanwhile, covered her mouth and giggled. This Magic Knight squad captain named Charlotte is actually extremely powerful. But who told her to be burdened with a curse? It just so happens that I have a drug that can trigger the curse. So I easily took control of her. At this moment, Charlotte was still completely unconscious. But looking at her delicate face, Lia's eyes were still filled with intense excitement. She tapped her finger lightly. Then that finger, like a needle, rapidly pierced into Charlotte's skin. The rich power of the curse began to grow rapidly, as if it had encountered a stimulant. Lia's expression became increasingly excited. Oh, this would attribute curse power. If combined with my research on totem divine patterns, it will definitely increase the strength of my physical body by a few more degrees. Plus you, Mr. Karl. When the time comes, I will surely become the strongest existence within the eye of the midnight sun. At this moment, she looked delicate and charming. But the words she spoke were so cold, they made one's heart palpitate. Karl looked at her, his face gradually turning grim. No matter what, seeing Lia strike out at Charlotte caused his emotions to slip slightly out of control. If he were facing Lia alone, no matter how many tricks she had, Karl was confident he could kill her before her power truly threatened him. But now there was Charlotte. He was forced to hesitate for fear of harming the hostage. Looking at the grim-faced Karl, Lia finally showed a satisfied smile. As I thought, Mr. Karl, you do have a weakness. This woman named Charlotte is very important to you, isn't she? I've always had a good eye for people. When Charlotte mentioned you, her eyes weren't right. Now it seems I guessed correctly. Lia stuck out her tongue and lightly licked her lips, her smile becoming increasingly dangerous. This rich curse power is truly wonderful. If it can be used to carve a rune that strengthens the physical body, the enhancement it would bring would be simply unimaginable. Mr. Karl, would you be willing to try it for me first? Lia's tone remained gentle, but the meaning within was already incredibly clear. Clearly, Lia intended to experiment on Karl first. Holding his weakness, Charlotte, she wasn't worried that Karl would refuse. Lia pressed up against him charmingly. However, as her finger traced over Karl's firm shoulder, a strand of extremely dense curse aura floated out from Charlotte's body. The curse seemed to have a life of its own. Within the thick curse was an incredibly terrifying power of erosion and madness. Yet Lia looked as if she had seen a great treasure, appearing blissfully happy. Yes, this is it. To cultivate a physical body to be even stronger, this curse is an absolute necessity as a medicinal catalyst. A pink aura bloomed with her breath, mixing with the curse. The curse was like paint, being splashed about by Lia. Karl only felt an inexplicable living thing appear on his shoulder, being forcibly condensed and reconstructed. The terrifying power carried within that curse energy was startling. But under Lia's guidance, it gradually became solid. A lifelike, pale blue wolf head gradually appeared on Karl's shoulder. Lia's expression grew more and more excited. Yes, just like this is the feeling. Mr. Karl, I'm truly grateful to you. Without a physical strength like yours, it would be absolutely impossible to bear such an enhancement rune. Slowly feel the unique power within it. With Lia's laughter, that curse power, almost like a great river, began to be frantically drawn out from Charlotte's body. Karl, watching this from the side, said nothing, but couldn't help but admire the woman Charlotte. To endure such terrifying suppressive power on a daily basis, and still manage to maintain the strength of a Magic Knight squad captain, showed her inherently tenacious character and ability. However, as the curse continued to increase, it seemed to come alive, trying to burrow into Karl's skin. The resulting burning sensation and loss of control also grew stronger and stronger. Lia, however, was ecstatic. Almost there soon, my masterpiece will be complete. Lia's fingers slid rapidly, like a brush splashing ink. And the moment the wolf head on Karl's shoulder fully took shape, Lia was so excited she was almost jumping for joy. As the curse power within Charlotte was being frantically extracted, a trace of a smile actually appeared on Karl's face. He hadn't expected such an unexpected pleasant surprise. Although he had indeed been constrained by Lia's threat before, the main reason he truly cooperated was that Charlotte's curse was also a system mission objective. Under this stroke of luck, as long as he could help Charlotte completely rid herself of the curse, then whether it was the golden vitality or the power of plant creation magic, Senju Pluto, both would be within his grasp. How could an ability designated by the system as a high tier reward be anything ordinary? And Lia had actually delivered such an opportunity right to him with her own hands. At this moment, Karl was instead worried that the curse power wouldn't be removed thoroughly enough. Even as Lia continued her operations, he faintly hoped to absorb a bit more. As the wolf head on his shoulder grew brighter and even began to emit a faint blue light, the aura it devoured also grew stronger. Karl felt a very special change occurring in his body. This curse power was originally a symbol of negativity. Once it arose, it would pose a fatal threat to the host. But Lia was indeed a research maniac. She had almost completely mastered the mysteries of human structure. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to research the existence of modified humans. Under her wondrous weaving, the rune pattern formed by these powers actually made the flesh even denser. It even acted like an absorption filter, constantly absorbing and screening mana from the air, compressing and refining it through the curse totem, and finally seeping it into the bones. This filtering speed could be called terrifying. Especially at this moment, when it was about to be fully formed, even vibrations were produced in the air. However, because the surrounding space was suppressed by Voltos's spatial magic, and supplemented by petrification magic draining the mana, everything was not obvious enough. This was also the main reason Lia dared to use this place as an experimental field without fear of backlash. Karl now treated Charlotte's curse as his sole fuel. An inexplicable flame burned upon the deep blue wolf head. That aura was like the fires of hell. Lia stood to the side, feeling the changes happening to Karl, as if she were admiring a most perfect work of art. Her fingertips lightly caressed Karl's skin, listening to that indescribable, wonderful rhythm, as she murmured to herself, "It's a success. Just as I expected, it really can succeed." Lia almost fell into a frenzy. If I have this rune, my growth speed will definitely soar to the limit. The stronger the power, the more excited she became. However, the link between Karl and Charlotte became stronger and stronger at this moment. Countless strands of curse power, like restless sharks smelling blood, frantically lunged toward Karl. Lia's expression suddenly changed at this moment. "No, stop. It's not like this. That's mine." Chapter 99, The Battle for the Power of the Curse. Although the carving of the runes previously was entirely within Lia's plan. Even using Karl for the experiment was a part of her perfect plan. But man proposes, God disposes. Lia never would have imagined in her wildest dreams that Karl's physical constitution was actually robust to such an extent. Karl not only withstood the power of the curse from this amplification totem rune, but he could also continue to frantically absorb the power of the curse from Charlotte's body. The mana in the entire space had been completely consumed by the petrification magic. Originally, in her plans, as long as Karl could withstand this power of the curse, she would be able to follow suit and create a perfect totem rune for herself. When the time came, with Lord Licht present, Karl would definitely not be able to make any waves, and she, Lia, would become the biggest winner of this endeavor. But what she didn't expect was, at this moment, Karl was actually frantically absorbing Charlotte's curse power regardless of the consequences. If this continued, what the hell was she supposed to carve for herself? Although the power of the curse within Charlotte's body was infinitely terrifying, with Karl absorbing it at this rate, she was truly worried that this rune totem would become exclusive to Karl alone. Lia's expression became complicated. "Mary, take her away from me." Several little girls like small angels appeared. Their movements were somewhat stiff, and their eyes were dull. When they approached Karl wanting to move him, they were repelled repeatedly by that mysterious curse power. Even her clone modification legion was completely useless. Lia suddenly seemed a bit anxious. "You stop right now." Karl looked down and revealed a smile. "Stop, didn't you carve this rune for me? But indeed, this rune is quite interesting. I feel warm all over. I originally thought that with my physical strength, it would be extremely difficult to increase my power further. I didn't expect, Miss Lia, that you could bring me such a surprise. Thank you so much." "Shut up." Lia seemed a bit irritable. Then pink light exploded from her body, and she almost forcibly dragged the curse power, pouring it into herself. Karl watched as a deep blue pattern with a hint of pink began to rapidly emerge near Lia's flat lower abdomen, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. A ruthless person indeed. For him, she only carved an enhancement rune on his shoulder. But for herself, Lia actually dared to carve this totem rune directly near her mana core. Wasn't she afraid of her body exploding and dying? One had to admit she was truly a ruthless character. Hearing Karl's praise, a sickly flush appeared on Lia's face, and her favorability towards Karl increased by another point. Aside from Karl being somewhat beyond her expectations at this moment, it had to be said that Karl truly fit her aesthetic. In her heart, Karl was the most perfect toy. But right now, Karl's body was like a massive abyss, constantly devouring the curse power from Charlotte. If Karl swallowed most of this curse power, she would really have nowhere to cry. So at this moment, Lia could only make a prompt decision to snatch the curse power from Karl. As long as she could complete the enhancement rune, everything would still be under control. Whoosh! 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 The two of them were like two giant water pumps, constantly absorbing the curse power from Charlotte. As the curse power was continuously consumed, Charlotte's originally pained expression actually revealed a rare sense of peace. That gentle expression allowed anyone who saw it to feel her current state. Karl's smile almost never stopped. Faster, a little faster. He felt the power of the rune. The progress of the 6th gate of the 8 gates, which had almost stagnated, actually began to slowly push forward under the boost of the curse power. This couldn't help but make Karl feel excited. One must know that up until now, his cultivation had relied almost entirely on the emotional points provided by various women to forcibly build up his physical strength. Although he had also put in countless efforts, this was definitely a 1-in-a-million cheat state. If placed in real cultivation, to reach such a height, without 10 or 20 years of hellish training and extreme physical torture, it would be absolutely impossible. But now, in addition to the power of emotions, Lia actually directly presented him with a great gift through this method. Coupled with the favorability values, flooding the screen from Lia's nearly perverted 300-fold bond level. Karl's eyes were practically glowing with excitement. Just a bit more effort. Seeing that the favorability points needed for the 6th gate were almost enough. Karl felt that Lia, this experience pack, was simply too wonderful. If there was a chance, perhaps not killing her would be an option. Thinking of this, Karl's expression as he looked at Lia temporarily became even more gentle. When Lia saw Karl's gaze, her whole being suddenly bristled like a cat. No, it's not like that. Mr. Karl, although I admire you, please do not admire me. I am destined to become the strongest existence. I'm taking this totem, and I will absolutely not allow you to obstruct the direction of my progress. Under the pressure of nearly frantic power, a dense pink mist suddenly emerged around her. Those curse powers were like mad bulls provoked by a red cloth, frantically surging towards the two of them. Using unknown means, Lia was even able to reach a state of absorption that was evenly matched with Karl. But as Charlotte's cheeks grew rosier, the curse power became thinner and thinner. Karl's eyes suddenly lit up. Is Charlotte's curse power about to be completely resolved? He was incredibly excited in his heart, yet worried about being noticed by Lia. Immediately, he slapped his own shoulder. The power of the 8 gates was no empty title. The moment his blood and chi surged, those curse powers were like sharks in despair, sensing the scent of frenzied blood, frantically pouncing towards the wolf totem on Karl's body. Karl's blood and chi were simply too tempting for the curse. Beside him, Lia became completely frantic. No, it's not like that. Seeing that Charlotte was almost about to be sucked dry, and even her own rune creation was severely affected, Lia was practically going mad. Suck, suck for me, suck it all back to me. At this moment, she had no time to keep fighting with Karl. She knew very well that once time was wasted here, the scales of victory for the rune totem's bonus would completely tilt towards Karl. By then, she would truly have lost everything. Thus, with a frantic expression, she pressed her body directly against Charlotte's. Absorb it completely for me. Lia didn't have time to say anything more as the pink mist on her body completely boiled over. Gel magic, modification power, and her own abilities all stacked together at this moment. Charlotte's expression also completely contorted in this instant. It was the pain of the curse power being pulled out by its roots. Meanwhile, Lia laughed frantically at this moment. It's done, I'm almost done. The last trace of curse power was completely pulled out from Charlotte's body by her. And on Lia's flat lower abdomen, an extremely beautiful pattern emerged. Deep blue and pink overlapped, emitting a heart-stopping aura. Her figure grew a full 20 centimeters taller at this moment. From an originally cute girl, she transformed into a mature woman's form in an instant. Muscle lines were rapidly sculpted, and her abdominal muscles were as clearly visible as if carved by a knife and axe. A wild aesthetic of extreme power erupted from Lia's body. She burst into loud laughter. "I did it, Mr. Karl, I finally did it." And in Karl's mind, the system's notification sound rang out at this moment. Chapter 100, A Sudden Change, The Pattern's Anomaly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Mission 11, Scorn for the Cursed Fate. Help Charlotte completely eliminate the curse. Reward obtained, Plant Creation Magic, Senju 10,000 golden vitality points. Refreshing. This is truly awesome. Lia is simply a lucky star. Karl never expected this in a million years. His 11th mission, Scorn for the Cursed Fate, was actually completed so simply in such a manner. But what he expected even less was that the now completed rune seemed to be rebelling right before Lia and Karl's eyes. The power of the curse had been completely stripped from Charlotte's body. Yet for the two who also possessed runes, the power of the curse was now permeating between them like a tug-of-war. Lia's expression suddenly turned complex. She hadn't expected that even with the enhancement rune completed, she would still have to fight Karl for the power of the curse. At this moment, she felt somewhat like she had shot herself in the foot. She never imagined Karl's physical constitution would be so formidable, able to withstand so much of the curse's power. Had she known, she wouldn't have inscribed the rune on Karl. Wouldn't it have been better to just find any random person? Unfortunately, it was far too late for regrets now. Feeling the power of the curse being stripped away bit by bit, Lia's expression became extremely anxious. "Stop, Mr. Karl. Are you really going to force my hand?" Karl looked at Lia, wore a meaningful expression, and then began to laugh. The moment the two runes were completely linked, both of their bodies jolted simultaneously. The curse seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. With Karl's curse as the primary and Lia's as the auxiliary, it actually formed a marvelous cycle. Lia felt her gel magic power boiling wildly within her body, and in the next moment, a faint red mist was filtered back through the enhancement rune, surging toward Karl. Karl's expression also became strangely complex. As soon as that faint pink mist entered his totem rune, he felt his 8 gates throb violently. In the next instant, the progress of the 6th gate actually leaped forward again, increasing by a full percentage point. This left Karl beyond shocked. One must know that this was something that required a massive amount of favorability to achieve, yet it was being accomplished by Lia's special constitution. How could he not be excited? In Karl's eyes, Lia was now nothing more than an experienced baby. She was simply wonderful. Whether it was the favorability Lia constantly generated for him, the waterfall-like stream of favorability data formed after the 300-fold boost, the rewards obtained from Lia helping him remove Charlotte's curse, or the fact that he could now replenish his own vitality by consuming her power to push the 8 gates forward. All of this made Karl somewhat reluctant to let go. An experienced baby like Lia was truly rare. Lia's expression was incredibly complex as she looked toward Karl, but Karl was already thoroughly excited. Because he could clearly feel the boiling power within him continuously expanding. The 6th gate of the 8 gates, the Gate of Joy, was just one step away from being completely broken through. Lia really was his lucky star. Just then, a special notification suddenly appeared in Karl's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining plus 39.99 favorability from Charlotte's dream. Karl's expression suddenly became a bit strange. He looked at Charlotte, whose brow had completely smoothed out, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. The extreme favorability sent by this captain of the Rose Knights, his old acquaintance, at such a time was truly timely. As the final bit of favorability for the 6th gate of the 8 gates was completely filled, Karl chose to allocate the points without the slightest hesitation. Boom! Accompanied by a roar in Karl's mind, the pale blue film floating around him suddenly began to burst and expand as if stimulated. What was originally just a thin layer of blue steam instantly boiled after Karl invested all his favorability into the 8 gates, nearly triggering a spatial tremor. Is this the power of the 6th gate of the 8 gates? Karl looked at the system panel. On the progress bar of the 8 gates, the 7th gate, the Gate of Wonder, had impressively reached 0.01%. His excitement at this moment was almost beyond words. Countless dense powers bloomed wildly within his body. The physical breakthrough brought by the 6th gate of the 8 gates had a terrifying amplification that far exceeded his imagination. If the physical evolution Lia displayed earlier was merely the ringing of bones and tendons like a light drizzle, then what Karl brought now was a terrifying roar like a storm, hail, and a tornado. The sound of that vibration almost caused Lia's expression to stiffen completely. How is this possible? Karl felt the magic power surging continuously and finally began to laugh somewhat wildly. And the wolf head totem on his shoulder was also completely activated at this moment, buzzing with a deep blue glow, like a puppy begging for its master's approval. Karl wore a smile. The pure vitality within his body surged wildly toward the wolf head totem on his shoulder. As if it had received a great supplement, the wolf head suddenly radiated a terrifying brilliance, and even seemed to come alive, letting out a low growl. Lia was completely dumbfounded as she watched from the side. Wait, can an amplification totem rune really be used like this? To what extent must one go to activate this thing like this? Only now did she realize that her understanding of Karl didn't even amount to 1%. She had no idea how terrifying the foundation Karl possessed truly was. The wolf head rune roaring toward the sky stared fixedly at the totem on Lia's lower abdomen, which resembled a succubus crest. The light of intertwined deep blue and pink trembled under its gaze. Feeling the aura of absolute suppression from a superior being transmitted by her own totem, Lia's expression was as ugly as could be. However, although Karl did not further activate the wolf head rune, the wolf head seemed to want to swallow Lia whole. Karl only smiled slightly. The vitality within him erupted again, and the extremely dense vitality poured directly into the wolf head rune, stuffing it so much that it almost rolled its eyes. The wolf head let out a hum, a sensation of ultimate indulgence. Such a human-like scene completely shattered Lia's understanding. The sense of frustration in her heart grew stronger and stronger. To be fair, Karl hadn't made a move against her, which even made her feel a hint of gratitude. But Karl's strength was now displayed before her without reservation. With such a gap, what was there to fight for? She simply couldn't win, okay. Lia considered herself to be a master strategist, and, as a research fanatic, had always been in control of everything. But facing a monster like Karl, she felt a deep sense of helplessness for the first time. Who could still be called a research fanatic? Compared to Karl, it was simply a joke. Just then, the wolf head totem on Karl's body, which had been wildly infused, seemed to reluctantly spit out a thick blue mist. When this wisp of blue mist touched Lia's amplification rune, a sudden change occurred. Boom! At that moment, the amplification rune erupted with an unprecedentedly intense light. Lia's expression changed drastically, and she subconsciously pressed her hand against her lower abdomen, trying to stop it. Chapter 101 Richter, who uses light magic, but her runes seemed to come alive, absorbing that blue mist completely, almost like plundering it. Lia only felt as if she were being set on fire. Countless terrifying and violent blood energy forces surged through her body. She clearly felt her physical form being reconstructed. That terrifying surge of power caused her to undergo another brief evolution. However, her totem runes inexplicably became linked and resonated in frequency with the runes on Karl's body. Lia's expression became extremely unsightly. Is this a master-servant contract? She touched the pattern on her lower abdomen in disbelief, never expecting that she would dig such a massive hole for herself. She never would have dreamed that her totem would take the initiative to recognize a master. At this moment, she even felt a bit dejected. After all, she hadn't expected things to evolve into the scene before her. However, after Karl felt the information transmitted from the wolf totem, he suddenly revealed an extremely charming smile. Good, 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 this is quite interesting. I didn't expect there to be a hierarchy among runes. After all, these runes were originally condensed from the power of curses. It could be said that they were completely entrenched within her body. Thus, his control over Lia had advanced even further. Thinking of this, Karl didn't hesitate and directly poured his surging blue blood energy into the wolf head totem to deepen the connection between them. Lia's expression kept changing. She clearly felt Karl's terrifying physical essence of blood energy washing through her body over and over again. From initial disbelief to subsequent ecstasy, then to gradual numbness and stiffness. Finally, she couldn't help but speak out in a plea. "Mr. Karl, enough. I really can't take it anymore. Your blood energy is too powerful. If this continues, I'll really break." Hearing Lia's plea, Karl showed a smile. Yes, this was the reaction. This was the result he wanted. Lia's expression was incredibly complex. Looking at the unmistakably real and pure power on Karl's body, she fell into a daze for a moment. She prided herself on being a great scientist. She thought she had mastered countless strange methods, but when facing Karl, whose physical strength was terrifying to this degree, she felt doubt for the first time. Perhaps Mr. Karl is the truly strongest one in every sense of the word, isn't he? Having been branded, and with her mana washed by blood energy, her thoughts began to undergo a subtle shift at this moment. And as that dense blue blood energy continued to remodel her body, Lia's expression changed even more. "Mr. Karl, why are you helping me instead of devouring me?" After hesitating for a long time, she finally asked this question. Hearing this, Karl chuckled. "First, you are indeed my lucky charm. I'm somewhat reluctant to kill you. Second, I don't think you can pose any threat to me. Furthermore, I do have a little bit of interest in you." In Karl's heart, Lia was almost a perfect experience pack right now. No matter how she was used, it was 1,000% profit. It could be said that even the most black-hearted capitalist would likely shed tears of inadequacy upon seeing Karl's current operations. Beating Lia would generate favorability. Beating Lia would also generate favorability. Lia creating totem runes could enhance his power. Lia consuming her own blood energy could even give him a reverse boost. Even that favorability was being farmed nonstop. A full 300-fold favorability boost. He didn't know what Lia was made of to be able to pull off such an absurd feat. Even someone as powerful as Big Sister Mereoleona, who was nearly at the Magic Emperor level, could only provide him with about 150 times. But this Yander Lia easily pushed the favorability to 300 times, and it was still growing. Hearing Karl's words, Lia's expression shifted constantly. And as Karl felt the changes throughout his body, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Rumble tilde. Within the space, a series of buzzing sounds suddenly echoed. Not good. Lia, who had been somewhat frozen, suddenly had her expression tight. She almost flipped up from the ground, the pink nurse's gown draping over her body again. Lia's expression became more solemn than ever before. Not good, they're here. Karl was slightly startled and looked at Lia with surprise. Who's here? Lia moved her body stiffly, her voice tight. The leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, Lord Licht. As if to confirm her words, with a loud boom, the surrounding space suddenly shattered. A figure slowly descended from the fractured space. A dense and holy radiance radiated from all around him. On his forehead, there was a clear four-leaf mark, as if he had been struck by a four-leaf grimoire. The man dressed in white robes descended from the sky. Lia trembled all over. Lo, Lord Licht, you've come. Licht nodded slightly, then scanned the surroundings, his gaze first passing over Charlotte and finally resting on Karl. Good, good, good. You actually captured this boy as well. He is the most important link in completing our great cause. This damned fellow actually dared to secretly absorb the power of the magic stones. His crime is unpardonable. He flicked his finger lightly. A red magic stone appeared in his palm. At the same time, above another finger, a purple magic stone also slowly emerged. Two almost completely intact magic stones hovered in the air just like that. Seeing this, Karl almost drooled. The sense of longing welling up from the depths of his bloodline made his whole body restless. If he could obtain the power of these two magic stones, his skills would definitely undergo a qualitative change. Even Night Guy might not be out of reach. Thinking of this, Karl subconsciously licked his lips. This subtle movement was clearly caught by Lia beside him. She followed Karl's gaze to the two magic stones, and her body couldn't help but tremble. Lick's expression was filled with undisguised hatred. He looked at Karl, his gaze like he was scrutinizing an unforgivable sin. Dense light attribute mana continuously gathered and bloomed in his hands. Light magic. Karl was slightly surprised. It had to be said that this leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun was indeed quite interesting. Light should be born from brightness, while darkness breeds in hell. But in this world, everything seemed completely reversed. His captain, Yami, clearly practiced dark attribute magic, but always walked the path of justice. Conversely, this licked before him, who controlled the most holy light attribute, was a complete thug. The world of the Five-Leaf really is just a giant makeshift stage. Karl's expression also became more serious than ever at this moment. He knew very well that the person standing before him was almost the strongest enemy he had encountered in his life. Although the opponent's true strength couldn't be fully judged yet, based on Karl's perception and the information he had previously mastered, this leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun named Licht likely had strength infinitely close to the Magic Emperor level. In other words, this guy already had the qualification to go toe-to-toe with big sister Mereoleona. Before, Mereoleona was more like a cruel trial for them. But now, the man in front of them truly wanted their lives. Thinking of this, Karl's heart sank slightly. But immediately after, a long-lost excitement suddenly surged in his heart. Licht was indeed very strong. But he, Karl, was also definitely not weak now. With this boost from Lia, the 6th gate of the 8 gates is complete. It was time to let the opponent see exactly why the flowers are so red. Chapter 102, Karl's decision, summoning Principa, boom. Sword of Divine Retribution. As the aura of light trembled, a longsword made entirely of light appeared in Licht's hand. It bloomed instantly and shot straight toward Karl. Lia, who was to the side, was startled. But despite her tightly clenched hands, she didn't dodge. Instead, she looked at Karl with a faint trace of worry. However, Karl only gave a slight contemptuous smile and looked at Licht opposite him, laughing. "Is this your attitude toward me? You take cadres far too lightly. What kind of cadre can't withstand a test like this? You're not even as good as your subordinate Lia. At least she's vibrant and alluring, while you're just a heartless machine." As Karl finished speaking, he stomped his foot down, and the entire ground immediately vibrated with a roar. And Karl, surprisingly, just like that, without even releasing his grimoire, swung his fist and collided with the light sword. A booming explosion erupted. Lia's legs couldn't help but tremble. And in Karl's mind, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, Patali, in terms of personal charisma. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden magic attribute, light magic. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Karl tilted his head and looked at his opponent. "You are not the real Licht." Karl's words were like a sudden thunderclap. The Licht opposite him suddenly stiffened. He stared intently at Karl, the light in his eyes seemingly wanting to pierce through him. "What else do you know?" At this moment, Licht was more or less shocked by Karl's intelligence. Even the members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun didn't know his true situation, yet the kid before him knew more than his subordinates. How could this not cause him shock and suspicion? At this moment, he was extremely irritable, as if someone had discovered some secret hobby of his. He then said to Lia, "Get out of the way. I'm going to kill him with my own hands." Lia clenched her fists and then silently walked away. Karl, however, showed an excited smile. "You think you're strong? I'm not weak either. Let me feel just how strong a powerhouse of your level can be." Karl laughed loudly, then shouted in the next moment, "8 gates, 6th gate of view open." Like an agitated 8-cylinder internal combustion, engine being ignited. Karl's entire body suddenly roared, and his body emitted an incredibly dense blue light. The blue light gushed out like a needle-covered hedgehog, releasing terrifying physical power in the air. His blood energy was like beacon fire, appearing as if it would pierce through the entire cave. Seeing this, the Licht opposite him was visibly surprised, because the pressure brought by this aura was enough for him to take it seriously. This was completely captain-level strength. No, it was even more bizarre than a captain's strength. The Karl opposite him was truly a freak. Licht didn't hesitate either. He shouted, "Whip of divine retribution." The dense white light around him seemed to come alive, transforming into a long whip. Wherever the whip struck, the ground shattered. Its terrifying aura was like the end of the world. In the distance, Lia's eyes were filled with horror. Countless modified humans crawled out from every corner, blocking the way in front of her. Though they were constantly being annihilated, they protected Lia perfectly. Karl looked at the maddened Licht and also smiled. "You seem pretty tough. Well then, do you want to taste my skills?" Karl suddenly soared into the air. His grimoire also floated up at this moment, turning into a film of light. The film of light formed a massive canopy in the air, and Karl unleashed his strongest attack yet. "Day Tiger!" With his shout, a giant white tiger that seemed to want to slay the heavens emerged from the light screen. The tiger's roar shook the sky as it charged directly at the whip of divine retribution. Terrifying explosions rang out all around. Karl didn't hesitate for a second and directly unleashed his ultimate move. He executed a whip kick, striking directly against the light screen. A deep, dark light bloomed completely at this moment, and the air seemed to carry a certain gloomy hue. Dark magic, dark entanglement, nameless slash. Karl kicked out. An incredibly dense dark magic slash made a surprise attack. The power unleashed by the Day Tiger had already caused Licht's pupils to tremble. And now, this terrifying dark magic slash locked onto him like a natural predator. This is Yami's dark magic. How could you possibly? Licht looked at Karl with a complex expression, as if he had seen a ghost. However, Karl seemed eager to try more. When it came to peers who could block him when he was going all out, there really weren't many. Only a guy like the one before him could bring such powerful pressure. But with the 8 gates, the stronger the enemy and the heavier the pressure, the higher he would bounce, just like a spring. At this moment, Karl was extremely excited. In the next moment, the song of ice and fire roared completely. Terrifying flames nearly ignited on his fists. The morning peacock, accompanied by the song of ice and fire, smashed out incredibly terrifying spheres of fire. These fireballs passed through the canopy, turning into a terrifying radiance like falling meteors. This was a combination of the morning peacock and the scorching wrist taught by Big Sister. The scorching wrist was Big Sister's famous technique. Although Karl had only mastered the basics, the power brought by its complete fusion with the morning peacock was even more overbearing than the Day Tiger. The meteors filling the sky collided with the whip of divine retribution streaking through space. Under the frantic bombardment, the dark entanglement nameless slash managed to shred a corner of Licht's robe. Licht had now completely developed the intent to kill Karl. The speed at which this guy's strength improved was simply too terrifying. If he were allowed to continue developing like this, the danger would be even greater the next time they met. And the power of more than one magic stone on the opponent's body was blatantly flaunting itself before his eyes. As the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, as a member of a race carrying a blood feud, how could he allow a human from this evil race, someone who inherently embodied countless original sins, to continue growing like this? At this moment, Licht seemed completely enraged. He threw out the light whip, and countless colors bloomed in the air. His eyes were filled with determination. Light of divine retribution. Watching the magic power surging around him, Lia's expression instantly became extremely complex. This kind of power. Lord Licht is going to explode with everything he has. She looked hesitantly at the totem on her lower abdomen. The runes were flashing with light. Immediately, the power of a curse floated up. It transformed into a wolf's head and charged directly toward Licht. Licht's ultimate move was already fully activated, but when he felt this malice beside him, he almost choked on his breath. "Lia, what are you doing?" The light of divine retribution exploded completely, even injuring himself. Licht touched the blood dripping down his cheek and suddenly became wild. Good. You actually dared to use evil methods to pollute my subordinate. You deserve to die." On Licht's body, it seemed as if some terrifying existence was about to awaken. Even though Karl was currently using the 6th gate and had even faintly touched upon the 7th gate, he still felt a sense of horror that almost suppressed his soul. This was essentially an existence on the same level as the Magic Emperor. Karl couldn't help but show surprise. His body creaked under the pressure. The pressure brought by the other's aura was simply too strong. Could it be? Is the only option now to release the 11th Magic Emperor, Principa? This was his life-saving trump card. Chapter 103. Karl, time stops, time rewinds. Thinking of this, Karl's breathing couldn't help but quicken. In his heart, he began to weigh whether summoning Principa, his trump card, was worth it. Once she was released, he was confident he could make a clean escape. After all, the chessboard war magic mastered by the 11th Magic Emperor, Principa, was terrifying enough to destroy an entire nation. Dealing with the Licht before him would be as easy as pie. Once Principa appeared, she could absolutely beat the crap out of him. The problem was that the first summon required 10,000 golden vitality, and the second would increase tenfold. The difference between the two was not hard to imagine. Karl was truly a bit reluctant to part with it. As for the Phoenix's recovery, it was a life-saving artifact in his heart that he found difficult to let go of. Unless he was beat to the point of being critically injured or dying, how could he be willing to use such a thing? That was a literal extra life. Using it now would be a complete waste, wouldn't it? He thought it over again and again. Facing the currently unsolvable situation, Karl decided that he would use Principa now. After making up his mind, a look of excitement appeared in Karl's eyes. Just how strong could a top-tier female powerhouse who used chessboard war magic be? Someone even more terrifying than Big Sister. He didn't know how tyrannical Principa would be in her prime. He was truly looking forward to it. Although Big Sister Mereoleona, who practiced the 8 gates, would become even stronger in the future. At least at this moment, the 11th Magic Emperor Principa facing a mere Licht would definitely be an absolute kill. Furthermore, he still had to snatch back the magic stones and rescue Big Sister. Thinking of this, Karl no longer hesitated. Buzz, buzz, buzz tilde. A layer of special light seemed to bloom around Karl. Within this light were both the power of space and the power of time, circling around Karl like a Mobius strip. Although it was only a flicker of such an image, Licht on the opposite side felt as if he had encountered a natural enemy and was shocked beyond measure. This power was too terrifying. What on earth was this? Just what kind of monster are you releasing? Licht grew anxious. If Karl really allowed this power to be released, he might truly fall into danger this time. But the problem was, should he just release all the mana accumulated for the resurrection ritual for no reason? However, if he didn't deal with the Karl before him, then his future grand cause would turn into a bubble. Licht looked as if he were going mad. Come then, since every one of you wants to stop me, then, evil humans, feel my pain. An incomparably dense light erupted from his body. At this moment, Karl completely felt the threat. Suddenly, a violent black slash swept past in an instant. Karl only heard a low shout, "Put your things away." Karl was stunned for a moment, but he still readily complied, stopping the summon of the 11th Magic Emperor Principa. Was he kidding? If there were another way, he wouldn't be willing to waste this ability of his. This trump card was his most secret one, and he had a premonition that the eye of the midnight sun still hid countless trump cards. Only when the opponent completely revealed their hand would it be the time for Principa to truly take the field. And this familiar voice, who else could it be but his dear Captain Yami Sukahiro? That terrifying black slash flew straight ahead like a crossed crucifix. Yami appeared high in the air in an instant. Scruffy and unshaven, he looked down disdainfully at Licht, who was radiating light, a hint of suspicion showing in his eyes. Who exactly are you? Why can I feel a familiar aura from your body? Other than the people around me, no one should give off such an aura. But your grimoire is completely different, and it's light magic to boot. Who are you? Speak up and I might spare your life. Seeing this, Licht also stopped and looked at Karl and Yami. The two of them immediately burst into wild laughter. Another one has come. In the end, we were discovered by you. Yami immediately laughed out loud. You bastards don't think the Magic Emperor could be held up for long, do you? Sending so many people to stop Lord Julius, have you already thought about the outcome? Those people will definitely not come back alive. Licht was silent for a moment, then said, That is a necessary price for the grand cause. And you damn, hypocritical people must die. Karl let out a sigh of relief when he saw Yami appear. And at that very moment, a dense, eerie blue light suddenly bloomed in the surrounding space. Countless briars seemed to come to life, quickly climbing and filling the entire cave. Charlotte had somehow stood up. Her expression was devoid of joy or sorrow. Standing beside Karl, she looked at Licht with a cold face, then softly said to Karl, Thank you. Karl gave a gentle smile. The power of your curse can be considered completely broken. Charlotte nodded slightly. If it weren't for you, this curse might have troubled me for a lifetime. Although her tone still seemed a bit cold, Karl could clearly feel the waterfall of favorability in his mind, which was almost no less than what he had farmed from Lia. Karl immediately smiled. Now he wouldn't have to completely expose his trump card. 3 against 1, and with 2 Magic Knight captains in their full power states by his side, it was hard to say who would live and who would die. At this moment, Karl was incredibly excited. On Charlotte's briars, countless blue lights surged. The blue flowers appeared exceptionally fragrant, but the piercing power they brought was like the most terrifying forest of steel. Boom, boom, boom. Huge vine-like briars turned into spears one after another, constantly stabbing toward Licht within the light. Although they were blocked, that terrifying fluctuation was still unforgettable. Yami, who was on the side, turned his head and looked at Charlotte with some surprise. He then threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground, crushed it, drew his takai, and smiled. I didn't expect you to be so interesting in your prime. Charlotte, however, gave a slight smile. Captain Yami, stop spouting nonsense over there and show your full strength. Yami's mouth hung wide open, and he couldn't close it for a long time. Wait, were those words really something Charlotte would say? However, Charlotte smiled at Karl. I know you should have other methods. After all, I felt a power from the same source on you just now. Karl, if you're willing to release that power. Karl was stunned for a moment, then completely realized what she meant. Right, there was still a super strong skill he had never truly released. Plant creation magic, 1,000-armed Mayu. Would this thing really form a 1,000-armed Great Buddha, like the images he had seen in his past life? But the wilder the imagination, the more terrifying the power. And before releasing this magic, it seemed he could still give Licht a heavy blow. Karl nodded. Under Charlotte's slightly blushing look of encouragement, he immediately took off in the next moment, rising high into the air. He stared intently at Licht, who was attempting to release the light of divine punishment, and bared his teeth in a grin. Then, Karl directly activated his strongest method. The transparent light screen formed by his 4-leaf metal grimoire vibrated frantically at this moment, suddenly condensing 2 special symbols. The symbols took shape in the air, radiating a faint, transparent glow. Karl let out a furious roar, slamming both fists onto them simultaneously. Time imprisonment magic, time pause. Time imprisonment magic, time rewind. Boom! Opposite him, Licht suddenly felt the hair on his back stand on end, and his whole body shuddered violently. This is the Magic Emperor's technique, How is that possible? Holy crap. Beside him, Yami and Charlotte were equally shocked, staring at Karl with complex expressions. Just how many things was this guy hiding from them behind their backs? Chapter 104 Night View. I'm so impressed, I can't even stand up for myself. He even performed the moves of Magic Emperor Julius. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The light trembled, and 2 streaks of flowing light shot straight toward Licht. Licht's expression was incredibly complex. This was Julius's time magic, and its power left an incredibly deep impression. If hit head-on, one would definitely be severely affected. Licht gave a cold shout from the side, Lia. Lia's whole body shuddered. However, Licht directly grabbed Lia and pulled her in front of him as a shield. Sorry, child, I will compensate you. The eye of the midnight sun must never be defeated. You should understand that. Lia's expression appeared devoid of both joy and sorrow. However, her gaze swept toward Karl from afar, as if she wanted to express something. Karl was stunned for a moment. The wolf head pattern on his shoulder suddenly grew hot. In the next moment, he watched helplessly as Licht used Lia to block the 2 streaks of light. Lia discovered that the injuries on her body were actually receding. An incredibly dense light of divine punishment suddenly bloomed like a giant cannon of the human world, releasing a blinding radiance of victory that rivaled even the scorching sun. A terrifying aura instantly swept across the entire field. Yami and Charlotte erupted with their strongest power, almost simultaneously. However, at that moment, Karl suddenly roared plant creation magic, Thousand-Armed Mayu. Boom! He kicked hard against the light screen. The light screen deployed by the 4-leaf grimoire trembled violently. Charlotte, standing nearby, suddenly felt her magic power draining frantically toward Karl. She was startled, but without the slightest hesitation, she pressed her hand directly onto the light screen instead. As one of the 9 great knights captains, the captain of the Blue Rose unexpectedly turned herself into a giant power bank at this moment. Yami hesitated for a fraction of a second, then gritted his teeth and lowered his black katana. He also slammed his palm heavily onto the light screen. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, yet he spoke with a hint of annoyance. Playing support for you again, kid. It's really annoying. As Yami finished speaking, a dense and terrifying magic power erupted from both of them simultaneously. The light screen vibrated with extreme intensity, and Karl stomped his foot down completely. Thousand-Armed Mayu, rise. Rumble tilde. Wood attribute power bloomed wildly in the air. One wooden radiance after another kept intertwining and proliferating, quickly forming a massive base before growing frantically, even breaking through the ceiling of the entire cave. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted completely. The textures of giant wood, seemingly formed through 1,000 years of accumulation, intertwined and wound together to become the solid foundation for this ultimate move. Thanks to the full support of Yami and Charlotte, the plant creation magic at this moment was pushed almost to its limit. 1 meter, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Dense, intertwined trees, several hundred meters high spiraled like rising dragons, finally taking shape slowly. It was a massive wooden giant shaped like a Buddha. And above the wooden giant's head, a dense dark green halo floated prominently. Within that halo, the auras of plant magic and dark magic were clearly interwoven. Karl roared, Thousand-Armed Mayu, power of 1,000 hands. Following his roar, those countless radiances instantly transformed into a dense thicket of wooden fists, bombarding forward and covering the sky. Even though Licht had already unleashed the light of divine punishment, facing this near-apocalyptic offensive and the horrifying visual impact, he couldn't help but show a look of shock. Boom, booms, boom. Collisions, shattering, and annihilation played out continuously. The light of divine punishment and the plant creation magic. Thousand-Armed Mayu actually stood on equal ground for a time during their head-on collision. And Karl, at this moment, had completely squeezed his own limits dry. Light creation magic. Dragon Fist, Dragon Claw, Divine Dragon Tail Sweep. Extremely rarely, Karl used a smooth combo that was almost shameless. That previous strike had almost drained his 8 gates dry. Forcing himself to cast light magic now was entirely out of desperation. The strength of the 1,000-armed Mayu was already at the same level as the opponent's light of divine punishment, which far exceeded Karl's initial expectations. As for the light power he was releasing now, he only hoped the opponent would be caught off guard and unable to react in time. After all, light attribute magic was truly too rare. When Karl cast light magic again, Yami's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Pa, you're a damn freak. If I ever try to compete with your progress again, I'm a dog." Yami couldn't help but curse under his breath. Meanwhile, the smile at the corner of Charlotte's mouth became increasingly evident. Karl, this man, truly never disappointed. In contrast, Licht's expression on the opposite side froze completely. Impossible? How is this possible? Both sides had clearly already used their strongest powers. But now, Karl showed no sportsmanship at all, directly using light magic to counter light magic. Licht was almost powerless to fight back. After being hit head-on by the divine dragon tail sweep, a hideous wound actually split open on the surface of his body. Terrifying blood immediately gushed out. Licht was completely enraged. "You forced my hand. In that case, let's all die together." Kai. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted completely. And within this aura, 3 figures unexpectedly descended slowly. "My lord, please do not be impulsive. Our great cause must never be cut short here." The 3 of them easily blocked Karl's final attack. Then, their gazes fell simultaneously on Karl's group of 3. "My name is Fauna of Hatred." The woman standing in the middle was wreathed in flames, her eyes filled with deep resentment, her expression as if she were looking down on all living beings, and her grimoire looked as if it had been stitched together. Meanwhile, the man with a leopard-like head beside her spoke in a gruff voice. "My name is Veto of Despair. You damn bastards, how dare you hurt our lord?" Richter of Disloyalty smiled slightly. "It is not yet time. We will have another chance to meet eventually. Let's join forces, seal our lord, and evacuate immediately." Licht's eyes were full of unwillingness. "Bastards, let me go. I'm going to kill him." "Boss, take a break. As for you all, if you want to continue fighting, feel free to try." Richter revealed a meaningful smile. He gently placed his hand on Licht beside him. Raya's body suddenly burst with an incredibly dense, pure white radiance. That was the power that truly belonged to light. The 3 of them stood in a triangular formation, completely enveloping Licht. Then they turned into a beam of light and vanished instantly. Silence returned to the cave once more. Karl, Yami, and Charlotte stood where they were, falling into a brief silence in unison. Karl looked at Charlotte, who was still panting, and asked, "Are you all right?" Charlotte smiled slightly, better than ever. Meanwhile, Yami simply slumped onto the ground. "Damn, those guys are really no good. My dark magic is almost bottomed out." He looked up at Karl. "Hey kid, when did you get this strong?" Yami's gaze fell on the deep blue wolf head pattern on Karl's shoulder. That wolf head seemed to silently proclaim Karl's uniqueness. Just then, the wolf head pattern trembled slightly, and a charming voice unexpectedly emerged from it. "Mr. Karl, I will help you. As soon as I obtain information about the red magic stone, I will send word immediately." Yami immediately looked at Karl strangely, as if he had seen a ghost. Then he pulled a flattened cigarette from his pocket, rolled it a bit, and stuck it in his mouth to light it. "Dope badass. Yami, don't even lean on walls, I only submit to you. You can even turn an enemy to your side. That woman clearly isn't someone to be trifled with, yet she's actually sending you messages." Karl smiled slightly. "Captain Yami, why the gloomy talk? No matter how strong the opponent is, can they be stronger than you guys? But then again, you guys really do need to train harder. I think it's time to let Big Sister give you another good round of training." Yami's brows instantly knitted together. "I'm warning you, Karl, don't go looking for trouble for me." Karl, however, wore an innocent smile. How can this be called looking for trouble? Before he finished speaking, blue light suddenly erupted from within Karl's body. "Come out, I see you." A dull echo immediately rang out from the surroundings. Yami was startled and hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Hey kid, there's someone else. How come I didn't sense them? Karl scanned the surroundings before finally settling down and letting out a long breath. It's nothing. I was just bluffing. To see if those guys would try to sneak back while we're weak. Yami said irritably, don't worry. They wouldn't dare, even if they had 10 times the courage. Lord Julius is already on his way. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.